embarrassment. And that's okay too.
Who do you blame for the division?
I do believe that social media is a cancer, and it is taking all of our worst impulses and putting them on steroids. It is driving us to division. It is driving us to hate. These algorithms that have captured our very souls, they've captured our free agency, these dopamine hits that get our young people and our old people addicted to outrage and hate that serve us up on a regular basis are absolutely leading us down a very dark path.
A path through platforms that look like civil war, powered by algorithms, programs written to amplify posts of rage.
Oregon and its largest city, Portland, are suing to block President Trump from deploying the National Guard troops there. The lawsuit follows Trump's announcement on social media over the weekend ordering the Defense Department to send troops to the city to use, quote, full force if necessary to combat protests, he says, were interfering with immigration enforcement. State officials say the Pentagon followed through on Trump's order Sunday morning, calling up 200 troops of the state's 6,500-member National Guard contingent. According to the lawsuit, protests outside the ICE facility have been small in recent weeks, and demonstrations have not, quote, necessitated any arrests since mid-June. Meanwhile, federal immigration agents were spotted patrolling downtown Chicago over the weekend as the White House ramps up its immigration crackdown there.
Last night, the OMB director, Russ Vought, he told agencies to prepare shutdown plans that include permanent layoffs. What more do we know?
We obtained this memo late last night. It was sent over by the Office of Management and Budget. And in it, it says that they are preparing for a potential shutdown. And some of this is normal. And they've had some planning calls apparently about this week. And there's some politics in here, some finger pointing that the administration is doing at Democrats in particular, saying that they are inching closer to a shutdown over a series of insane demands, including $1 trillion in new spending. But this note goes farther, and what it suggests is that the agencies could use this moment to do mass layoffs. It says agencies are directed to use this opportunity to consider reduction in force. And as you know, Jeff, this administration, I should say, has really relied on these RIF notices, these reduction in force mechanisms to really slim down the federal government in the last 7 or so months of the Trump administration.
I'm Spencer Cox, Republican governor of Utah.
And I'm Jared Polis, Democratic governor of Colorado.
And we're here to help save your family dinners.
You know what we're talking about.
You're halfway through your second helping of mashed potatoes when your MAGA uncle decides to share his thoughts on the latest election conspiracy.
We all have that uncle.
Or instead of passing the salt, your woke niece passes along a particularly controversial fact that she read on social media.
Or maybe you're the one with the strong opinions. You know you're right, and the other side is a bunch of misguided weirdos. But there's a healthy way to deal with conflicting opinions. Actually, it's okay to disagree.
It's not just okay, it's crucial.
Did you just disagree with me about disagreeing?
Healthy disagreement means not assuming that the other side is deluded, misinformed, or actively trying to overthrow America.
A little respect and curiosity keeps resentment off the dinner table.
And out of your social media feeds.
Our nation was founded by people who profoundly disagreed.
So next time your uncle, your niece, or anyone else brings up that one topic that just drives you nuts, take a deep breath.
Be curious, ask questions. If you still disagree, that's okay, but you might find that you aren't as far apart as you think.
Conflict isn't bad. It's the way we disagree that matters. Please join us in showing America the right kind of conflict.
Together,
we can disagree better.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 29 September in the year of our Lord 2025. With the activities at the White House today, also major events around the world. And at the White House, we have Schumer and those guys are coming over for either a surrender ceremony on the government shutdown, or Russ Vought has teed this up perfectly, and I'll point to articles momentarily that are giving Russ Vought hat tips for setting a trap here that President Trump's closing on the Democrats. So you got a meeting there. You have Netanyahu coming over to try to sell the greater Israel project that the president has basically rejected. I'm going to get more into that. The shooter is going to have another court date. On all of this, the most important thing that will happen today is a Gold Star Mother reception at the White House. Now, it's supposed to be closed press, but knowing the president, when he sees the schedule, is going to go, why are we closing this? So I'm sure that's at 5:30, and we will cover that live. That Gold Star Mother reception, and those are moms that sons have died or daughters have died in service to their country in military activity, kinetic activity, and combat. One Gold Star Mother will not be there because she's in a prison in Colorado. The great Tina Peters. Now you might ask why she is in a prison in Colorado, and it's not a good prison. It's a tough prison, and she's not in an honor unit. She's in general population. Why is she in general population? So that she can be tortured, tormented more, messed with more. Why? She is a hero of calling out the 2020 election and the big steal, of which we know was stolen, and we know there was an illegitimate regime in the White House for years. As we said on the show, starting at high noon on the 20th of January, 2021, when everybody abandoned Trump and all ran away except for a couple of hardcore podcasts and the Real America's Voice Network. The first guys out the door were Fox News. Always remember, the first people out the door were Fox News. Murdoch's great email that came up in the lawsuit later. We're going to make Trump a non-person. Just like they banned Charlie Kirk for years. They fired Tucker Carlson, they banned Charlie Kirk, and now they got nothing but crocodile tears over there for Charlie Kirk. They're a bunch of total and complete phonies. But one of the most dangerous of all is right there, Cox, that mealy-mouthed loser from Utah, whose policies and wife's policies at least led to this alleged shooter, which, by the way, it's so many, aspects of this that have not been clarified. In fact, the more they try to clarify, the more confusing it gets. But his policies, remember, he had the statewide call and said, hey, my pronouns are, I don't know, he, she, him, her, it, whatever he said. But he pressed that. And he's a driver in the social emotional learning, SEL, and his wife saying we have an empathy crisis in Utah. No, you have a good order and discipline crisis in Utah. But his sidekick there, and remember, that's Chinese. This whole thing about disagree better, it's nothing but a Chinese social credit score. They're trying to box you in. We're not having it. We don't want unity with you. There's nothing to unify around, Gerald Polis. You're a bad, evil guy. We do not want to unify you. Your policies are detrimental to this country, detrimental to the social order, detrimental to the underpinnings of the Judeo-Christian West. And Polis blocked a basically perfunctory administrative movement by the Bureau of Prisons and the Colorado Department of Corrections. Polis himself stepped into it and said, Tina Peters, who's over 70 years old, right? And all she did was bring up the fact that there's some issue with these machines and codes and all that. He personally, he's sitting there blubbering and that liver lip with Cox. Why don't you two guys get a room? Get a room. You're sitting there blubbering, and your uncle over the mashed potatoes, and your niece with the blue hair. Cut the crap. We're adults. They're pushing this so that they infantize you. You're infantilized. Let me spit that one out on a Monday morning. This is what Utah Valley University did when they came after they had a week off on the Charlie Kirk assassination. They came back. As I reported, the buried lead in the Associated Press story is they had stations set up around the campus. Stations set up around the campus with stuffed animals. Stuffed animals, candy, and counselors. The therapeutic society, as Victor Davis Hanson so brilliantly called it, and I had in the movie Generation Zero. The therapeutic that had Victor in that film. The therapeutic society is crashing and burning around us. What did it get you? It got you, Mom Donnie, in New York City. It got you this mess out in Utah. It got you the armed queers of Salt Lake City. It got you that Antifa crowd out in Portland burning it down every night with the wimpy pencil neck mayor and the weirdo governor coming in and saying, well, there's nothing there. We talked it out. There's nothing happening here. Every time they start, I'm not a person that believes in breaking up states. I do not. Coming from Richmond, Virginia, I think we sorted all that out 150 years ago plus. But I got to tell you, every time those two step to the microphone, you folks in Eastern Oregon or Greater Idaho, all of a sudden your case becomes more compelling. The government's about to shut down. Russ Vought's got it's going to be mass firings, and the Democrats are vapor locked. I think they're threatening 100,000 resignations tomorrow. Come on, folks. Resign before we shut it down. Maybe get a better pay deal. That's okay. The destruction of the administrative state on full display with OMB, Russ Vought, and the President of these United States. All next in the War Room.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, again. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hi, this is Becky from the Florida Panhandle, and I love watching Real America's Voice for the programming, the hosts, and my Rad Chat family.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored.
And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Even Americans on the left now concede that we have a serious trans violence problem in this country, and my polling proves it. A stunning 70% of Kamala Harris voters admit that there is a systemic trans violence issue. That's quite a staggering number, one that frankly even surprised me. But Americans have had enough, including even progressive voters, all convinced by the terrible trifecta of trans-inflicted horrors: the Kirk assassination, the Minnesota Annunciation Catholic School murders, and the Covenant School massacre in Nashville. Overall, only 17% of Americans think that these trans terror incidents were isolated. So let's demand sanity and accountability from big pharma, medical groups, schools, and media. Stop celebrating mental illness and stop pretending that we don't have a deadly problem.
Okay, Steve Cortez, I've got Colonel Harvey, and Colonel Harvey, I'm under a little pressure to, we got a lot to go through, but Steve, real quickly, and you're going to hang around, this poll. You had Cox on 60 Minutes last night, and, of course, Scott Pelley, the philosopher of MAGA. I've been called a lot of things. I've never been called a philosopher. The philosopher of MAGA, right, says you're a national embarrassment. And at least Cox was honest enough to say, yeah, a lot of other people call me a national embarrassment, too. But then he goes into this soft, the mentality of the Coxes of the world. Because the Polises aggressively push this. Polis, and I keep saying this transgender movement, if you look at women in sports, everything like that, it's a bunch of manipulative men who have psychological problems, right? You've got some like the shooter in Nashville, but it's principally very manipulative, cunning, weirdo men that have a big mental issue, and even the hard left understands this. Do they not, Steve, according to your poll?
Exactly. And listen, this poll surprised even me, and I do a lot of polling. But we found out that just across the board, 3/4 of Americans, no matter what demographic, no matter what their partisanship, concur that we have a serious systemic problem with trans violence. When you get 70% of Kamala Harris voters saying, yeah, there's a problem here, this is a bigger issue, these are not isolated. We got 71% of non-religious folks, the NONESs, the nuns, people who claim they're either atheists or agnostics. That is typically the most liberal left-leaning group in polling. And usually the divide between religious believers and non-believers is as wide as anything in American politics. Well, in this case, Steve, 71% of Catholics said it's a systemic problem, 70% of non-believers. That's stunning. And that tells me that, number one, thankfully, there is consensus for sanity in this country and that people are frankly scared, as they should be, worried for their children, worried for themselves. But secondly, it tells me that don't listen to the Coxes, to the surrender caucus, right, who wants to preach about ridiculous unity. No, there will be no unity. When we see this kind of evil, this kind of clear terror threat to the country, one that puts children in danger and robs them of their lives, even while they're praying at church or at a Christian school studying, we are going to smash that ideology. We're going to arrest these monsters. And we're not interested in unity, and we're not interested in Governor Cox and his kumbaya moment with these evil, dangerous leftists, and even progressive voters are coming around. That's what my poll shows.
Stick around, Cortez. I'm going to come back to you because the number, when you sent me the poll, the 70% of the atheists and the hardcores, when you have none, and that's people that say I have no religious affiliation or belief, kind of the agnostics and the atheists. When you have 70% of those, and only 71% of the Catholics, when they just shot up a Catholic school on the opening day mass, tells me more about, hey, we still got a big problem in the Catholic Church. So I'm going to come back to you on this. Harvey, Colonel Harvey, you're an intel expert. The issue we had before us, and this goes with the signing of the proclamation, and if you haven't read it, I'll get it to Grace and Mo and put it out. It's really pretty extraordinary. President Trump is his famous saying, no more games, right? They're going to Oregon. He's going to clean up that mess. They're going on Law and Order to Chicago. Are we prepared? This is more of the quasi-kinetic drop the hammer. But are we prepared psychologically to do what has to be done with really the creeping kind of SEL, what's really driving the therapeutic society's takeover of the United States, sir?
No, we are not. To be, direct in answering your question, we've been, myopically focused on the symptoms of the kinetic violence, which brings attention and some responses. But what we're really dealing with here is a broader-based organizational and movement effort. Many different groups, be it Antifa that are cellular and localized in an organized way in places like Portland and Seattle and other cities across the country. And there are tens and tens of thousands of them. But then there are other spin-off groups, Marxists, Leninists, Maoists, the Democratic Socialist Alliance. They're doing training, the Rifle Association type stuff, resistance training, how to fight back against ICE and the federal government, how to do collection and intelligence against law enforcement, how to obstruct. And this is an organized effort. And you got to think in terms of, almost revolutionary in its approach, green revolution, in order to create turmoil and resistance against not just this administration, but American government and the Constitution.
This is, if we don't take care of this part of it, along with obviously the terror cells and the active violence, I will tell folks, we are heading, I keep saying England's heading to a civil war because England is always just like in Brexit prior to the Trump victory in 2016. Britain's politics, I think, always follows us, and even on the continent a little bit, as far as the tectonic plate shifts. And I keep saying England's headed toward a civil war. I just don't see any way out of it. Starmer's got the lowest ratings in modern political history. With the biggest majority I think they've had, or something that's even bigger than what the Conservatives had. Complete collapse of his government, complete collapse of the social order over there. This whole issue they have with taking down the Union Jack and taking down St. George's Cross, the flag of the English, and saying you only put up a Palestinian flag. But I tell you here, you see it with the John Brown Society they've got now, where the left is jumping into it. You see it with this. You talked about, I think, the socialist. The Democratic Socialist Rifle Clubs claim 10,000 members or more. If we don't act now and act in taking down the therapeutic part of this, and a big part of this, as Sheila Matthews and the great team over at Able Child show, because I think these shooters this weekend were also on these, the psychotic drugs. We've let the psychiatry industry basically poison the minds and the bodies with drugs. We have a massive problem that is the foundational element of the violence at top. And this is what Cox and these guys continue to push with we have an empathy crisis. No, we have a good order and discipline crisis. Okay, you can see in the guy that shot the ICE thing he's another doper, smokes dope all the time. Just another one. Parents just let him lay around, play video games, smoke dope, and then let society deal with it. What is your recommendation? You're one of the smartest intelligence, counterintelligence guys around. You straightened out to the degree the Iraq War could be straightened out. You're the one that kind of you were one of the intellectual architects saying we're going about it wrong. How do we take this on here in this country and do it rapidly, or you're going to spin into a civil war in this country if we don't take care of it? So how do we do it, Colonel Harvey?
Well, exposure is a big part of it, and the denial or the collaboration of, Director Wray and Comey and others in denying the activities and presence of Antifa and other like organizations was a problem. So, the joint task force that Pam Bondi has instructed to, be mobilized and get involved in this fight, it has to be going after more than just these kinetic activities and the people that are obstructing at the ICE centers, for example. You have to go after the finances. You have to go after the facilitators. You have to go after organizers. You have to go after, other organizations, be it Tides Foundation, Kellogg Foundation, the Soros Open Societies that have found a way to basically launder money, is what I would say, to get to the street level. Now, Congress can play a role, but it has to be reinforced with a J6-like effort for the investigations and the exposure. And it has to work hand in hand with FBI and DOJ. And then we also need to do something that we never do on our side of the aisle, Steve. They've got, the Southern Poverty Law Center that for, 2.5 decades has, categorized, investigated, and exposed. Well, we need something financed on our side that outside in order to help the FBI and others understand what they're really dealing with. And that takes some effort, but we usually think of how do I monetize that? They don't think about that on their side of the aisle. And lastly, I think, we just have to recognize, what it is we're really dealing with. And we tend to focus on the surface of these kinetic acts, and then it leaves the news cycle, and then we move on to the next thing. We need to be serious about it, and we have not been. And we need people who really understand how to do this work.
Colonel Harvey, hang over a second. I'll hold you through the break. Gold's at another all-time high. We explained to you on Saturday, Philip Patrick, myself. By the way, go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Softness in the dollar, but also the central banks are changing their reserves, particularly around the euro dollar, because that's where these Russian assets are. And the euros, the EU guys are afraid it will never have a chance of becoming a prime reserve currency if they steal the Russian assets. This is why gold is on a rocket shot right now. I'll explain more of that after a short commercial break.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
What we explained on Saturday is one of the reasons that gold is the central banks are changing out their asset base and really, increasing gold more than ever, record buys. Part of that is both the U.S. dollar and particularly the euro. And one of the reasons for the euro, they're very concerned that, hey, that $350 billion in Russian assets that they're prepared to steal from the Russian people to pay, because they have no money. They got big talk over in Europe, but no money. They're all broke. And you're going to see a further implosion of the French economy and a further implosion of the United Kingdom's economy. And where have you heard that first? Over a year ago, right here on this show. In fact, I've been on them since Liz Truss had her screw up. You're going to see a further implosion. This is why this Ukraine situation couldn't be more dangerous. Talking about, Zelensky talking about I need tomahawks, I need to be able to strike deep. Trump authorized and okayed I shouldn't say authorized, but President Trump, he said, was supportive and knew about in advance the attack into Russia. Now he wants Tomahawk missiles. We're getting sucked into that more and more, and the Europeans got no cash, no men, no arms, and no political will to do anything. At the same time, you're going to see France and England over the next couple of weeks really cough it up. You can't hide. When you're in this bad of financial shape, you can't hide it. When you got that much debt and running those big of deficits, you can't hide it. Part of the reason we're going to have a government shutdown, we got to get our arms around this spending. And right now, they played into President Trump's hands. President Trump has got to be very firm. Hey, tough break for some swell guys. Either approve the clean CR, which we don't love, but we're prepared. The audience is prepared to say, okay, we got to do it. We got to do it. But it's better than the Democrats. They want to get more money for madness, like funding illegal alien health care. Not going to happen. So let them shut it down. Russ Vote's got the plan. There's a memo out, got the plan to do mass firings. I think there's 100,000 administrative state types already said that they're retiring. They're quitting by midnight tomorrow. Go for it. Go with God. If that gets you a better deal in retirement, hey, if you got to do it, do it. But you got to break up the administrative state. The New York Times, can I put that? The New York Times has a profile of Russ Vote that is 5-star. Magnificent picture right there, and really talks about Russ, the years here on War Room, what he did. Got some great quotes in there. Great quote from Charlie Kirk on the Charlie Kirk show years ago saying what a rock star Russ was, but talks about Russ's plan of having President Trump's back from the very first term, and has been working this plan forever. Remember in 22 when he was at CRA, founded CRA, he came in and he did we had him do his own budgets. Came out and showed you how you get to a balanced budget over time. Russ Vote is the man that President Trump's looking for now, and it couldn't be a better situation. Birchgold.com. Also text mine. Take your phone and text it if you want something a little quicker and dirtier. Go to text Bannon, Bannon, at 989898, the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. And this has got all the 401ks and the IRAs and all the technicality that you'll want to know about tax deferment or tax-free and all that. But gold's on a roll, and we walked you through the structural reasons. The structural reasons, and we never talk about the price or barely talk about the price, but the process of what drives the value. Well, now more than ever, with the world having $338 trillion in debt at all levels. This is the OECD report highlighted in the Financial Times last week. And I keep saying we're going to have the world's biggest margin call. That margin call is going to start in France and the United Kingdom. And it's going to have reverberations. Thank God you've got Scott Bessent over at Treasury. A safe pair of hands has kept the bond market and the stock market responding appropriately to his safe stewardship under the leadership of President Trump. Derek Harvey, you know more about this than any one person. Your expertise, your time on not just in the military and helping think through that debacle that Bush got us into in Iraq, but also under President Trump's term with Devin Nunes over at House Intel. You were spectacular, and your time actually on the White House staff under President Trump. Do you have examples? Talk to me about Antifa for a minute before I talk about investigations.
You know, when we go after these organizations, whether it's going after a terrorism organization, mafia, or Antifa, I think at first blush, we are underestimating the scale and scope of what we're confronting across this country. And I hope the administration wakes up to that fact and will realize they have to put a lot more resources into going after those threat groups, along with going after the finances that come through groups like Act Blue, for example. But in Portland in 2020 and 2021, I took a look at about 2,000 federal detainees that were linked to Antifa in one way or another based upon their own social media that I took a look at. This is their own social media and their references and their communications, etc., that were readily available to anybody who wanted to go to their sites. And some of them didn't have sites, but they were referenced by other people on these sites. And there was a coordinated effort. There were leaders. There were people that would tell others, this is where you get money in Salt Lake City. If you need a plane ticket, you get a hold of this guy in Missoula. Once you get on the ground, these are the organizations and addresses that you need to go to for support. If you're at a different level, some of the people that were a little higher that were picked up that were not street fighters provided us leads to higher levels of organization and where they were actually getting the money. And so the thing is, when the FBI director said that there was no organization, we looked at it and we said there is organization. You just have to understand what you're looking at, be curious, and understand their tactics, their techniques, and their procedures, and then build your knowledge. But we have not really wanted to do it because, we get diffused in our efforts, and this has not been a priority. Now I think we have an opportunity with this administration to go after it. And when it begins to be exposed, we'll be able to tear it out by the roots, whether it's the financial organizations where money gets siphoned over through Act Blue, or some other organization, be it through Tides and through other subsidiaries.
I want to go back. I know you got to bounce, and so I'll talk to you afterwards. Maybe get you back on tomorrow, Wednesday. I want to go back to 2020. You said there were 2,000 federal detainees. Does that mean people incarcerated in federal prisons or in federal custody that you guys did this analysis of?
They were detained in Portland for assaults on federal facilities and federal officers, violent assaults. And so we were able to get their information, not just from the arrest records, but then doing just open source, unclassified investigations into, what they'd been doing, what they were posting, how they were communicating.
Why did Bill Barr talk to president? This is my problem with the Republican Party and the establishment of the Republican establishment. We're on the cusp of a civil war in this country. I could argue it's already started with the violence. This is like America in the late 1850s, kind of the John Brown era. Okay, this is why one of those groups is called the John Brown Society. We're sliding towards, as I've been right about, sliding toward a broader kinetic third world war. We're sliding to a civil war in this country. It's as obvious as anything if you know what to look for in pattern recognition. Why did Bill Barr, in the establishment running the Justice Department in 2020, talk President Trump out of designating them a terrorist organization at the time? If you guys had this level of kind of information that was out there just in public sources, why are we 5 years later just doing it now? Why did Bill Barr talk the president out of doing it then, sir?
Because the facts and the truth were absolutely inconvenient to the institution that was leading the FBI, as well as most of the institutional permanent leadership there at DOJ. And I don't think Mr. Barr was interested in pursuing this, just like he was not interested in pursuing the election integrity problems from the 2020 election.
Well, the predicate to the steal of the 2020 election is what happened in June. And they will never, the establishment, because they're so gutless and they want to play at their country clubs and go to their, they're sitting on their corporate boards, they will never go after a protected class. This is part of, as Derek Harvey informed me, 8 years ago, the managed decline of the United States by the elites of the United States of both parties. The managed decline of this country. And the next stage in the managed decline is absolutely a civil war unless we stop it today. And we have every tool in the toolbox to stop it. We can do it very peacefully, stop it, but you have to have the political will to go do it. You have to have the stones to sit there and go, we're going to do this. And you see President Trump, I think he's had enough of it. He's had enough of people tapping him along. He's had enough of people saying, well, we can't do it, or this is what we can't do. He's saying, hey, I don't want to hear it. Here's what we're going to do, and we're going to do it now. Is that your take on things, Harvey? Am I misreading this situation? Because I always kind of defer to your judgment on many of these topics.
I agree with you completely. Remember Rich Higgins? He brought truth to the White House, and he got fired and marginalized for that. We need people like Rich Higgins standing up and willing to, just dig into the truth and communicate it to the leadership. But then you need leadership around the president who are willing to take that information in rather than saying, well, there's potential problems here. There could be some friction. We got other things on our agenda. And then they never tackle the hard issues. The second thing is, many people don't even understand what is really going on because it's never been communicated to them what subversion is, what it looks like here, what these organizations have been doing for decades, and maybe a tutorial on what the Islamist groups have been doing in our country, as well as, what the old Soviet active measures, the former KGB leader, Yuri Bezmenov, for example, outlined it very well. But no one in the FBI today, I don't think, even understands what the strategy and operational profile is of the enemy that's trying to subvert this country.
They're subverting it because they want to break the social order. They want to break the basically what has made America great for so many decades and centuries. They want to break that. They want to break that social order, turn it into chaos. We can stand in the breach and stop that, and we have the ability, we have the power. We're a little short of personnel, but you can kind of make that up. You go with what you got. You fight with the army you got. We can do all that. It's just, and I think President Trump has now come to the conclusion. This is why he sent the missive publicly to Pam Bondi. Hey, we got to get on with this, and you know it better than anybody. The depth and depravity of the deep state of Brennan and these people. This is why they're so nervous. Axios, which is the conventional wisdom, they've got a great piece that came out this morning saying how the Democrats are so worried now. They're checking their finances. They're going back and look at their mortgages. They're seeing if they got enough money for lawyers. Why? They know they're guilty. That's why, and they know we're coming for them. Derek, I know you got to bounce. Colonel, social media. We'll have you back on very shortly to do that tutorial. Where do people go?
At Twitter, Colonel D. Harvey, and then online, DerekHarvey.org.
Colonel Harvey, honored to have you on here this morning. Kick off the week. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. By the way, home title lock. Every dream you've ever had is in that home. And if you actually own a home, consider yourself quite lucky. Because folks right now under 35, the chances they're going to own a home unless we make some big changes, pretty remote. And they know that. That's one of the reasons they're saying, hey, this system doesn't work for me. When the HB1 visa, the scam there is taking all their good jobs, and 12 million STEM kids are unemployed, men and women. HometitleLock.com. Promo code Steve. Go check it out today. Don't let every dream you had turn into a nightmare. Check it out.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We're going to cut to a shot of the color guard as soon as we get it from the White House. Our own Brian Glenn is there. Netanyahu's showing up. I'm going to get into the whole Netanyahu of it at the start of the next segment. He arrives at 11. There's going to be as a tradition, as a private bilat. I think 11:30. President may bring people into the Oval for a press avail, although there is a press conference in the East Room, so this is pretty formal. There's a lunch in between, and then a press brief, and then a press conference, a formal press conference. So a lot going on. I have a lot to say about that also. Steve Cortez, the Therapeutic Society. First off, Cortez, and I realize Scott Pelley, what did he call me? The philosopher of MAGA, right? I take that with a grain of salt because it is 60 Minutes CBS. They're always wrong, so I guess they're wrong in that. But I see this quite clearly is that we're spinning towards a civil war unless we stop it now. And by stopping it is not a group hug and not kumbaya. It's right. To basically enforce American traditional values and to do it with the means, the peaceful means. And Charlie Kirk's assassination and the aftermath show you how powerful we are. Right, and to do this now. Is your research, you've been out throughout the country and with the workers on the H-1Bs, is my theory of the case correct that we need to do this now and you need to go all in, not just with sending the troops out to Antifa, but you need to go after all these groups, whether it's the Southern Poverty Law Center, ADL, all of them, and the therapeutic guys, the psychiatrists. There ought to be massive investigation into the psychiatry industry right now, the drugs, big pharma, all of it immediately. Sir, thoughts?
Yes, you're exactly correct. We are at a very volatile juncture in this country right now. I just think that is the reality. We're at a fulcrum moment where you're right. Things can get decidedly worse and much more violent from here, or we can use the power that we have earned at the ballot box, and we can use the authority, which is legitimate but can be fierce, to smash these radical leftists and this evil, violent ideology. And by the way, when it comes to the most virulent part of it, which is the trans-inspired or trans-adjacent ideology, we even have complete buy-in from the left, from progressive voters who now realize, wait a second, there's something very systemic, very evil, very deeply ingrained going on here. And even Kamala Harris voters, even religious non-believers are willing to say this is dangerous and this is wrong and this madness has to stop. We have to stop celebrating mental illness. We have to stop almost acting as if it's something that should be lauded in our society instead of treated, right, as a fundamental disorder. And I'm glad you mentioned Big Pharma, Steve, because, of course, this is key. You know, in so many of these crises in our society, all roads lead to Big Pharma. And what Big Pharma has been doing regarding these puberty blockers, regarding the sex change drugs that it continues to push both on children as well as adults who are vulnerable and need help rather than these powerful drugs, these Big Pharma companies, they need to be shamed and they need to be sued. All right, they need both. They need to be shamed and sued. And if we do that, concurrent with law enforcement operations, with kicking down doors, with dismantling the financing of the left, then I'm confident that through lawful, calm means, we can defeat these leftist terrorists. But otherwise, you know, I think to your point, Steve, the alternative is not pleasant. You know, for example, my own father came to the United States from Colombia. Colombia is a country that has been beset by guerrilla street violence, often ideologically based, for a long, long time, way even before the drug wars, going back in its history. So you have these leftist terrorists, and then you have the counter of paramilitary right, who fights back against them. It's not impossible that America can end up in that place, but we don't have to, and I don't believe we will. But there's a real risk of it because there's tremendous angst in the country right now, tremendous angst, most of it economically inspired because of what the globalists have done to working class Americans. But so when you take a country that is already disputatious and anxious, and on top of that now you lay a very legitimate danger of leftist terrorists who are killing children, who are killing political figures in open political assassinations, it can be a really toxic brew if we don't take swift action right now.
Can we play the, you've made, by the way, in pivoting, and this is showing up, I think, and could be a major upset in New Jersey. And we just had Sophia Georges on, who's running for like one of the townships. But 6 months ago, she said, hey, this is going to come down to affordability. Utilities, electrical utilities cost $900 a month for like a medium-sized house in the housing crisis. She says she's knocking on doors because she doesn't have any money on the campaign, one of these local people. She knocks on doors of everybody. She says Democrats are telling her, hey, I don't want to change my registration because I don't, but I'm not voting for Democrats anymore. I can't do it. You've made a doc about it, Steve. Can we go ahead and play the trailer?
Ethnic citizens here in New Jersey, many of whom are working class people, turn to the political right. They have had it with a crooked globalist economic system that works against their interests.
The Democrat Party continues to leave people behind. They just want the basics to work. They want to live a normal life. They want their kids to grow up like they did.
They are completely done with open borders and the ravages to these communities of lavish benefits for illegals.
For the people, they get hit with 30, 40, 50% tax rates. So they come in here, and New Jersey has been hollowed out. Mom and pop businesses hardly exist anymore in the state.
These salt of the earth citizens, they find a new home far, far away from the crazy Democrats of today.
My parents moved us from Ecuador so that we can have a better life, so we can have an education. And in 2020, my children who were born here, first generation, can't go to school. Like, that's wrong.
This original American state, it represents the best of the United States and the full potential of this country.
Okay. Steve, we got about a minute. What do you believe you're seeing from your doc? Where do people go to see it? Because I smell an upset coming to New Jersey if it all comes together. Where do they go?
I'm with you. I think it's happening, and a lot of it's because of ethnics, many of them Hispanic, of course, in New Jersey. But go to CortezInvestigates.com. We had some fun with this doc, too, because we realized that Tony Soprano's hometown flipped to red in 2024, went for Trump. So did Passaic County, where a lot of the Sopranos happened. So we really focused on Italian Americans, Hispanic Americans, what they are believing, their anxieties, their hopes, their fears, all of it in New Jersey. Something big is happening in New Jersey. The polling is starting to show that. I saw it on the ground there. We've got a real shot at winning this state. Jack Ciattarelli's running a great race, too. He's a heck of a candidate.
Scott Pressler says Pennsylvania is going to become the new Ohio, and New Jersey is going to become the new Pennsylvania. We'll see. We're going to cover this one tightly. Cortez, social media, where you go? What are your coordinates?
Yeah, CortezInvestigates.com, and also see me on the Twitter. I'm at Cortez Steve, Cortez with an S at the end.
Thank you, sir. Short break. Netanyahu to the White House. Next in the War Room.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love rap. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, just to put in perspective this issue of the government shutdown, to make sure that you fully understand the information that's out there, and understanding this audience, you're not crazy about the clean CR, right? We kind of stand against those. It would kick it down to November 21st, which is, right before Thanksgiving. So clearly, to get out of town, some trade-offs are going to happen. You're not going to love. We got to be ready to fight for that. The alternative the Senate had, there's a massive omnibus that's kind of out there. Don't let anybody tell you not. They got a big old omnibus out there, and they're going to have a lot of crap in that omnibus, as they always do. One is they're going to reinsert all the restrictions we put on the for AI. There's many other things they're going to put in there too that you're going to hate. So that's the specter that's hanging out there. So anytime you see these people come on TV and start yammering on about it, understand that there's already deals been cut behind the scenes. That being said, what President Trump's not prepared to do, and I just want to read, the great Jake Sherman just posted this on social media. It was a Caroline Leavitt hit on Fox earlier this morning, where Caroline said, and I'm quoting her, President Trump and Republicans are committed to keeping the government open. There are no good reasons for the Democrats to shut down the federal government and hurt the American people. Democrats need to stop playing political games and do their jobs. And Jake Sherman puts on top of that, with all the caveats that no one speaks for Trump besides Trump, this doesn't seem like a White House ready to negotiate. I don't think they are ready to negotiate because there's nothing to negotiate. Schumer's on all weekend, hey, we have to have a meeting, and he has to negotiate. He always has to, no, you don't have to negotiate. Nancy Pelosi and you guys didn't negotiate. Remember, they forced the government shutdown in 2018 after they won the House, right? Even before they took over in 2019, they forced the government shutdown over the wall, or building the wall. Whenever they have the leverage, they use it. We have the leverage. Now, there's stories out there that 100,000 employees of the federal government, various employees, maybe even some contractors, are prepared to essentially quit, resign, retire, do whatever, leading up to midnight tomorrow night on the 30th. At midnight is when we run out of money. Right now, Russ Vogt, can we play the clip? Can we play the clip from Russ Vogt? Let's play the about Russ Vogt, about the memo that was in earlier. And if you've been able to pull the Caroline, let's pull that too. If you don't, that's fine.
Last night, the OMB director, Russ Vogt, he told agencies to prepare shutdown plans that include permanent layoffs. What more do we know?
We obtained this memo late last night. It was sent over by the Office of Management and Budget. And in it, it says that they are preparing for a potential shutdown. And some of this is normal. And they've had some planning calls apparently about this week. And there's some politics in here, some finger pointing that the administration is doing at Democrats in particular, saying that they are inching closer to a shutdown over a series of insane demands, including $1 trillion in new spending. But this note goes farther, and what it suggests is that the agencies could use this moment to do mass layoffs. It says agencies are directed to use this opportunity to consider reduction in force. And as you know, Jeff, this administration, I should say, has really relied on these RIF notices, these reduction in force mechanisms, to really slim down the federal government in the last 7 or so months of the Trump administration.
This is why I go back to the New York Times article. The New York Times article, and for longer-term viewers of the show, you remember right after we won in November, when we were doing the organization of the government, and Russ hadn't been picked yet, but as soon as he kind of got picked, I said, hey, and they were kicking around this idea of Elon coming in with Doge. I said there has to be a merger of the Doge operation with OMB. Because Russ has been doing this now for a long time. He knows every nook and cranny. He knows programmatically, he knows every program. Here's the reason why, just the way the government works. When you have an appropriations bill that gets negotiated in Congress, in both the House and in the Senate, and it gets passed and the president signs it, it becomes a law, okay? Then it has to be executed. Remember, this is one of the things that President Trump now is in the doesn't give two F's mode of the presidency. He's been tapped along by enough people. He understands if you sign an executive order or if you sign the appropriations, you still have to force it through the bureaucracy to make sure it's done. Now, the appropriations, that's why it's such an important committee. That's a law, and really the whole city revolves around the appropriations. Okay, this is why we fought when Matt Gaetz and the War Room and others led the effort to remove McCarthy about the debt ceiling deal. It was also to get back to single subject appropriations bill, because that's where you can see where the money really gets spent, where the deals are really cut, and you want to get it out of the smoke-filled rooms and get it up to the front. So Russ knows everything about it. And we said at the time, you got to merge these processes because eventually it's going to come to an appropriations bill. And if you want to cut spending, that's where you have to cut it. Plus, it is the process to expose. We know that Democrats are insane. They're insane when it comes to fiscal reality. They just want to spend and think you can print money and everything's fine. Here's the reason, is that they have no clue about economics. And quite frankly, they don't care. It's all about power and about expanding government programs. You expose here who's really with you and who's against you. And if you remember, you go back to, I think, to the summer of 22, this audience, and we would have 25,000 people on Getter and a couple, tens of thousands on Rumble watching all night these appropriations committee meetings, 2 and 3 in the morning, where you had Marjorie Taylor Greene and Gates and Andy Biggs and all the House Freedom Caucus guys arguing against things like USAID, why are we funding this, and going through the specifics and being voted down by a Republican majority on the committee. So this process is what Russ Vought knows intimately. He is the lead, he's the tip of the spear on what I referred to back in CPAC in February of 2017, because we were already working together, the deconstruction of the administrative state. And this is what the New York Times article, which I think is fabulous, because, of course, it's the New York Times. They're going to take shots, but they really, you see Russ Vought in all his seriousness and all his gravitas. And it goes all the way back to the beginning. Russ Vought is the architect for implementing President Trump's thing to take the federal bureaucracy and to take it apart kind of brick by brick and leave those aspects of it you need to actually govern. He's not a anarcho-libertarian that says we don't need any government. No, we certainly need a regulatory apparatus, right? You certainly need the cabinet departments, at least some of them. I mean, education, others you can get out of and start to radically downsize the government so it gets out of every aspect of your life. Russ Vought's the guy that do it. Now, the Democrats have walked into a trap. While Sherman, these guys have been saying, no, we got to keep this spending and that spending. Trump's just going, you're not listening to me. Government runs out at midnight, and I've agreed to a CR for a short period of time, essentially 2 months, right? About 60 days, even less than 60 days, 50-some days, in order to try to pull it together one more time. But I'm not going to add into this additional spending. It's not going to happen. And Schumer goes, well, you have to negotiate. The American people, no, the American people, listen, the Democrats are shutting down the government. And what Russ and the team over at OMB, what I'm so proud of, have literally got a plan, and they sent the memo around and said, hey, we're going to have reductions in force, mass reductions in force. When they leaked that last week, the Democrat Party goes, what did they say? Hey, he do what? This is not Elon running around with a chainsaw with Millet, who, by the way, we're tossing a $20 billion currency lifeline to. Not that Steve Bannon ever said the libertarian policies won't solve your economy, but I did say the libertarian policy is not going to solve the problem with your economy. It's not going to be some theatric chainsaw. It's going to be the Russ Vought's of the world going through program by program. Here's why. Once the appropriations bill is signed by the president, it then gets put over to OMB. And they monitor the entire thing as it goes out to the various departments and the alphabet agencies to actually be executed. And this thing is massive. But you can call over to OMB and say, Russ, hey, I got a question on some obscure agriculture program. And he says, give me 20 minutes. And I said, you don't need to come, send your guy. Because the OMB is vast. I think it's 600 to 700, 800 people. They follow every day programmatically how the money actually gets spent and kind of what the results are, how we're doing. Not a total, independent analysis, but kind of where it stands in the program on an annual basis, daily. So there's no better person than Russ Vought and the team at OMB. If you remember, if you're old enough to remember the Reagan administration, OMB wasn't even something people understood. A young guy named David Stockman was put in the job, and he became the rock star of the early years of President Reagan's administration, because it was the first time a guy had answers for everything, because OMB is the center. As I say, the two most powerful jobs ex the president, I think, in D.C., as I said, is chief of staff, which kind of coordinates everything, and director of OMB, which really takes where the money is. And Russ Vought has a plan for mass layoffs, or what they call reduction in force, and not kind of a Elon Musk where you bounce in one moment and bouncing out another, and these people are let go, and you got air traffic controllers. This is systematic. And the New York Times says it opens with an incident between the Doge guys and Russ Vought. And Russ Vought is always the go-to guy because he's a safe pair of hands. He's steady Eddie. He will he won't oversell what he can do. But now you have a mass riff, and so, hey. And I kept saying a couple of weeks ago, remember, essential versus non-essential. Essential versus non-essential. In that non-essential, Russ Vought has got a plan to say, look, some of these are really non-essential. In fact, they're going to leave the yard because we're never going to bring them back. Russ is the guy that has come up with the strategy for President Trump, or the tactics for President Trump's strategy of reducing spending, of rescissions, pocket rescissions, and impoundments. The article set up, and it's very interesting, if you take Mike Davis on one hand and Russ Vought on the other, who are war room regulars for years, it talks about pushing the envelope of the Article 2 powers of the presidency. And you're 100%, you throw Stephen Miller in there, kind of the trifecta. You have three individuals, obviously the viceroy outside the government, but a very close advisor to many, many people. Three individuals who are focused on the Article 2 powers of the presidency, whether that's ability to cut spending or to fire people, to terminate people, which Russ is very focused on, are kind of Stephen Miller's. What is with the Alien Sedition Act and the other emergency powers on spending, or excuse me, emergency powers on the Alien Sedition Act, and also what's happening with the police operations and the armed operations going to Chicago and others, right? President Trump is commander-in-chief. And then you get Mike Davis, and what Mike Davis says is the president's third leg of the stool of his powers: chief law enforcement officer and chief magistrate. That trifecta is pushing the edge of the envelope for the Article 2 powers, the inherent powers of the executive, as envisioned by the framers of the Constitution. And so far, as we saw with the ruling of the Supreme Court on the foreign aid money, they backed him up. That's what this fight's about. And it's coming to a climax in the next 24, 40 hours, at least part of it. More on the other side.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Hi, my name is Tracy Elk with Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, we're looking at a gate right there. There's something odd going on, and I can't get a straight answer. There's no color guard. There's no color guard. Netanyahu is coming through the working side of the West Wing, the one we show you all the time. If you remember when NATO came, excuse me, I shouldn't say NATO, when the European heads came for the Zelensky meeting back on that Monday over, a month ago, the protocol ambassador, our own Monica Crowley, would come forward and meet them as they came up to the south entrance to the White House. I don't believe Netanyahu's coming to this. No, there's a camera right there. So the camera's set up in right there. Traditionally, you've seen this a million times. If we can go and put that shot up, not the gate itself, the West Wing. Can you put that up? There we go. Thank you, Denver. Denver, you give me an inch, I'll take a mile here. I'll direct you. So right there, that's the tradition. And I guess this is it right now. Is this Netanyahu? There's no color guard. I've never seen. There is a Marine that's always outside. And there's the President of the United States. And I'll ask Brian, but I've never seen it. I've never seen this without the colors in a color guard. So we have to get an answer for that. It's 11:15, 11:20. This will start, as we said, Netanyahu's there. I think it's the fourth or fifth time.
And the 21-point plan, is everyone on board?
So you saw the media shouting questions right there from essentially Pebble Beach, or it's kind of across from Pebble Beach. That's the area down where Real America's Voice and others are. President just greeted Netanyahu, took him into, that's a small reception area. You walk right in through normally the Roosevelt room and then go right into the Oval. Now the president's supposed to have a closed session bilat, but as the president normally does, he normally lets the press in. I think they're going to have a conversation. I'm not saying the conversation is going to get heated, but there's a wide gap between the bid and the ask here. But I got to ask, to get Brian Glenn, I'm asking my crack staff, I got to get an answer on that color guard. I've seen, and we've shown you dozens of those, but I don't ever remember of head of state arriving without, not the two Marines out front, they're on kind of permanent guard there, but the no color guard, no flags of the nations and flags of the states. Pretty extraordinary. Look, there's definitely tension. You heard the question right there, the 21-point plan. Now, where do we stand? This issue of the Greater Israel Project, and that is a direct confrontation with the Persians, with Iran for regime change there, some sort of issue with the Sinai, something with, since Hezbollah has been essentially defeated, to go up into Syria and to get some sort of partition there, at least in the southern part where the Druze are, as a barrier or safety protection for Israel, given the intrusions that have happened in the past and the assaults that have happened in the past, and also the West Bank. President Trump, who's gotten criticism maybe for allowing Bibi to kind of run wild, particularly sending missiles in to take out Hamas negotiators in Qatar, right after he had taken out the Persian negotiators that Steve Witkoff was supposed to meet with before the July 12-day war. If you look at the overall project, I don't know. President Trump has pretty much, I think, shut that down. And why do I say that? This 21-point plan they just talked about, I think, does the opposite of what Netanyahu, and I've never been a two-state guy. I've always been one state. But the 21-point plan and what President Trump met with Arab leaders at the United Nations in the side meetings, this 21-point plan, the Gaza redevelopment, is not at least the way I read it, is not taking out militarily the Hamas fighters, the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas local franchisees, as we said should have happened and should have happened in the first 6 months. Our issue with Netanyahu, he puts his own personal political situation ahead of what's best for Israel, and particularly they're not really an ally of the United States. They continue to drag us into this. Now, the 21-point plan, what they just asked about there, and President Trump says we're very close to a deal. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but the way I read it, that's setting up for a two-state solution. That's setting up the underpinnings of some sort of Arab involvement in the management under at least some interim basis. Tony Blair, who's on the Arab payroll. Tony Blair's taking big money out of Qatar. I think he's also on the payroll of UAE. He's not shy about it. I think he's upfront about it. And I mean a lot of money. I think Qatar was paying him $20 million a year or something. I don't know the specific number, but it was a big number as Qatar spread their influence. And look, I am the most adamant anti-Qatar individual around, and I don't like the way we're rubbing up on them. But they've spent their money very, very smartly, both in Western Europe, particularly the United Kingdom, and the United States. And they have a role in all this. But the 21-point plan, so first off, Gaza, I don't know, looks like there's some sort of foundational element for a two-state solution, the way this whole wind down the war, let's get the redevelopment going. Now, I think it would be a horrible idea for any American resources or any American involvement, or particularly any American peacekeepers. That is like verboten, no-go zone. So that whole thing, though, but has stopped Netanyahu's main thing to clear out Gaza. Number two, Tel Aviv Levin today is putting up Mike Johnson saying, well, the West Bank is Israel's and part of Israel. President Trump came out. He couldn't have been more adamant. He said it 3 or 4 times. We've got the clips. I was going to play them as a package, but it looks like this meeting's going to start. I want to make sure we're on top of it. President Trump came out adamantly after meeting with the Arab nations and said, no, there's not going to be any Israeli takeover, no takeover of the West Bank. None. 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. Couldn't be more adamant. And, of course, all the Trump supporters in the Israel First crowd, which are none, immediately put up Johnson saying, well, Johnson's saying that it's actually Israel property. Hey, the commander-in-chief just said it ain't happening. So do you support him? You're supposed to be so uber MAGA, Levin and you crowd that hated him for years, trash-talked him for years, worked against him for years, and pushed your buddy, Ted Cruz, who admitted on Tucker Carlson that the reason he got in politics was to save Israel. I don't know. Kind of weird coming from a guy from Texas, right? So that's 2, and these are fundamental to the Greater Israel Project. This is fundamental. Like in the president's, boom, Gaza, we're going to have this redevelopment, 21-point plan, and I got the Arabs to sign on to it. The guys are going to write some checks. And you heard the first question the media asked, and the second was his adamant, the West Bank we're not doing. Not going to do the West Bank. That's Trump. And I think there's an argument as a Christian, right, about the sites there, and is it proper to have those? And I'm not a big fan of having Muslims control Christian sites. So that's it. But President Trump's adamant, boom, not happening. And you see, hey, he wants to bring peace to this thing and get it off his plate. Most importantly, what was I ranting and raving about when all of a sudden Steve Bannon goes, from a big supporter of Israel to now I'm an anti-Semite? What is that? It was about the Persian War, the 12-day war. And remember, I said, what doesn't make sense here is you have Tulsi Gabbard saying one thing and John Ratcliffe, who basically has a huge relationship with the Mossad, saying something diametrically opposed. And that was, we had to go now. It was so urgent. You had to go urgent, because they're hours away, days away, weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Remember that? back on that Thursday night when they went and the surprise attack and they tried. It was next day, Friday morning, the show. I started the show saying this was a decapitation move. This was not nuclear weapons. This was decapitation. They killed the negotiators. They tried to decap the Iranian army. They even went after some of the secular leaders. And don't get me wrong, a lot of those folks deserve killing. Okay, I'm very anti-mullahs. But there's a way you do things to make sure we don't get sucked into another war. I said at the time it was a bald-faced lie, and I banged on the table over and over and over again. It's a bald-faced lie. And then on Sunday, they bombed Thursday night, Friday morning our time. On Sunday night, he goes on Bret Baier, and Bret Baier says, yo, what was the urgency about? And Netanyahu starts stumbling, and it's urgent. He says, they were 6 months, they were a year away. And I came back on the show on Monday and go, this is the urgency, a year away. We had to go and suck us into a regime change war because they want regime change. It's not about they're using that as a method to get us in here. Well, the Times of Israel, which is the New York Times of Israel, comes out with a definitive report on the discussions of the War Cabinet. And what is the discussion of the War Cabinet come out? It was 2 years away, not 2 weeks, 2 years away. Let me repeat that for the Israel First crowd. You backed up all of his lies, and I haven't heard a peep out of you since the Times of Israel came out with this report from the minutes of the War Cabinet. 2 years away. And now they're questioning, Netanyahu's out questioning, did we get all the nuclear weapons? President Trump said total and complete obliteration. Take your number 2 pencil out, Netanyahu, and write that down. Next in the War Room.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
allow Iran to rebuild its military nuclear capacities. Iran's stockpiles of enriched uranium, these stockpiles must be eliminated.
So are you saying, sir, that not all of the enriched uranium was destroyed during the 12-day war or by those strikes from B-2 bombers?
Sure. No, we knew that in advance. In fact, our whole plan before and after the United States decided to join us took into account that we wouldn't get these 450 kilograms of enriched uranium. We knew that. What we were targeting is the capacity to make more of those, of that enriched uranium, and also the attempt to weaponize it. There's the enriched core of uranium, but you have to put a weapon around it. These balls that you see in all these movies, that's the weapon around it, and then you have the missiles to carry that weapon. That's what we struck at, and we struck hard.
I mean, look, my position is the same as yours, Tony, and so many who have studied the history of Israel and followed this and support our ally there so strongly. I mean, I believe Judea and Samaria are the traditional lands that belong to Israel. But there's a lot of geopolitical forces at play here. I think there's a lot more to be settled out, and we'll have to see how it develops.
Christian influencers. Okay. You said, we talked about the woke right. And you said, I call it the woke Reich. That's a brilliant observation. The woke Reich, because these people, they're not any different from the woke left. I mean, they're insane. They're movies. But they're actually meeting on some of the things. And what we have to do is we have to secure that part of the base of our support in the United States. That is being challenged systematically. A lot of this is done with money. Money of NGOs, vast. Money of governments, vaster. Okay? We have to fight back. How do we fight back? Our influencers. I think you should also talk to them if you have a chance. To that community. They're very important. And secondly, we're going to have to use the tools of battle. The weapons change over time. You can't fight today with swords. That doesn't work very well, okay? And you can't fight with cavalry. That doesn't work very well. And you have these new things, like drones, things like that. I won't get into that. But we have to fight with the weapons that apply to the battlefields in which we're engaged. And the most important ones are the social media. And the most important purchase that is going on right now is followers. TikTok, number one. And I hope it goes through because it can be consequential. And the other one, what's the other one that's most important? X. That's very good. And, so we have to talk to Elon. He's not an enemy. He's a friend. We should talk to him. Now, if we can get those two things, we get a lot, and I could go on other things, but that's not the point right now. We have to fight the fight, okay? To give direction to the Jewish people and give direction to our non-Jewish friends or those who could be our Jewish our friends. Are we going to succeed with everyone? No. Will there be a strong counterpoint? Yes.
Particularly Netanyahu's obsession with keeping power in this, the fundamentally wrong Greater Israel project. Remember that with the urgency of the nuclear program with the Persians and Iran. We know that now is a bald-faced lie. Who tells us that? Well, I don't know. Try the Times of India that quotes the War Cabinet that says, the urgency was 2 years. As we said on this show, and I told the President of the United States that they're lying to you because, wait for it, they're lying to you.
Bibi's running around, this is a fact, I'm not guessing about this, because I talked to people he said it to, is running around the Middle East, his region, and his own country, and telling people, point blank, just stating it, I control the United States, I control Donald Trump. He's saying that, and I dare them to say that's not true. Bibi, not the nation of Israel, not Israelis, and certainly not Jews, whatever that means, the leader, the secular prime minister of a country is doing immense harm to Donald Trump's presidency, to the United States, and to the world. This is an unbalanced person whose only real concern is for himself. He's meddling in an extensive way in American politics. He's loathed by the entire world. He needs the United States, and yet at the same time, he has this patronizing attitude toward Donald Trump, demeaning Trump to people Trump knows, separating from Bibi immediately, I think is an essential next move. But objectively, that is absolutely necessary and very soon, because he is hurting his own country, our country, and the world, period.
Well, it's obviously Netanyahu's government, right, is dangerous for the United States, not an ally. They're a protector, and they're not acting like it's the tail wagging the dog. But President Trump, let me just go back, and we're going to cut to the White House as soon as the president wants people in for the bilat. Now, what I understand for people moving around, I'm not so sure that's going to happen. I think it may be a little heated in there this morning, a little heated. And when I refer back to the Times of India, they took the story from the Times of Israel, put it up first, and then I got the Times of Israel. And part of this is Tulsi Gabbard. Zero Hedge has an amazing story today about how, I think it's from Sundance over at the Conservative Treehouse, that Tulsi Gabbard is doing her job. It's the reason the deep state's coming after her hard. Tulsi's doing a fantastic job. Tulsi Gabbard's been right only about everything. Just remember that. Remember they were trying to run her out? They were trying to run her out of office in June and July. Why were they trying to run Tulsi Gabbard out? Because Tulsi Gabbard and her team, right, and collecting from all the different sources, because they all report to her, including the CIA, theoretically. She was telling the president that there's no urgency to this thing. There's no urgency to it. Right now, the snapback, which we call for, the European Union has put in tough sanctions against the Persians right now. The Iranians, they're feeling it. And I've said from the beginning, you want to have why are we not enforcing the issue about the oil with the Chinese Communist Party? If we cut off their ability to sell, the mullahs to sell to the Chinese Communist Party, the people in Persia would overthrow them. It's just like we say about, I'm the most anti-CCP guy around. I'm sanctioned by the Chinese Communist Party. I consider myself one of the leaders of the anti-CCP movement. Not the head of NVIDIA who says, oh, no, China hawks are bad people because they're destroying the American dream. No, bro, your agent of influence should be rolled up right away. Why have we been saying cut off the oil? That Lao Beijing has to take care of the Chinese Communist Party. It can't be people in the West. You can't decapitate it. It has to be the people that overthrow it. Just like it was people here in the good old United States of America, the people in this country overthrew the British crown. It's the reason we had the United States, the reason you had the energy and the motive power and the muzzle velocity to go across the continent. We did it. We had an incredible set of leaders, but we did it. It was a militia war with a small continental army. That's main job was to keep itself in being, not to be destroyed in the 50 battles they lost against the greatest military expedition to that time ever done. Except maybe the Persians to Greece, but at least in modern times. We did it. That what gave us the strength. We, the people, overthrew the British crown, the most powerful empire in the world. That's how you do it. The Persian people overthrow. You put the economic sanctions in. No, you don't try to decapitate it. You don't do Israel's bidding. You don't do Netanyahu's bidding. We're the United States of America. We make our own decisions of what's right for this country and taking into consideration our allies, like we fought in World War I and like we fought in World War II. Not the other way around. I'm telling you, I've never seen it, and maybe people in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, or people in the media that watch this. I've never seen a leader of a country, particularly of a country that's supposedly an ally, ever show up to the working door on the West Wing where the president greets, and the president did come out and greet, with no color guard. That is sending a signal. I've never seen it done before. It certainly hasn't been done at every time we've been doing it here in Real America's Voice and President Trump gets in. I don't know, a couple of dozen of these things. Every time's the same thing. We always take time early to see the color guard coming out with all the colors and the pomp and circumstance, the custom and tradition, the honoring the person showing up. I think there's a reason President Trump, normally these things but they show up at 11, they're always late, they get there at 11:15. By 11:30, our show is over and we're just watching like you are, the president in the bilat being Trump. That's not happening right now. I think they're having a discussion. I think the discussion goes back to the 21-point plan that President Trump put forward to the Arab nations in sidebar meetings and got sign-off. And I read that. Look, I am no expert in this area. I read that as the foundational element of a two-state solution, of some development in Gaza. Now, hope to God that the details of the proposal, not public, doesn't have American peacekeeping units or American security guarantees or American money. Let the Arabs put it up. They got all kind of cash. Then the second is President Trump adamant 3 times, we are the Israel is not going to take over the West Bank, full stop. I believe that might have come up in the meeting with the Arabs about Gaza. I think that might have been a discussion topic, even if it was not on the agenda. And third and last is President Trump says, hey, we totally obliterated that. I don't know why you're running around saying we knew there was stuff we're not going to get. It's total obliteration. Focus on the word total and the other word obliteration. And now, because this is the way they do it and this is the way they push, we got to get some people in there, some stuff left. Oh, the regime's still trying to kill the United States folks. We're not doing regime change. We want regime change in Jerusalem before we decapitate Tehran, because then it'll be a mess that we own. You do the sanctions right. You cut off the Chinese Communist Party oil. You do what Europe's doing. Let the people in Persia overthrow them. When they're prepared to overthrow them, they're prepared to take the consequences of what they overthrow, because there will be chaos. You'll probably have a civil war, but we had a civil war here in the United States. Remember, the Revolutionary War was both a revolution against the crown and it was a civil war against ourselves. 1/3 of the country were Tories. And particularly, you got down where it was ultimately decided down in South Carolina and North Carolina, coming up to Cornwallis's army came up from Charleston, came up to Yorktown. Hey, down in South Carolina, there was plenty. That was Civil War type stuff between the Tories and the Swamp Fox and other folks that were patriots. That's what you need. You can't decapitate it. And Ratcliffe, they ought to sit in there right today and say, Tulsi, the Times of Israel says the War Cabinet minutes said it was 2 years, not 2 weeks. As I said at the time, it's a bald-faced lie. And he kind of equivocated when Brett Barry, he said, yeah, it was 6 months to a year. It's a year. It's a year. Well, that ain't 48 hours, 72 hours. You hit it because you wanted to do a regime change. You wanted to suck us into it. And that's why you went and tried to kill. Reports are you killed them all. Others that you killed some of them. You killed the negotiators. So Wickoff didn't have a meeting to go to. He had a Sunday meeting set up in Muscat, Oman. No need to go because the guys are dead, just like you went after to try to kill the Qatar guys. And don't get me wrong, not that they don't deserve killing, but there's a time and place for everything. And that was not the time, nor was it the place. And President Trump has bent over backwards to be accommodating. And I think he's had a belly full of it. You can see in the statements on the West Bank. And so I'm sure they're having a discussion right now. There is going to be a luncheon at noon. There's going to be then a formal press conference in the East where we're going to bring it all to you live. And maybe even the president will open the doors and let folks in for one of these fireside chats he has with world leaders when he does these bilats. Okay, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're back in a moment in just a moment.
Spread the word all through Hong Kong. We will fight till they're all gone. We rejoice when there's no more. Let's take down the CCP.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, like I said, on Saturday's show, there's been a fundamental kind of change in how central banks are thinking of gold. Before they kept like U.S. dollars and Euro dollars as their kind of reserves. Now the asset that they're keeping as reserves, and this is why the binary record rates, is gold. You want to find out why? Go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. We told you about the softness of the U.S. dollar is the pressure of all these deficits in supporting the world. I think the dollar's down 10% this year. It's one of the reasons gold blowing through its records. It's not the price of gold. It's the process. Learn the process. You're set for life and thinking things through. But go check it out today. Philip Packard and the team are there to assist you with all the technical details if you want to get into physical gold. But learn why it's been a hedge against times of financial turbulence for 5,000 years. Because, folks, as President Trump tries to set things right, we're going to go through some turbulence. That's what a fourth turning's all about. Mike Lindell, audience, by the way, we're going to cut live to the Oval Office. If the president opens up for the bilat, we're going live. Charlie Kirk follows us, post-so after that. Steve Gruber after that. The great Eric Bowling right before. We're back here 5 to 7. Tonight, we're already packed. I think the Gold Star Mother reception is going to be somewhat open. We'll also be talking about Tina Peters. And guess what? Natalie Winters is going to join us top of the show at 5 o'clock today. Got big breaking news she's been working on. So all of that. Mike Lindell, War Room Posse needs a deal. It's a Monday. Start us off right, sir.
Well, I will, and we need your help, War Room Posse. As you've probably seen, last Friday, a judge ruled in Minnesota against my pillow, and now we're going to be raising money for our summary judgment with selling products. Again, they keep attacking us. I'm not backing down. I'm not ever going to back down to this corruption until we get our election secure. So, War Room Posse, we're keeping the sale. We're keeping the 3-in-1 sale. You're going to get the towels that came in. Basically, we've allotted them all for the War Room Posse here at this price of $39.98. Normally $69.98. A 6-piece towel set, the best towels ever. Promo code War Room. Then we have the The commemorative, these are, we only made so many of the premium My Pillows with Giza cotton ticking. $17.98, lowest price ever in any My Pillow for $17.98 of the premium for the Queen. King's just $2 more. Then you have the percale sheets. Once they're gone, they're gone. We're closing out both lines of those. Any size, any color, even the Kings and the split Kings, all of them that are normally over $100, just $29.88 a set. So get as many as you want. We're not putting a limit on it right now, and we're going to continue it on. If you go to mypillow.com/war room, you guys, this is where you're going to get free shipping on your big ticket items. The Made in the USA mattress, Made in the US mattress toppers. There's all the other 3 sales there. You guys, we have mattress pad. We have over 300 products. So now's the time you can really help us out by doing all your shopping at mypillow.com/war room. We still have closeout things from the summer, and we have you see the My Pillow slippers there, the My Slippers, $39.98. That's another product, the best slippers ever made. Once they're gone, they're gone. We still have a lot of the sizes, men's and women's, in stock. So get though the mypillow.com/war room. You guys, we need the help, and plus you're getting the best products at the best prices in history. 800-873-1062. That's the number for my call center right downstairs, and moms and dads working from home right here in the USA. What a concept. And they enjoy talking to every one of you at the War Room Posse, because it's days like this when they get in here Monday morning and they have all these questions going, Mike, what happened? Why did this judge rule this? Why did he rule this? Well, because they're corrupt. And we will not stop talking. We will not stop fighting. Promo code War Room. I tell them, you guys, Pete, we're going to be just fine. And we're going to get through this by the grace of God.
If you apologized and groveled to Smartmatic and say machines had nothing to do. Remember, we're not machine guys. We're mail-in ballot guys.
Right,
but I've always supported the fact that I don't understand why the machines are so complicated, right? That's my going in. After that, the technology kind of loses me. But if you went and groveled and said, I'm sorry, I apologize, I was wrong, and I'll tell the world that it's not a machine problem, would they walk away and let you and My Pillow survive?
100% they would, Steve. They've already said that. The other machine company has said that, and these guys probably would too. But I will never do that. We have to secure our elections. Once you've seen what I've seen and known what I've known, look at last week, everybody, the whistleblower that came out, this ties to the Tina Peters case. This stuff is all going to be coming out, and I will never, ever, they could come to me and offer me $1 million or $1 billion, Steve, and I would still say no. The machine's got to go. We need to secure our elections.
You're prepared to go personal bankruptcy and have your company essentially put into bankruptcy to stand up on this principle. Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely. Once you know what I know, we wouldn't have a country. 132 countries have banned electronic voting machines, everybody. The last one being Argentina, and they freed their whole country just a short couple years ago. We have the worst election platforms in the world. I've said it all along, we have to secure them. We have to save our country. Over 100 countries have banned mail-in ballots. And so we have the worst of the worst. Okay. And I will never back down. I will never stop fighting, because we have to save our country. By the way, Steve, Dallas County, in one of the biggest counties in the country, just voted, and it's to go to paper ballots, hand counted for these upcoming primaries, everybody. This is a great breakthrough.
Yep. Mike Lindell, mypillow.com, promo code Bannon, promo code War Room, the strongest promo code in the business. See you back here tonight.
Right on, thanks.
Get to work. Go get to work. The great Andrew Colvette is in anchoring the Charlie Kirk show, which we toss to every day for the last 4 years. We're going to toss to it today. Then we'll go to Poso and Steve Gruber, Eric Bowling, and then back here 5 to 7. Natalie will help kick off the show with something she's been working on. You'll be quite surprised. She's been beavering away on a bunch of projects for us. In the interim, the coverage, as soon as President Trump lets them in the Oval, will go to the Oval. As soon as the lunch is over and they go to the East Wing, live, Real America's Voice will cover it all live. We'll be back here. They're going to have a Gold Star mother reception, and Tina Peters ain't going to be there because Polis has kept her in a prison in Colorado. We'll mention that 3 times. When we see you back here live at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, when you will be back in the War Room.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
I don't know if anyone is ever going to see this video, but hi, my name is Haley, and Charlie Kirk's death led me to give my life fully to Jesus Christ. Charlie's death really ignited a spiritual flame inside of me that I have never in my life experienced before. It's like a spiritual switch.
I didn't know Charlie Kirk, never met that guy before in my life. And something else that I've never done before in my life is believe in God. I'm going to wear this suit to church. I'm going to go to church. I'm going to try to be a better father, husband, and leader for my family.
I've never ever opened the Bible before. In fact, I know nothing about Christianity or Jesus. But yesterday, after witnessing the assassination of Charlie Kirk, something was calling me to my husband's Bible.
I'm going to be heading to church here shortly. I'm excited to go and learn and get to meet new people. Something that I've been wanting to do for a while, so.
The first time ever, in over 15 years, I'm going to church. It has been so heavy on my heart that I needed something. So, after Charlie Kirk's death and seeing what this world truly is, now's the time. There's no more waiting.
This was my first time going to church in almost 7 years, maybe even more than 7 years. I went to church today because of Charlie Kirk and his family. I am heading to church today. I have my Bible today. There was literally dust on the cover when I pulled it out. I've seen so many videos this week of Charlie talking about how time and time again, like, he wants to be known for his faith above all else. And I'm trying to be more like Charlie Kirk, and maybe if someone sees this video, they'll be encouraged to walk back into a church today too.
We are ready for church. Now, I have not been to church in years. Today will be my son's first time to the church. And today is the first time that me and my fiance together collectively are going to church. Today is the first day that my family is going to church. So this is all because of Charlie and his gospel, his words. And today starts our turning point.
I just arrived at church for the first time in a very long time. I needed some kind of refuge, some kind of, hope that not all is lost.
Well, it's Sunday morning, and I'm going to church for the first time in about 12 years.
I'm about to do something that I have not done in 25 years, and I have never done of my own volition. I'm going to church.
Good morning. I thought I'd come on quick and give an update of what I'm doing today because I'm actually really excited and really looking forward to it. I'm actually headed to church for Sunday service for the first time in a long time.
I just went to church for the first time in several years.
I had tickets to see Charlie October 29th at Ole Miss. I was really looking forward to it. I've been a lifelong atheist. I never believed in God, but I saw the joy that it brought to Charlie. And it brought me to God. And really moved me to see him. And I was looking forward to meeting him and telling him that you helped me find God.
After 10 years, not reading any scripture, not stepping foot in church, not even making a prayer, Charlie Kirk is the main reason for me finding my faith again.
You don't think it's crazy to get in church? Here's the line for the second service. And there's never a line. By the way, there's never a line.
Okay, thank you.
There's never been a line here.
Charlie Kirk, look what you did. No parking. No parking at all. None. Had to park like 5 blocks away from church because everyone wants to come now. Amen. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Charlie.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. We appreciate you being here with us. We want to take you to Utah, where Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin is back in court. And this is said to be a procedural hearing during which we're expecting his legal defense team to be named. Let's listen in as the proceeding continues.
The other item I had, Your Honor, I saw that over the weekend there was a protection order, pretrial, and trial publicity order entered by Your Honor. And I just was seeking some clarification. On page 2, at the end of the first paragraph, it reads, "To that end, lawyers participating in the investigation or litigation of this case shall inform all witnesses, investigators, consultants, staff members, or other members of the prosecution or defense teams that the prohibitions contained in this order." The state, we're seeking some clarification with respect to the phrase "all witnesses," Your Honor. There are a number of witnesses that have yet to be identified that will likely be used in the state's case. This occurred in front of 2,000 to 3,000 students at Utah Valley University. So we're in the process of identifying those witnesses. And so those individuals are presently unknown right now. So we're looking for a little clarification from the court. And I suppose we're not going to make any arguments today, but there may be some follow-up pleadings that we may need to file.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor, did you want to be heard about that issue?
No, Your Honor, we would defer to whatever the court wants to advise them on that matter. I mean, I think it's fairly obvious that we don't know who all the witnesses are in this case yet. I think it's just important that if anyone is identified, that they have information about this order. So I think other than that, we wouldn't weigh in on any other matter.
Thank you. Well, thank you for that question. That's an important one. The court will rule that as the witnesses become known to each side, that information is conveyed to abide by this order. Obviously, there are potentially many witnesses, and so it's not the expectation that you would be able to do that up front. But as they become known, I would ask that you would inform them of this. Anything else, counsel?
Nothing from the state. Nothing else, Judge.
Thank you. Ms. Nestor.
Thank you, Your Honor. We recognize that we are here today for a waiver hearing. It is not our intent to waive a preliminary hearing in this matter. We are going to be seeking that one be set. However, based largely on what the state just referred to as far as the voluminous nature of the discovery materials, we do think it would be prudent to simply reset for another conference, another waiver hearing, a little bit down the road, where we have a better idea once we start seeing the discovery as it rolls in. I do recognize we're going to be getting that first batch in 5 days, but it's my understanding from our meeting today that there is massive amounts of digital that is going to be coming, and until we can kind of get our heads around exactly what we're dealing with and how much we need to process, it's going to be difficult for us to give you a reasonable expectation of when we will be ready to do the prelims. So we're asking today that we put that decision off, and maybe we could check in 30 to 60 days and just kind of let the court know where we're at and how much we're looking at and how much time we may need to set a preliminary hearing. Also, as far as a detention hearing, we are not asking the court to address that issue at this time. Under the statute, the issue is going to come down to the question of whether there's substantial evidence, which right now we're just not in a position at all to be able to even argue to the court. So we are probably going to ask that the court delay that decision possibly until the time of the prelim. But if it's sooner, we will ask the court for a hearing. But at this time, we are not asking the court to make any decisions on that matter.
Thank you, counsel. In regards to the next hearing date, how about October 30th at 10 a.m.?
That works for the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
That's fine for the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Now, as we are at the beginning, anything further from counsel from either side?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
As we are at the beginning of this case, it is my intent to only speak when I'm needed or it is necessary. But today I do wish to provide guidance and expectations that you can have for this court and wish to enter an order as well. As this case moves forward, Mr. Robinson's constitutional rights will be protected at every stage. He sits before this court presumed innocent, and that presumption remains unless and until each element of every offense charged against him is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. At the same time, and as applicable, victims are entitled under our Constitution to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, free from harassment or abuse. Justice demands that both of these principles, the rights of the accused and the rights of victims, be honored without compromise. I remain steadfast in my oath that I made 56 days ago to support and defend the constitutions of the United States and of Utah. I will carry out my duties with fidelity, transparency, and impartiality, treating every person who appears before me with the dignity and respect they are inherently due because they are human beings. Let me be clear. I will not put my finger on the scale of justice. These proceedings will be open to the public, conducted in accordance with the law, and handled with diligence and competence to ensure that justice is never compromised. It is the standing order of this court that Mr. Robinson shall be allowed to appear in person so he can fully engage with his attorneys and participate in these legal proceedings. Counsel, regardless of who is watching, whether it is the nation or a single individual, we must fulfill our roles with integrity, civility, and diligence. I encourage each of you to give your very best to this case. Neither Mr. Robinson nor the people of Utah deserve anything less than the fair and impartial administration of justice. In regards to the next hearing, counsel, on that October 30th date at 10 a.m., it's the court's intent that it be in person if it be the wish of counsel for the defense for Mr. Robinson to be present.
It is, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Counsel, anything else that we can address today?
Your Honor, we appreciate the court's comments with respect to Your Honor's role in this case. In like matter, we commit to approach this case with integrity, with professionalism and civility. We are truth seekers. We will aggressively pursue the truth in this case. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, counsel, unless there's anything else, thank you for being here. This court is in recess.
My stamp on that. Okay.
You were just watching a preliminary hearing in the case against the 22-year-old alleged assassin of Charlie Kirk. That hearing happening in Utah. The long and short of it, the next hearing will be set for October 30th, during which we're expecting to get more information. You may have heard the defense team say that at this point, there's voluminous information out there, and they just haven't been able to sift through it. In fact, they've only gotten part of the information and the evidence in this particular case. The proceedings also, we're learning, are going to be open to the public, which means they very likely will be televised, and if not televised, at least people will be able to go into the hearing and see it for themselves. The suspect in this case, again, the 22-year-old suspect, will be allowed to appear in person. So we're expecting at this next hearing on October 30th that the suspect will be present in court to hear the charges against him as this case continues to move forward. We'll, of course, continue to monitor all of this for you throughout the day and throughout these proceedings. In the meantime, though, let's get you back to the Charlie Kirk Show, which is already in progress.
I've been following Charlie, had heard 100 sermons from me, been following Charlie, and Wednesday afternoon, God breaks him. And as a result of this event and Charlie's martyrdom, he breaks down weeping in his office, gives his life to Jesus. He's this introverted, quiet guy who would follow his wife to church but never talk about Jesus. We have not been able to shut him up. He's bringing neighbors and friends and coworkers radically saved in the wake of this horrific event.
That reminds me when I got saved. I couldn't stop reading the Bible, and I couldn't stop talking about it with people.
That's
and
right.
I think that's actually a really interesting proof point when somebody is really saved. Forgive me, guys. I don't want to interrupt this conversation, but I do have to do a little family business here. As you in the audience would know, we haven't been doing ad reads. We haven't been talking about any of the partners on this show for the last, 18 days, 19 days. And that was out of respect, obviously, for what just happened. And I just said no. And I told our partners, our broadcast partners, that we couldn't. And it wasn't out of disrespect for the advertisers. It was out of just a respect for what we've all just been living through. But today we're going to start again. And the reason is because we love our advertisers. And they've been supporting us, and they've been faithful to us, and they've been faithful to Charlie and this team. And so today we're going to do that. So I hope that makes sense, and I hope you understand. And I just want to say a thank you to our advertising, our network partners and our advertising partners for bearing with us. And you've been fantastic and deserve a lot of praise. Now I just cut it short, so forgive me, not a good start. But Alan Jackson Ministries, we are honored to be partnering with them. Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson podcast. I want you guys to check it out. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today. Gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump in the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. He explains them from a biblical perspective, and we love that. In every episode, he gives practical things we can do to make a difference. So again, that's the Culture and Christianity podcast. It is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. Again, that's Alan Jackson Ministries, good friends. It kind of breaks my heart to read that one first because Charlie and Erica were going to be at that event, and obviously God had other plans. So
Anyways, thank you guys for your patience with us as we get back into a little bit of regular rhythm here. More with Pastor Mark and Pastor Josh when we get back. Don't go anywhere.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
This movement will not be silenced. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right. Welcome back to Real America's Voice. Again, as I said, we're trying to get back to a little bit of regular order. And I just want to say, again, thank you to our advertising partners that have been so gracious and patient with us. And thank you to the audience. And give us a little grace as we remember how to do regular order. And but I'm really honored by this next partner, and that would be Real America. Real America's Voice is our network partners, so we appreciate them too. But Why Refi? Now, Why Refi was actually one of the folks was there that day with his daughter, and when Charlie was assassinated, that's how much they cared about our campus tours. And they sponsored the entire campus tours. And as soon as all this happened, they called us and said, you know what? We're not going anywhere. We're in. We love you guys and anything you need. And so I'm honored to talk about whyrefi.com. They, of course, help with private student loan debt, and they'll help you with that. Doesn't matter what your credit is. It doesn't matter what your history is. They will help you get out of that. But more than anything, they're just good people, and they've stood by our side in this, and I want you to honor them and support them if you can, please. whyrefi.com. We'll be right back with radio. All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. I'm here with Pastor Mark Driscoll and Pastor Josh McPherson.
Crushed it.
Dang it, almost. Yeah, I'm going to get it.
It's good.
You should do this for a living.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, I'm new, so forgive me. So anyways, we're talking about revival. And we were just talking about this manifest presence of God, and that you can sort of feel the Holy Spirit. And this is that common, that's this outpouring. When you look at the history of revival. By the way, tell us some examples of a revival so that we have something to compare it to.
Yeah. So, and thank you for the honor of having the conversation. And it's for those who don't know, it's wild because I've known you for how long?
I want to say 20 years.
Which is wild.
Maybe
you were in college.
Yeah.
Teaching your kids in Sunday school at Mars Hill, that's one of the stories.
Yeah,
it's wild.
Yeah.
Wild. And so what happens is what precedes revival is often a new way of distributing information. So in the days of the New Testament, you wouldn't get Christianity in the Apostle Paul unless you had Roman peace and the road system. So then Christianity could spread. And similarly, when you get new technology, it tends to be used of God for revival. So, for example, the printing press with Johann Gutenberg, it allowed the Protestant Reformation. Then comes the advent of technology that allows people to meet in stadiums. Well, now you get the Billy Grahams. He couldn't do that before. You get radio. Now you're getting to go into countries and closed areas. Then you get television, and now it's a new opportunity. And now we're in a digital age, and Charlie showed with his life and legacy the impact of new media. So what precedes revival oftentimes is new technology that opens new opportunity.
Fascinating.
And then what usually happens in revival, God isn't doing something new. He's doing what he's always doing in deeper and greater measure. God is always saving people. God is always changing people. God is always manifesting himself. But in a revival, it goes from like a creek to a torrent
flash
river.
Flood.
Yeah, to a flash flood. And all of a sudden it's like, okay, we're used to a few people coming to church or reading their Bible or asking about Jesus. And now all of a sudden it is a moment. And so revival is usually preceded by a moment.
Yep.
And in the early church, that moment was the martyrdom of Stephen, the first martyr in the New Testament. And actually, revival started first time that I remember in the Old Testament with the murder of Abel. Cain kills Abel. The first martyr in the Bible was Abel. And then it says, at that time, people began to call upon the name of the Lord. And so historically, there is a moment. Oftentimes that moment is a martyrdom. And then there's a movement. And so it goes from a moment to a movement. And now that person's life becomes their legacy. And other people are following in their footsteps and wake. With the death of Charlie Kirk and his clarity about the gospel of Jesus Christ and him answering questions about Christ right before he was murdered, we now have a moment. The question is, will it become a movement? In 10 years, if people are still reading their Bible and still going to church and still learning about Jesus, you know you've got a movement. Historically, one of the most interesting things in the history of movements, they tend to be ignited by young people. I wrote a few notes down. So Jonathan Edwards, during the Great Awakenings, he started preaching at 19. George Whitefield, 25. Circuit riders were in their 20s. The average died by their early 30s.
D.L. Moody. The Methodists.
The Methodists, yep.
Yeah.
D.L.
They
Moody.
were amazing.
Rode themselves into the ground.
Yeah, there were certain guys that literally killed 6 horses just riding to preach. D.L. Moody, 21. Bonhoeffer, 25. Charles Haddon Spurgeon, 19. Billy Graham, 19.
Charlie Kirk, 18.
Charlie Kirk, 18, started proclaiming.
Oh, wow.
And what you see is that most revivals are led by youth.
Yep.
This will be shocking to people who think that it's all political and not spiritual. The United States of America was an attempt at a youth movement to spark a revival. The Pilgrims who landed and the Puritans who landed tended to be in their teens and 20s, and they were rejected and mocked for being, quote, mere children. And they were coming to establish religious liberty and freedom. Historically, we saw it with the Jesus movements in the 60s and 70s. The entirety of the
They're all hippies.
They were all hippies and young. In the Second Great Awakening, it was mainly college kids. So when revival hits, it's new technology. It's a moment that activates a young generation that leads to a movement. And so we have all of the ingredients are here. And I hope and I pray that that is exactly what what we're on the precipice of.
Yeah, I just want to affirm some of your observations there. I mean, I was in the room. I was watching the analytics come through, and we would see. I mean, we did 15 billion views on social media.
It's insane.
In the lead up to the election, and then we basically doubled it in the spring after it. So I mean, we just, and I kept telling Charlie, I was like, you are insanely famous, man. We need to like.
But you didn't really know it.
No, I didn't. I kept going like it was. I tweeted really close after. We kept having to recalibrate because I just was like on a 2-year delay somehow of just how many people knew who he was, and I was like, I'm still getting used to this. We're going to take a quick radio break. We'll keep going in the stream. Don't go anywhere.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
This is Giselle Chapin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Thanks so much for being here with us. Happening right now at the White House, President Trump scheduled to be meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are holding a bilateral meeting and are scheduled to hold a news conference together within the next hour or so. You can see the arrival here. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Netanyahu addressing the United Nations General Assembly on Friday. That same day, President Trump alluded to nearing a peace or ceasefire deal in Gaza. And just this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that all sides are, quote, very close to agreeing to a comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza. She says the president's special envoy to the Middle East sent each side a detailed 21-point plan for ending the war. Leavitt also says the commander-in-chief expects both sides to agree, quote, the president knows and believes that this is as good of a plan as these sides are going to see, and that's why it's a 21-point plan, she says. President Trump also set to meet with top congressional leaders today as the deadline to avoid a government shutdown is now just hours away. Today's meeting comes after the commander-in-chief canceled a planned meeting with Democrat leaders from both the House and Senate last week, saying that he didn't believe talks would be constructive. Congressional Republicans are calling on their Democrat colleagues to agree to a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded through November 21st. While the measure passed in the House, Senate Democrats rejected the resolution and are demanding that recent cuts to health care programs be rescinded as part of any effort to keep the government open. Many believe that Democrats will force a shutdown tomorrow if they don't get their way. Amid the government shutdown tug of war, President Trump is calling Portland, Oregon, a war zone. That's why he's federalizing a couple hundred Oregon National Guardsmen to patrol that city. On Truth Social, 47 writing, at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I am directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
The next great awakening is here. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. Having an amazing conversation. I hope you guys are enjoying it because I'm like just fixated and fascinated by it. And I hope everybody, we're going to get to some prescriptive items of what we need to do to be a part of what God's doing in a revival. So I'm excited to talk about that. But first, I want to tell you about My Patriot Supply, one of our great partners, been truly faithful to this show. Never wavered, always said, what can we do? What can we do? How do we be more involved? So let me tell you about them right here. September is National Preparedness Month, so it's a perfect time to ask yourself some questions like, how much food do you have on hand for emergencies? How would you get clean water if the tap went dry tomorrow? What would you do if a storm knocked out the power for a week? By the way, I got stuck. I couldn't fly out because we had like a monsoon crazy storm here in Phoenix, and it was most rain we'd had in 7 years in a single day in Phoenix. Like, I was like, okay, God, let's do this. Luckily, our friends at My Patriot Supply are making disaster preparedness easier and more affordable than ever by giving you over $1,500 worth of emergency food and preparedness gear for free. They just launched their Preparedness Month Mega Kit, and it includes a full year of emergency food, a water filtration system that can purify almost any water source, a solar backup generator, and a lot more. This is very new. This is great. I haven't seen this from them. And here's the best part. If you go to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, you can get 90 preparedness essentials totaling over $1,500 absolutely free. Head to mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk, mypatriotsupply.com/Kirk. Portions of the show are brought to you proudly by them. They've been a wonderful partner. So I was just telling you about, because God goes where he's wanted.
Yeah.
And Charlie wanted this.
Yes.
He wanted to see the youth. He devoted his life from the time of being 18, and he was mocked and ridiculed. Yeah. And told it was, fool's errand, and he just kept at it. He just kept at it. Yep. He just kept at it. And then all of a sudden, you saw that spring forth. And I was relating to you that story of John Wimber, who founded the Vineyard, and he really wanted to see God's miracles. We could debate the merits of whether that was useful or not, but he worked at it like a fool for 4 years.
There was pure hunger and desire.
Pure hunger and desire. Right. And then all of a sudden, if you know anything about the Vineyard Church movement,
explodes.
Yeah, it explodes.
Worship movement.
Yeah, and they have this Toronto blessing, and a bunch of people experience a manifest presence of the Holy Spirit there. So I'm not relating the two, but there is this sort of thing where I want to tell people out in the audience: if you hunger and desire for the things of the Lord, if you push,
that's right.
When it feels like you're getting nowhere. Mm-hmm. Sometimes God's going to answer that moment with something truly remarkable. I'm not promising it. God will do what he will do, but I just couldn't help but think about how badly Charlie wanted this. And so to see it come to fruition is amazing. And then to hear you say that revival starts with the youth. I mean, you'd go to one campus and put Charlie there, and these kids were hanging from lampposts and finding stairs to climb up and hanging on railing, and you couldn't fit them all in these campus squares. Yep. And it feels like that's what's happening. And then you put together the final thing, and then the floor is yours, Mark. Is when we met, you said, well, we're going to see, is God going to bypass the pulpit?
So, yes, I believe that. So in addition to revival, there's reformation. Mm-hmm. So reformation is God pruning, cleaning up a church, oftentimes because of its cowardice or tolerance. And tolerance is the counterfeit of repentance. Mm-hmm. And so any of the churches that have bought into the progressive agenda of tolerance, they are not honoring God, because that is the counterfeit of repentance. And so I believe that reformation is God cleaning up the church. Yeah. And then revival is God bringing people to himself. But if people want to go to church, if the church doesn't have any courage or clarity, it's not going to be helpful to those new people. Yeah. And so this is, I believe, what God is doing is he is in this moment, he has bypassed the pulpits, and he instead chose to have the gospel preached in the largest platform in the history of the world. And there's three things I want to say about that. Number one, when we had lunch and, it was just good to catch up with you, there was one thing that I felt that the Holy Spirit told me to tell you, and that is that whoever decided to allow the live stream of Charlie's funeral and memorial to not be copyrighted, but to be freely shared, to say thank you on behalf of Jesus Christ, because that permitted the biggest gospel presentation in my awareness of any moment in the history of humanity. That's right. And I believe you made that decision to allow it to be streamed and not copyrighted. And for those who are tuning in, there's money, there's power, there's favors that can be curried through taking that moment and trying to monetize it. Yep. And what you chose to do was maximize it. That's right. And so in that moment, we as pastors honor you. That's right. Because in that moment, you decided, I'm going to allow the most people to hear about Jesus and not worry about what I get in return. Yep. And so I know I was your pastor for some years, and I love you. And I just want to say, I'm incredibly proud of you. That's right. And on behalf of Jesus Christ and Christians, thank you for being the person who allowed the gospel to go out to the largest audience in the history of humanity. That's huge. And most people don't know that that was your choice, and I know it was with Erica's full support.
Totally. Yeah, it wasn't just me. But the whole team didn't even question when it was like, no, we got to go forward, and this is for everybody, for Charlie, for the gospel.
But then, too, the other thing, not to interrupt you, my friend, but the moment that if revival does break out, where there was, I believe, a shifting, breaking in the unseen realm, was Erica Kirk. Mm-hmm. That's right. She was elegant, courageous, emotionally present, completely appropriate, devotedly loyal to her God and her husband and her family. Yes. But the moment was when she chose forgiveness over unforgiveness and bitterness and vengeance. Yep. And to me, revival is all about the forgiveness of sin. Yes. And she modeled, if she can, this is like, I want to be careful with this. I don't want to turn Charlie into Jesus. I know that Charlie knew that he wasn't Jesus. But when Jesus was on the cross, he prayed, Father, forgive them. Yep. When Stephen, the martyr, was being martyred as the first martyr in the New Testament church, he echoed Jesus' words and he said, Father, forgive them. Yep. And then when Erica said, I forgive him, forgiveness of sin is what unleashes the power of the Holy Spirit. That's right. And revival is all about one thing, the forgiveness of sin through Jesus Christ. Yep. And so in that moment, Erica used the platform that God gave her. And in that moment, God bypassed many pulpits, and there was more courage and clarity with the presentation of Jesus on that day than in many pulpits. And we were sitting there next to, we kept looking at each other. We're pastors. And it was wild. It was like, is anybody not going to do it? I mean, is everybody here an evangelist? I mean, it was wild. I know. And to hear
even like Tulsi, who's not a Christian, she got darn close. She tried. I was like, she's about to preach the gospel.
Hey man, let's go. And I'll leave it at this: the second the second moment to me that was incredibly sacred and could be the spark of revival was the humility of J.D. Vance. When he said, basically, I'm paraphrasing, that I've always been a Christian, but I've not spoken openly and boldly as I ought, and I've talked more about Jesus in the last few weeks than I have in my whole life. That to be the vice president of the United States of America and to publicly confess that your allegiance to Jesus has been less than 100%, right. you don't have to do that.
Yeah.
And he did that, and he did that as an example of humility. And I would say to all pastors and Christian leaders who maybe have not been totally courageous and fearless, follow his example and apologize to your people.
Well, yeah.
And so in that too, though, I mean, when JD did that, I believe that if he is going to become our next president, I believe that was the moment. Wow. Because that was the moment that he chose humility and to honor Jesus above all else. And I believe Jesus honors those who live under his authority. Yeah. But you were saying backstage that wasn't part of his notes.
No, he ad-libbed that moment. Yeah, because I could see backstage. I mean, it was a surreal backstage. You got President Trump walking around and, Don Jr. and Pete Hegseth and all these people, right? And I'm watching.
Don Jr., who, by the way, preached a great sermon on the martyrdom of Stephen.
He did a good job. And when Hegseth said Jesus is king over all, and I'm like, you run the Department of War, and you're under authority.
That's right. I interrupted you, but
no, you're absolutely right. Well, I want to give JD a little bit more, kudos here. He's not held back since. Yeah. He's changed. Check out clip 18.
You said that you hadn't read the Bible or talked about the Bible as much as you have in the last 2 weeks since Charlie was killed.
I always felt uncomfortable talking about that because I grew up in a country that was very secular. I don't feel uncomfortable talking about that stuff anymore. I'm going to talk about God. I'm going to talk about my faith because that's what Charlie would want. And I think it's the best way to honor my friend.
When he said that, I had a thought, and this is kind of for theology nerds. Aaron Wren wrote an article that was kind of broke up evangelicalism into three kind of epochs of time. 1954 to 1994 was positive world, where it was socially advantageous to be public with your faith. You couldn't get elected for public office unless you identify with Protestant or Catholic Christianity, all these kind of things. Leave It to Beaver era, whatever. And then he identifies 1994 to 2014 as neutral world, where Christianity stock is kind of falling. It's not necessarily socially advantageous to identify as a Christian anymore, but it's not socially disadvantageous. Yeah, it's just neutral. So people weren't hostile; they were just indifferent to Christianity, right? And in 2014, he marks a distinct change. Obergefell, we have a ruling in the highest court of the land that's now codifying anti-Christian morality into our code of law. So that's the change, right? And he marks other social things where we went from culture being neutral or indifferent towards Christianity to being to culture being hostile towards Christianity. So now it wasn't just socially advantageous or neutral, it's now socially disadvantageous to identify yourself as a Christian. Christians go underground, okay? There's open hostility towards Christianity, and what we see is people having a sense of moral duty to suppress Christianity because it's evil now, right? One of the marks of this era has been like the public offense is to go public with your Christianity. I had the thought, and just a sense in my spirit, when JD said that, something broke in the reality of neutral. And he's saying, I will now be aggressively, unapologetically, consistently, passionately, clearly public about my faith. And when you have one of the highest authorities in the land saying that, something's changed and something shifted. And Charlie was doing that when it was dangerous and when it was costly and when very few other people would do it. And now you're seeing the prophets go first, right? Boom, there's a breach in the wall, and it feels like talking publicly about Jesus now could start becoming a cultural norm where it was culturally disadvantageous before, which is pretty wild to think about. The impact that could have as it ripples throughout the land.
Yeah, that's kind of where I was going to go with our next, but we're already there. We have 1 minute here real quick, Mark, but, I think people worry about the purity of the gospel being diluted a little bit when the leaders start happening. That's not what I saw, though. I saw a very sincere presentation from the heart, from the most from the most powerful people on the in the planet. And is there power in that? I mean, obviously it's what we've always wanted. So, but there is a concern. I don't know if for me that it would become hijacked somehow, or
Well, movements are messy. They just are. And there's going to be mistakes made, and then there'll be, changes made. And that's just the nature of everything that is in the process of growing and flourishing. There's a little pruning along the way.
Yeah, well, because you think about the Roman Empire, right? When it was underground, it was spreading like wildfire. When it became institutionalized, that's when
you get some corruption.
That's right. All right, we're going to go to a quick break. We will be back in just a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
The new wine. And churches that won't talk about Charlie, they're just proving that they're the old wineskin.
Or schools and universities. I mean,
Yeah,
guys,
all kinds of things.
I'm
Yeah.
getting flooded with people. There's a story, I won't break it now. I'm getting a whistleblower, just while we've been on the show, of a major company in America that won't let their employees donate to Turning Point right now, because they have like a match. They have a match program, right? So if you're a company, you can donate.
Oh, I know this company. I won't say it, but yeah. I know.
Well, I'm not ready yet. I got to talk to them, but I'm being alerted to this. Over the weekend, I highlighted Lipscomb Academy, which is a Christian school in Nashville, where a bunch of conservatives, prominent ones, send their kids to this school, and about 20 young men showed up in suits and ties to honor Charlie the day after he was murdered. And the principal called him in and said, "You got to take those off. It's against dress code."
Because there's nothing worse than young men wearing
a
suits
suit
and ties.
Yeah, and it's funny. I told you this before the show. There's just like a feeling that men want to put a suit jacket on. That's a good thing.
They want to grow up.
It's a good thing. Put your shoulders back,
That's
man.
right.
Own your life. Be a man.
That's right.
Move forward with dignity and respect. That's a good thing.
Yep.
And this school shut it down and punished the kids, and they haven't uttered Charlie's name since. And so all the parents and teachers are really upset over at Lipscomb Academy. We're going to be watching you, Lipscomb. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Radio stations across the country. You were about to say, Pastor Josh?
Well, you were talking earlier about, what happens when the lines get blurred and government, Christianity, how this works. I think one of the things to keep in mind is, and this is more kind of Kuyperian jurisdictional theology, but God has different spheres of human sovereignty, and he appoints those spheres with responsibility and authority. So you have the family, the household. Mom and dad are an authority over the kids. Their responsibility is to raise the kids, shepherd the kids, educate the kids, the well-being of the family. Then you have the church. Their responsibility is to preach the pure gospel, to administer the sacraments, and to be a culture and government's conscience in the bold declaration of the truth. And then you have the government, and it's a distinct lane that God's given authority to and responsibility for, but it's a small lane. And I think Charlie understood that. But if that lane grows, it starts impeding on the other lanes to the detriment of all the jurisdictions. But the point is, God has given them a job, and it's to bear the sword against evildoers. It's to reward the righteous. And it's to defend the people by allowing there to be an orderly nation by protecting borders. That's Romans 13. And so I don't need those in government to necessarily even preach the gospel. I mean, the memorial was like amazing. What I need them to do is to do their job. So one of my favorite speeches was Stephen Miller. When he stood up and he's like, you are nothing, you have nothing, we're coming after you. It's like, I want the preachers to preach the gospel, and I want the government to bear the sword against unrighteousness, and then you're into morality. Who gets to define what's righteous, what's unrighteous, who gets to declare the standard of morality? So we need our government to be built on the morality of something. And so the whole idea that's being exposed, I think, is the myth of the neutrality of secularism. Every government has to have a worldview that they draw from to know how to do their job. And so the beauty of, like, I don't need our government officials to preach the gospel, but we need them to stand on the foundation of the moral law of God so they can do their job and really stay out of the church's lane, which is what we could get into later if we wanted to, what we're seeing happen in the White House. I think they understand the need for the government to get smaller so the church can do their job.
Yeah, one of the things I do want to talk about is the tendency of the mainstream news media to describe what's happening as Christian nationalism. So I do want to get to that, and I think that's instantly where I go there. But the other thought that I have, just based on what you're saying, is that Charlie was expert at sort of not bifurcating his faith and not compartmentalizing his faith. Right. His faith was just everywhere all the time. It didn't matter what he was talking about.
That's right.
And I noticed the same instinct that I have. It's like, well, okay, I'm talking about Lipscomb Academy, on Twitter and X, saying, listen, I'm hearing a lot of really bad things. Like, people running that school are not on the team. As a matter of fact, they're hostile to a lot of what God is doing in this moment, and they're hostile to the kids that love Charlie. Well, that doesn't feel very Nashville conservative enclave. It feels like people have infiltrated that school that need to be fired.
And it happens all over.
But that comes from my Christian conviction. That comes from a sense of righteousness. Like, I'm not putting one in one compartment and putting another in another compartment. I'm saying, listen, Charlie was confronting evil wherever he saw it, and he was proclaiming the truth. Well, you punish kids for, trying to honor Charlie by wearing a suit and a tie. That's an amazing gesture. You should have honored that, and they didn't. And you talk about tests, and it's like you passed the test or you failed the test. Well, they failed it. And I don't see it any other way. Now, listen, the school's going to do what they're going to do, but I think there's a power in us as Christians not saying, well, I put my Christianity here on Sunday, and then when I go to Washington, D.C. as your congressman or as your vice president or whatever, I'm going to put it over here, and I'm going to put my faith in a little box. There is a power being unleashed, and I got to believe that that's part of the new wineskin, because the devil knew that this was going to happen, or something.
He was helping architect it.
Yeah, and by the way, exactly. But God, like there's, and I think he's laying the trap. So Christian National. Well, guess what was going to happen? Charlie Kirk was going to die a martyr's death, and then the world's most powerful leaders were going to get up on a stage with 100 million people streaming it, and they were going to start speaking the truth about Jesus Christ.
Yep.
And guess what? Christian nationalism. Is that really Christian nationalism, or is that just living your faith in public?
Well, so Jesus is Lord over all, or he's not Lord at all. Right. We believe that he right now is high and exalted. He's over government, he's over family, he's over nations, cultures, businesses, churches. And so to say Jesus Christ has jurisdiction here but not there is to be disloyal to his sovereignty and his lordship. It just is.
Yeah. I mean, even from a sociological perspective, you're either going to have nationalism
or globalism
or anarchism, right? And so you're going to have tyranny, anarchy, or an orderly society. So let's just start there. Nations are a good thing. And then that nation is going to be built on a worldview. And we think the Christian worldview is a superior worldview that does the most good for the most people, even those who don't adhere to it.
But if our rights come from our Creator, the question is, what's his name? Yeah. That's the question.
Well, we'll pick it up for the stream in just 1 second. Radio Hour 1 comes to a close. Radio Hour 2 to begin in just a few minutes. We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Happening right now at the White House, President Trump is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are holding a bilateral meeting and are scheduled to hold a press conference together within this coming hour. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Netanyahu addressing the United Nations General Assembly on Friday. That is the same day President Trump alluded to nearing a peace deal or even a ceasefire deal in Gaza. And just this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that all sides are, quote, very close to agreeing to a comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza. She says the president's special envoy to the Middle East sent each side a detailed 21-point plan for ending the war. Leavitt goes on to say the commander-in-chief expects both sides to agree, quote, the president knows and believes that this is as good a deal as these sides are going to see, and that's why it's 21 points. President Trump, in the meantime, set to meet with top congressional leaders later today as the deadline to avoid a government shutdown is just hours away. Today's meeting comes after the commander-in-chief canceled a planned meeting with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate last week, saying that he didn't believe talks would be constructive. Congressional Republicans are calling on their Democrat colleagues to agree to a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded through November 21st. While the measure passed in the House, Senate Democrats rejected the resolution and are demanding that recent cuts to health care programs be rescinded as part of any effort to keep the government open. Many believe Democrats will force a shutdown tomorrow if they don't get their way. President Trump calling on the Department of Justice and the FBI to take another look at the events of January 6th. It's one of his latest Truth Social posts. Here's what he writes. As it now turns out, FBI agents were at and in the January 6th protest, probably acting as agitators and insurrectionists, but certainly not as law enforcement officials. I want to know who each and every one of these so-called agents are and what they were up to on that now historic day. Many great American patriots were made to pay a very big price only for the love of their country. I owe this investigation of dirty cops and crooked politicians to them. Christopher Wray, the then director of the FBI, has some major explaining to do. That's two in a row, Comey and Wray, who got caught lying with our great country at stake. Meantime, Georgia Congressman Barry Loudermilk is already leading a congressional effort to reinvestigate January 6th. House Speaker Mike Johnson describes it as a committee to investigate the previous J6 subcommittee.
Why? Because there was so much bias in the system. And that committee was rigged, I think. And I think my theory is, I've always believed that they got rid of evidence and they hid some of this. So all of it's going to come out. The American people deserve full transparency.
Full transparency,
and that's what
100%.
Congress is working on, and that's what the administration is working on.
Meantime, amid the government shutdown tug of war, President Trump calling Portland, Oregon a war zone. That's why he is federalizing a couple hundred Oregon National Guardsmen to patrol the city. On Truth Social 47 writing, at the request of Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem, I'm directing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to provide all necessary troops to protect war-ravaged Portland and any of our ICE facilities under siege from attack by Antifa and other domestic terrorists. I am also authorizing full force if necessary. Thank you for your attention to this matter, he writes. In response, Oregon is suing to block the move, saying that you can't use National Guard soldiers to enforce domestic law enforcement. The state's governor also argues that there is no real crisis in Portland. The deployment now puts Oregon at the center of the constitutional and legal debate about how much authority a president, in this particular case President Trump, has when it comes to overriding a governor and deploying guardsmen. Well, New York City may be one step closer to electing communist Zoran Mamdani as its next mayor now that incumbent Mayor Eric Adams is out of the race. The embattled Adams was running as an independent after it became clear that he couldn't win a second term as Democrat. Mamdani and former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo remain in the race. Mamdani, by the way, considered the frontrunner after beating Cuomo, in the Big Apple's Democratic primary. Well, President Trump says Sunday's attack on a Mormon church appears to be yet another targeted attack on Christians in this country. At least 4 people are dead, 8 others hurt. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Now Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. I am Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, and I'm honored to be joined by Pastor Mark Driscoll and Pastor Josh McPherson. McPherson. I almost got it. Did I get it?
You crushed it.
I crushed it. See, I doubt myself.
Yep. You're doing great.
So it's not. See, what was the?
There's
thing
no
Mom said?
fear in McPherson.
No fear in McPherson.
My mom's line.
That's a good one. Yeah. Because I'm tempted every time I say it to say McPherson. And all our guys at the TPUSA faith team are huge admirers and followers of yours, and here I am like Ferson,
butchering my name.
I know, it's just so disrespectful.
Radio.
But I honor you, and I'm grateful for you to be here. And the TPUSA faith team is going to give me a stern talking to, I can assure you, after this. All in love.
I'd expect nothing less.
So here, I want to now transition our conversation so I can
can't use that word anymore. By the way,
no,
that
that's true. We are going to
shift the conversation.
Yes,
we're going to pivot a little bit. I'm going to go to this conversation about Christian nationalism, and I'm going to play some clips of what they're now saying about this, and then we're going to talk about the demonic. And then I want you guys just prepare your spirits for this. I think it's important that pastors are encouraged, warned, and, given some guidance on what this season will entail. You talk about new wineskins and new wine. So I want to talk about that. That's kind of, I think, where we're going. We'll see if that materializes. But I'm going to play these two clips here. Let's go ahead and play cut 7.
You're seeing here is a movement called Christian nationalism that merges Christianity as it's been practiced in America for, centuries with a very specific interpretation of what the founding fathers wanted, what Aristotle wanted. This strain of interpretation of the Bible merged Christianity and protecting the Western civilization values into one and the same thing.
All right. So that's Tina Nguyen from Verge. I think she's at The Verge. She was with Puck. She's been with Political. I've actually known her for a long time. She's always been very nice to me and a stand-up operator. I actually told her I was probably going to slam her with that clip today, but I said I would do it nice because she's actually nice. And she is misinterpreting the signs of the times, but we can get into that in just a second. I told her that. Let's go ahead and play cut 8. This is Don Lemon talking about something similar.
What we saw in that arena was not simply faith-finding public expression. It was religious nationalism on full display. That is the truth. That is my truth. This is my freedom of expression. This is my First Amendment right to be able to tell you the truth.
Mark, is that the truth?
So our nation is founded on rights. We are told that those rights come not from government, they come from God, and that God has authority over government, and that all governmental authority is derivative from God. The question then is, what is the name of this God? That's the question. The Muslims would say his name is Allah. The Christians would say his name is Jesus Christ. And so at the end of the day, as soon as you answer the question of what the name of that God is, you're picking a team. And what I find interesting is this is slanderous. It is fear-based. It is fear-mongering. And as Pastor Josh said previously, you get anarchy, which if you want to know what that looks like, go to Portland tonight. Yep. You get globalism, where we send all of our young men and dollars overseas until we cease to exist as a country and eradicate our borders and allow criminals and cartels to be in charge. Or you have nationalism, and nationalism is what God says is best for human life and flourishing. The first attempt at globalism is back in Genesis in a place called Babel, that is ancient Babylon, that is today Iraq. They all have the same language. They all get together, and they're trying to chase this Marxist utopian counterfeit vision of a perfect life on earth without God. And it's globalism. God looks down and says, they're united, and unless we spread them into nations, they're going to do tremendous evil. So united people without God are dangerous people. And so then God scatters them into nations, and he confuses them into languages. And so nationalism is what God did to save us from destroying ourselves. At the end of the age, according to the storyline of the Bible, depending upon your reading, at the end of the age, all the nations will seek to come together into a globalistic vision. But then the question is, who gets to be the leader? And it's not Christ, it's the Antichrist. And so if all power is consolidated globally, one demonically, satanically possessed person wielding all of that power becomes the end of civilization. And so globalism is a naive myth from the earliest days of Genesis, and nationalism was God's answer to globalism. It says in Acts 17, God determines the times and places in which we live. God had me, though Irish by descent, born in America in 1970, and that was God's decision for me. I love my God, and I love where he put me.
And you know, we were talking in the break, Pastor Josh, that you have this, you feel like you understand why Charlie was so dangerous to some of these ideas, whether we call them demonic ideas, whether we call them just far left ideas. And I don't think all left ideas, just for the record, are demonic. I'm just saying there are some that are demonic. There's some that are left and far left. Why was Charlie so dangerous to kind of this old lie?
Well, I think what made him effective and therefore dangerous was that Charlie was not primarily a political animal, and he said this in his own words. And Charlie's political theory was rooted in biblical theology. And he had an ability like maybe nobody I've ever seen to connect the dots with what's happening in the political realm with what God has said from his moral law. And so there's this obscure quote from John Frame, who gave us tri-respectivalism. I think that's kind of where you got it early on. And John Frame talked about the necessity of understanding the gospel as the center. Now, there's been a gospel-centered movement in American Christianity in the last 20 years, but what the gospel-centered movement did, I believe, is turn the gospel from the center to a boundary. So John Frame explains it like this, and this is what I think made Charlie so profound and trigger me on time here if we're running out. When you view the gospel as a boundary, it means all you can do is talk about the components of the specific gospel. Justification by faith alone,
so real
regeneration.
Quickly, what is the gospel? For those who don't know.
Let it rip.
It's Jesus Christ. Jesus is God, become a man to live without sin, the only human being to ever live without sin, declare himself to be God, the only founder of any major world religion to declare himself to be God, to die on the cross in our place as our substitute for our sins, to physically, bodily raise from the dead, opening heaven and triumphing over Satan, sin, death, hell, and the wrath of God. The gospel is the good news about who Jesus is and what Jesus does, and no one is who Jesus is, and no one does what Jesus does. That's the gospel.
Amen. Amen. So what the gospel-centered movement did, I believe, is turn the gospel into a boundary. That's all you can talk about.
I totally agree. And this is one of the things with TPUSA Faith that we did. We said, churches, if you don't speak into this void about sex and identity and about,
marriage, gender,
whatever,
abortion,
you are leaving this vacuum that will be filled by people that do not share your values. And so you don't have to agree on post-trib, pre-trib. You don't have to, we're not getting into that. We're saying speak up, stand up, and speak into the public arena, because we are losing our country. The most important thing, and Charlie always says this, was preach the gospel. Yeah. The second most important thing is to make sure you can do the first.
That's right.
And so stand up, church.
That's right.
Fill the void. Do not be cowards. And that was what made him truly unique.
If the pulpits of America don't disciple the culture will disciple the culture to themselves, because secularism has a God, and it's the God of self. And so when John Frame talks about the gospel being the center, he says it in such a way so as to say it doesn't limit what we talk about. It actually gives us permission and obligation to connect everything in life under the sun to the reality of the gospel. And that's what Charlie did, I believe, in such a powerful way. Sex, relationships, politics, governments, and nations, connecting them to the reality of God, most explicitly found in Jesus Christ in the gospel.
You know, I have to tell the audience about another partner, and it's funny because I for those who missed it, we're getting back to a little bit of regular order, and our partners, our network partners, our advertising partners have all been so generous and kind and gracious as we've been working through the last couple weeks. And there is no roadmap for this, and there's no instruction manual, so we're just doing our best. But I tell you what, when we have to talk about partners like Good Ranchers, and yeah, they sell meat, it's really good, and it's made in America. I love them. I love their product, but I love the people behind it even more. And they're Christians. Ben and Corley are amazing people who have come on this show and given a testimony about Jesus Christ. Now, Jesus healed Corley from cancer, and I cried when I heard it at the time. And so, yeah, they sell boxes of meat, and you should buy it. I get it, and their chicken nuggets are amazing. Charlie, his kids loved the chicken nuggets. My kids love the chicken nuggets. And so you should go to goodranchers.com, insert promo code Kirk for $40 off, and support them. Thanks so much. We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guests, everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Around 18 or 19.
Yep.
Well, okay. Two ingredients, check.
There's a
moment that leads to a movement, right? There is these other ingredients that people are called to repentance. And you've got all these
forgiveness.
people. And forgiveness. Repentance and forgiveness. And, that's been obviously true because Charlie's legacy in his life was so exemplary that all these, all these people are like, how do I be a better husband?
Yes,
how do I be a better father? And, and so you've got all these things. But then what about the church? Is it bypassing the church? Is it new wineskins? What is your challenge and your instruction to the church? The pastors out there that are seeing their pews filled, and maybe some that aren't. So there's like there's a Fox News poll that says churches are experiencing a 15% increase in congregations. Well, some are experiencing 80% or 100%, lines out the door. There is obviously, when we think about Revelations, you're going to snuff out the lampstands. Well, are some churches going to fold close their doors during this time while others explode and grow? So that's the question and we'll ask it in radio. We will be right back. Back to the Charlie Kirk Show. My name is Andrew Colvett. You were looking at the empty chair of our dear brother and friend, and we are trying to honor him as best as we know how. And one of the ways I think we do that is we encourage the church, we admonish the church. How does the church capture this moment? What is your word for pastors and shepherds?
Go there in a moment. So let me just say this though. For you, looking at the empty chair, I walked in, I got pretty choked up. How many times have you sat, here with Charlie, and now you're possibly your best friend, I don't want to speak for you, he's gone. You've got a job to do, you're leading on, but just personally as a human being, as a pastor, I just feel like asking, where are you at in all of this?
A lot of these Army guys and Special Forces guys reached out and they said, comes in waves. Don't be upset at yourself if you're not feeling what you feel like you should be feeling in one moment, and don't be upset if in the next moment you feel like you can't take a step forward. And that is true. It is so true. I've been, there's moments like when we were getting ready for the memorial. It was just, we were so busy. I didn't have a chance to think or grieve. It was just like, let's go. We have a job to do. And then you get done with that. I remember I was on Jesse Waters on the Monday, and it was like, Jesse asked me that same question. I was like, to be honest, Jesse, it's kind of hitting me all over again. It was like the come down after after that big event. And then this weekend, it just hit me again. So I think that's just going to be the way it is. And I'm not afraid of it. I embrace it. I tweeted out, I was like, I can't believe he's gone, because it still doesn't feel real.
It still feels very surreal.
Yeah, it does. And I miss him a lot. And these like old habits that we worked together for 8 years. You're just thinking about texting him or something funny or something he would say about something. And I guess, I just know that he's in glory. And, as Erica said, he's on a work trip with Jesus. And, I'm just truly humbled that I got to see it so up close.
Yeah.
And I know that the whole team here in the studio feels the same way, and at Turning Point, and
Well, you're grieving the loss of your friend and under tremendous work, doing things that there's no precedent or playbook for. You're just doing the best every day as you're able, and your team's doing an incredible job,
bro. Well, thank you. I mean, honestly, that's one of the blessings of being with this large team. Because you're feeling weak, and then you see somebody else really doing a great job and being courageous, and you're like, I can do it too. And I think we all feed off each other, and it's a team, it's a staff, it's a job, but it's really a family. And when something like this happens, it galvanizes you and really bonds you together.
And I think there could be a lot of really weird ways to handle this moment. And just my experience outside looking in, a lot of discretion, a lot of wisdom, a lot of grace in how you guys are handling it. I just think is evidence of the Spirit of God leading you guys and giving you guys grace for this moment.
We got the whole world praying. I'm very aware of that. And I said it before, but it bears repeating. I think a lot of us feel it. Like, we feel the prayers of strangers.
Yes.
And that's a wild thing. I've heard presidents talk about that before, where you feel sustained by the prayers. And to know that so many people have been praying for us. I don't talk to a single person that doesn't tell me we've been praying for you.
Yeah.
So thank you for asking.
We love you. And you forget that, like, Charlie is a husband, he's a father, he's got a wife, he's got kids, he's got friends. And to the team here, it was a very warm, personal relationship. Yeah. And sometimes in a media world, we think that people are just ideologies and not, human beings with families and relationships.
Yeah, there was definitely this a very distinct effort the entire career to make him wooden and two-dimensional. And to us, he was always in, Technicolor 3D, and one of the warmest, most generous, gracious, loyal, just good-hearted people.
And joyful.
Kind-hearted people.
Yeah, he's
joyful,
fun.
funny. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean,
doesn't get nearly enough credit for how funny.
No, I mean, one of Charlie's secret sauce was he embodied truth, goodness, beauty. He was a truth machine that was anchored in the goodness of the moral law of God and the wisdom of the Word of God. And he was demonstrating in real time with his beautiful wife and his beautiful kids the beauty of the Christian worldview working itself out in the heart of a man. And when you combine that, just razor sharp logic on truth, a commitment to fundamental goodness for all mankind, and then living out the beauty of a Camelot story, a beautiful wife, a family he loved, it's a powerful 1, 2, 3 punch that you can't ignore. It's self-authenticating. That worldview is working. I think that was part of what was so compelling about Charlie.
What's amazing is how much Erica embodies all of those qualities as well.
A remarkably
I always knew it,
woman.
but to see her have this platform to be. I mean, we've talked about the Charlie effect, and now one of the things I'm seeing more and more on social media is the Erica effect, right?
She could turn a whole generation of young women as he turned a whole generation of young men. If so, that would be revival.
That's right.
Wow. Okay, well, let's talk about it in just 1 second. One quick break with radio. We're going to keep going on the stream.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois, and we like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming before, retribution.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. Happening right now at the White House, President Trump meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The two are set to hold a bilateral meeting, and then they're going to have a joint news conference together, and that's expected to happen, at any moment. You can see the podium set up. The reporters are already in place, simply waiting for the arrival of President Trump and his Israeli counterpart. Today's meeting comes on the heels of Netanyahu addressing the United Nations General Assembly on Friday. And that very same day, President Trump alluded to nearing a peace or ceasefire deal in Gaza. Just this morning, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt saying that all sides are, quote, very close to agreeing to a comprehensive plan to end the war in Gaza. She also says the president's special envoy to the Middle East sent each side a detailed 21-point plan for ending that war. Leavitt goes on to say the commander-in-chief expects both sides to agree, quote, the president knows and believes that this is as good a plan as these sides are going to see, and that's why it's a 21-point plan. Again, we're expecting that news conference to happen at any moment. The moment it does, we'll take you there live. We also could get an answer to what Caroline Leavitt said about both sides agreeing to a peace deal, or at least a deal to end the war in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu at the White House today, and he could very well make that announcement here in short order. Meantime, President Trump is set to meet with top congressional leaders later on today as well. This, as the deadline to avoid a government shutdown is just hours away. Today's meeting comes after the commander-in-chief canceled a planned meeting with Democrat leaders from the House and Senate last week, saying that he just didn't believe talks would be constructive. Congressional Republicans are calling on their Democrat colleagues to agree to a continuing resolution that would keep the government funded through November 21st. While the measure passed in the House, Senate Democrats rejected the resolution and are demanding that recent cuts to health care programs be rescinded as part of any effort to keep the government funded. Many believe the Democrats will force a shutdown tomorrow if they don't get their way. That's a quick check of your headlines. Again, we'll take you back to the White House the moment President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu come out to address the media. For now, let's get you back to your regularly scheduled program.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this show. And I'm going to tell you about one of our partners. We're getting back into regular order. Bear with us as we do. I still got to kind of get the rhythm down again because our partners have just been so gracious to us and understanding that we are going through something unprecedented. And but I'm honored to be able to honor our advertisers and our networks and help everybody who's helped us so much. So please support these companies. And this one is Patriot Mobile. Glenn Story, I hope you're watching out there. You've been a tremendous friend. You've texted, you've called, you've seen what you could do. You've made donations. Patriot Mobile is your mobile carrier that you need to go with. So there's only one mobile company in America that boldly stands in the gap for every American that believes that freedom is worth fighting for, and that is Patriot Mobile. For more than 12 years, Patriot Mobile has been on the front lines fighting for our God-given rights and freedoms while also providing, and this is the key, you can have the mission, but you got to be good at it, exceptional nationwide cell phone service with access to all three of the main networks. Don't just take my word for it. Ask the hundreds of thousands of Americans who've made the switch and are now supporting causes they believe in. And boy, Patriot Mobile has been such a stalwart defender and supporter of Turning Point USA and this show. And so call 972-PATRIOT today, or go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. They'll give you a free month of service with that promo code. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie, or call 972-PATRIOT and make the switch today. Thank you to Patriot Mobile for helping out so much. You know what you've done, and for supporting this show. Thank you, Glenn and Jenny. All right, so we are talking about the spirit of the age. You made this comment that I just felt was really powerful, Pastor Josh. You said, when Erica said this statement that you're not rivals, and she's defining the roles of men and women, that she put a spear through the spirit of the Jezebel spirit of our age. So let's play this cut, and then I'll let you finish that up. Clip 27.
But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God.
It's incredible.
Let's go.
It's incredible. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
It's putting a spirit through your heart of chauvinism that would look down on a woman.
Yeah, got both sides. That's a good point.
Yeah,
she was an equal opportunity.
Everyone got to
critique.
get shot. Everyone got to get addressed. So chauvinism, there's no room for that in biblical Christianity. Feminism, where men are put down and women are elevated. And so it was powerful. Can we read Bible verses on this show?
We could preach the gospel.
Let's go. Because you reminded me of this when you said it. It's in 2 Corinthians 10. In light of talking about spiritual warfare, Mark, I've been sure you think of this. Paul says this. He says, the weapons we fight are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. Now watch this. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. That's what she was doing. And that's what made it so powerful. And then watch this. And we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Christians typically read that verse, and a buddy of mine pointed this out, and we think of it as personal. Take captive my thoughts, don't have lustful thoughts, whatever. Paul is referencing taking captive thoughts in the context of public argumentation. He's calling Christians that's a wrong thought. Charlie was going around campuses and he was publicly taking captive those demonic thoughts and ideologies that really had the hearts and minds of students captive. And he was saying that's a wrong thought. That's a wrong idea. And he was demolishing these strongholds that set themselves up against the knowledge of God with the truth of the gospel. And that's what Erica was doing.
Love that.
And that's what made it so strong.
Well, yeah. I mean, Charlie, there's this great clip of him saying, my job is to confront evil. We might actually have that clip. I think we do have that clip. My job is to confront evil and to proclaim the truth. But let's just play this one just because it's fun to hear it in his own words. Let's play cut 28. This is Charlie with Tucker Carlson.
This is why your faith is the most important thing. Because for those of us that are Christians, you actually see what's going on, which is that we do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities and darkness and spirits, that there's a spiritual war here. There is a God, and we are not him. That there is an entire dimension of angels and demons and spirits that are constantly struggling around us, and that there is a supernatural dimension.
Amen.
Crushed it. It's
no notes.
Well, see, part of it too, I said this, is I think that of all the political pundits and commentators I've met, very few would qualify to be a pastor according to the qualifications in the Bible. Charlie did. His character, his marriage, his personal integrity. And so I think an entire generation that was not in church, but they were online, I think they looked at Charlie as not just a big brother, but their pastor. So they were looking to him as to, okay, well, how do I get married? How do I have a family? What makes life meaningful? How do I know where the truth is? So Charlie was functioning as a pastor for an entire generation. Yeah. And so when he died, even those who weren't Christians, they felt this devastating personal, emotional loss. Yeah. And that's why. And then they went to church because that's what Pastor Charlie told them to do. Yeah. And so I believe that he is well known for his political work. I think that now we're seeing his spiritual work was at least as equally impactful.
Yeah, it was bigger. Yep. And so, I mean, this is where I want to end this conversation in the time we have left. We got the rest of this segment and the next segment. What's your word? So Erica said go to church. Elon Musk retweeted it,
which is wild. I would hope that I hope that he was tweeting it on his way to church.
Dude, we saw Elon Musk singing along,
singing some worship songs.
Wow, let's go.
There's the tweet. She's not a super active tweeter, poster, but when she does,
bingo,
she makes gold records. Is this? She.
And thank you for doing this, Erica.
Yeah, thank you. And this is Elon post that, and he posted, anyways, my point is,
what's happening there, I think, is, I don't know sure where Elon is with Jesus, but there's just a recognition that cultural Christianity is good for everyone.
Yes, I think
That's
Elon
part of
is
the recognition
very well
there, I
aware
think.
that he does not want to live in an agnostic, atheist, Muslim country. He wants to live in a Christian one. He wants to live in one where people have virtue and honor and honesty and integrity, and they don't target him just because they don't like the fact that he's so rich. I mean, I think all that's very much playing into this, but I gotta believe that you do not sit through, and he sat through so much of it.
He sat through hours of gospel preaching,
and you can't. It's hard to sit through that and to feel the Holy Spirit and go, it's not real.
Yeah.
Well, and to ask too, what happens when I die?
Yes.
And what will they say?
Yes. And what was so powerful about that memorial,
and probably be confronted with the fact that he's under incredible amount of threats.
That's right.
Oh, his life is constantly in danger.
Yes. Yes. I was going to say, a friend pointed out to me, that was not an event that had been planned for 10 months.
Yeah, that was a week.
The event we sat in that was so sweet and so powerful didn't exist 10 days earlier.
Yeah.
And what it demonstrated was when you bump Christians with tragedy, what pours out is hope.
Well, yeah.
That's what's so powerful.
Well, and so what is the message to the shepherds, the pastors out there, Pastor Mark, Pastor Josh? How do they pass this test, and how do they step into the anointing of this new wine that is being poured out on the country? Because I think it's critical. One of the things Erica said, she said, shepherd them.
Mm-hmm.
Shepherd them.
So I'll pick it up there. There is a wild misunderstanding of what it means to shepherd. So in the Bible, animals are out in the field. They're exposed to wolves and predators. And so the shepherd has two jobs: one, to be tender with the flock; two, to be tough for the flock. If we took out the word shepherd and we inserted the word cowboy, you would have the biblical understanding of a pastor. A pastor is supposed to be a cowboy, supposed to be able to kill wolves and protect sheep. And the problem we have today, they're not fighting wolves, and as a result, they're really not loving sheep. And so, the whole cultural phenomenon of the West and Western nostalgia and Yellowstone, people watching that, ultimately what they are thinking is this is what leadership should be like. It should be more like a cowboy. And so I think part of the new wine that is going to form a new wineskin will include pastors who are not just guys who feel comfortable holding sheep and walking around singing songs, but they're cowboys that also know how to defend and protect, and when a wolf shows up, are not afraid to put him down.
Dude, Charlie was a cowboy.
He was a cowboy. Charlie Kirk was a cowboy.
That's right.
And he moved to Arizona, and he fit really well because it's still a cowboy town.
Well, and he, you're talking about the Old Testament would use the word shepherd, right? David was a shepherd, but he was killing lions.
Yeah.
And that would come after the sheep.
He was carrying bags of enemies' foreskins around on his belt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He
1, 2, 3, not it.
Exactly.
He was a dude.
He was a dude.
And
I think that's what you're getting at, right? This.
There needs to be a little more masculine fortitude in leadership.
When I remember when I was sitting listening to your preaching, you would talk about there was this thing that you would say, we have this idea of Jesus being this spandex wearing fairy princess that just is singing these beautiful hymns in the clouds. It's like, no, look at Revelation. He's wielding a flaming sword, and he's coming to destroy the enemy and to protect his people.
Yes, that's the storyline of the Bible. And so for the church, fear is contagious, and so is courage. And that's what you saw with Charlie. If Charlie had manifested fear, nobody would have showed up for his funeral. Because he manifested courage, there's an entire generation saying, I choose faith, not fear. I choose courage, not cowardice.
Well, here, let's play this clip. This is Charlie with George Janko, who's also in the local area. Oh, 1 second. We almost got it loaded.
Okay.
And when we do, it's going to be real good. I promise.
Super good.
Our studio's like, hold it. It's loaded. Let's go ahead and play cut 30.
These moments where you're fighting for your country and you're getting these threats, does it alarm and concern you for your children?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, my wife is the best person ever, and she's a patriot, and she's a believer, and we don't want to have to be accountable to God when this life passes. And he asks, why did you not trust in me and not fight evil? Because we as Christians are called to fight evil. It's one of the lesser known scriptures, Psalm 97:10. For those of you that love God, you must hate evil.
Pastor Charlie.
There it is.
Well, it's funny because
Cowboy Pastor Charlie
spoke at so many churches in the last few years.
Yeah.
And he was always very clear, like, I'm not a pastor. I'm not a pastor. You know, he was like, didn't want the label.
He was an accidental pastor.
He was and you know, that was all him. I remember when he was starting it, I was like, okay, Charlie, have you met any? The church can be worse than politics. Yeah. Like, it's brutal out there.
Well, he talked about, he was told early on not to combine the two. And then somehow, either on his own or through mentoring, he's like, no, we have to connect these two or we won't be faithful.
No, exactly. He didn't bifurcate his faith. He did not compartmentalize it. Speaking of another guy that does not, I want to tell you about Alan Jackson, great partner of this show. We're honored to be partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries. And today I want to point you to their podcast. It's called Culture and Christianity, the Alan Jackson Podcast. What makes it unique is Pastor Alan's biblical perspective. He takes the truth from the Bible and applies it to issues we're facing today, just exactly what we're talking about: gender confusion, abortion, immigration, Doge, Trump in the White House, issues in the church. He doesn't just discuss the problems. He gives practical things we can do to make a difference. His guests have incredible expertise and powerful testimony. Each episode, you'll recognize the power of your faith and how God can use your life to impact our world today. The Culture and Christianity podcast is informative and encouraging, and you can find it on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. Be sure to subscribe so you don't miss any episodes. They have been so faithful to us, and we love those guys. So please check it out, support them. We're going to keep going. We've got some 6 points coming up for pastors. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's time for a whole new generation to wise up and rise up. The Charlie Kirk Show.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Genuinely honored by Y-Refi and their incredible support of this show. They were one of the first to call and say, you guys aren't going anywhere. We're going to stand by your side, whatever you need. And that's YREFI.com, YREFY.com. And they help you with student loan debt. So if you have private student loan debt, which is about $45 billion of which is labeled distressed, they can help you. They refinance distressed, defaulted private student loans that others won't even touch. And they support shows like ours that go through a traumatic experience and they won't leave our side. And so if that tells you anything about the type of character that is inside of this organization and what they do for their friends, they will be your friends and they will stand by you. So you don't have to be burdened by this debt, by this private student loan debt anymore. They can help get this load off of your shoulders. They will shoulder it with you. You can even miss payments every so often. They don't care about what your credit score is. So part of putting your shoulder back and being a man or a woman, being an adult growing up, is taking care of your financial house. So help them, let them help you. We'll be right back with radio. Final segment, guys. This has flown by. Pastor Mark Driscoll, Pastor Josh McPherson.
Nailed it, bro.
I'm just
third time's charm.
That's just becoming a gag. It's becoming a bit. So, guys, you have. So, I guess I'm going to throw it to you, Pastor Josh. Your admonition, your exhortation, your encouragement for pastors. You've kind of got it systematized. So you got a 6-point list.
Well, I preach to the book of Acts, and just an encouragement, every pastor should preach verse by verse to the book of Acts. You'll see profound patterns that apply to this moment. Talking with pastors all across the country, I think there's reason to be encouraged. We are seeing, I would call it like 3.0 church planner, 1.0, 2.0, 3.0 church planner. They're bold, they're courageous, they're differentiated. They're not running the human calculus of how this is going to cost me politically, or will the board throw me out, or will the big donor leave. They're just fearless for Jesus' sake, and they're seeing their churches explode. 2, 3, 4, 5 years in, there's 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people there. Numbers I've never seen in my lifetime. So just to encourage people listening, God is moving and working, and there's a remarkable crop of leaders coming up who are differentiated, fearless leaders. But here's what I've seen. There's three kind of categories of pastors. There's the confused pastor who's calling me on Saturday. Are you going to talk about Charlie or not? I don't know what to do. And they're not necessarily nefarious or cowardice. They're just unclear, right? And so I want to speak to those. There's the cowards who know what they should say, but have run the human calculus of what it might cost them and chose not to. Then you have the captured. They're just playing for the other team. It's the fourth pastor, the courageous, that I believe see the anointing of God and the move of God in this generation. That's who Charlie was. And so this six-fold grid of a pastor's asking what to do, this is what I would tell him to do. We got time for this?
Yeah.
We're gonna hit it right. Number one, set forth the truth plainly. We see Paul said, I preach to both Jews and Greeks, repent. Charlie was brilliant at this. He had an ability like nobody I've ever seen to set forth the truth in a plain and understandable way. Number two, demonstrate the Spirit's power. Paul said we came not with wise and persuasive words. Here's the thing. Was Charlie wise? Was he persuasive? Yes. But why was he so effective? Because he was working with the power of the Spirit. He wasn't just there using man's arguments. You know, Jesus said, hey, don't worry about what you're going to say when you go before principalities and powers. I'll be there with you. That was literally Charlie's life. No notes, no AI in front of thousands of people on a microphone, right? Yep. I think he was a walking demonstration of the Spirit's power. Oftentimes, the Holy Spirit's the most uninvited guest in our church. We have to invite the Holy Spirit. We have to plant, preach, grow churches that God wants to be at. Churches for God, not for man. Charlie would say that often. Third, boldly proclaim the truth. Paul said, I have not hesitated. And many pastors hesitate. Should I, would I stop running the man calculus of the cost that it's going to require of you and boldly proclaim the truth, whatever the cost? Because here's the cost that you should run. Will I say something or not say something that could cost me the anointing of God? That's what matters. Not who leaves or who stays or who tweets about you, but what God thinks about you. And if that's the grid through which you run the decisions that you make, you'll please the Lord and He'll bless you. Number four, live not by lies. Eric Metaxas talks about the spiral of silence. The less people speak up, the higher the cost for those who do. We saw that with Charlie.
So
Start speaking up. Refuse to pretend that boys can be girls and men can lactate. It's like, do not live by lies. And silence in this culture is perpetuating the lies. So we have to speak up about the lies. If you're on the wall, it's being attacked, and you're not at the point of the breach, you're not being faithful. Number five, you got to enjoy the King. Charlie did this so well. Set forth a clear and compelling vision of the beauty of following King Jesus, which means don't stop laughing and loving while you're making war.
Great.
Okay, we're to be laughing, happy warriors.
Yep.
And Charlie embodied that so well. He wasn't angry. He wasn't brooding. He wasn't shadowy. I mean, he was strong. He was strong and happy, and that comes from Erica and his children. And lastly, we got to fight downhill. And this would be my encouragement. Stop ceding the home field advantage.
That's
right? And I think this might look like if an institution is corrupt, we might need to step back from those corrupt institutions and start building new ones and better ones like ARCs that people are drowning.
The ones that are doing the right thing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly
I love that. And we should make that available to everybody, that list. In the minute I have remaining, I want to honor you, Pastor Mark. Charlie loved this book. This is called Doctrine. And it was when he was asked a couple weeks before, he mentioned this book, that this is one of the books that was really impacting him. And it's by you, Pastor Mark, and Gary Bashirs. And you generously have offered it free to this audience. So I want to make sure we have this on the lower. Text Doctrine to 99383. Please put that on the, there you go. Text Doctrine to 99383. You'll get a free copy of it, PDF. You get teaching sermons and all these other resources, totally free, no strings attached.
Just Bible teaching.
Just Bible teaching. And here's the thing, guys. You can also go to charliekirk.com. We're going to put it up for download there. And I asked if there was some way we could help you, and you just refused. And I just want to bless you and honor you for that.
Yeah, we don't want anything, just to help.
No, and it's just a really sweet gesture, and it's been my honor to host both of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you,
bro.
We'll see you tomorrow, everybody, with Steve Deace. Until then.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is king.
President Trump hosts last-ditch talks with congressional leaders to avoid a government shutdown.
The Democrats have become radical left lunatics. They have
policies that nobody's going to buy. And, I see what's going on in New York. We're going to have perhaps a communist mayor because it's split up. If the people would get together and have one candidate, they'd have, I think, a pretty good chance. But it looks like maybe they're not going to do that. But we're going to end up with a communist mayor. It's not even believable, my beautiful New York.
A deadly attack on a church meeting house in Michigan, killing at least 2 people and injuring 8.
From what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning went into it, whether he left a note. All of those questions have yet to be answered, but certainly will be answered.
One thing for sure, we must fight fire with fire.
New protests in Portland, Oregon, in response to President Trump ordering troops into the city that he claims is war-ravaged. The commander-in-chief vowing to protect ICE facilities he says are under siege by Antifa. Well, people are now taking to the streets. They are pushing back on the military move.
Antifa and other left-wing activists have rallied outside of this ICE facility here every night and clash with federal agents. Some of those protests even turning violent.
We say fight back! We say fight back! We say fight back! We say fight back!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. We are here live in Washington, D.C. Today is September 29th, 2025, Anno Domini. It's the first show I've done in this studio since hosting the Charlie Kirk Memorial on September 11th, though we will be back in Phoenix for the rest of the week. Folks, go take a look at what happened this weekend. And after we got off the show on Friday evening, we got the word after we had interviewed the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, where we had been saying over and over that what we need here is an activation of the Joint Terrorism Task Forces. Well, kudos to Attorney General Pam Bondi, because that's exactly what she did. The full activation of the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, and this is across the country. So there's 200 of these, many in the major cities. That's typically where they operate out of. So New York, LA, Chicago, Philly, Washington, D.C. as a special situation, Phoenix, Dallas, you take your pick. So the Joint Terrorism Task Forces, these are the fusion and ops centers for intelligence sharing and for information that can go between the various domestic terrorist groups, some of which, by the way, Seattle, Portland, you will see flow of the fighters from various locales. They'll go from one AOR to another. So when they're moving between AORs, that's when the different Joint Terrorism Task Forces can pick them up or drop them off. And we've got to keep the pressure on. We saw incredible videos that came out over the weekend. This was great. It's still reactive, though. It's still in a reactive mode. So they're standing there, they're doing the protection, they did fantastic work, and my hat is off. Hat is absolutely off to the professional way that the ICE agents, the Border Patrol that came in to support, every other augment performed throughout this weekend. It was incredible. Also, we were able to break the news yesterday, even though it's a Sunday. We don't take days off around here. Human Events was able to break the news that the ICE officer who was involved in an incident that involved the spouse, it seems, of an illegal alien. It had been reported that he was placed under investigation related to duty, that he has actually been restored to full active duty, fit for full duty, FFD, because of additional evidence that was found over the weekend. A full review of the situation took place, and it turned out that that ICE agent did not do anything wrong. So we're happy to report for you guys when something good does happen. And here's the end of the day. The people that are waging domestic insurrection against the United States of America, that have declared war on this country and all that we stand for, that we're trying to bomb. They actually uncovered a bomb at the Chicago ICE facility over the weekend. And more to the point, Charlie Kirk is not with us because of anti-fascist violence. Ladies and gentlemen, it will not stop until it is stopped. The networks are there. The networks are in place. The funding is in place. All of this needs to be investigated. It needs to be pressurized, and it needs to be wiped clean. It's really as simple as that. It needs to be wiped clean so the rest of us can go about our lives, so the rest of us can engage in civil American discourse. The troublemakers and the JTTFs know exactly who they are. They need to be rounded up. The financiers need to be shut down. Anyone involved in inciting or conspiracy to incite one of these riots, and that's what they are planned riots, they need to be taken down. It's really as simple as that. Now, we saw another horrific act of violence against the LDS church yesterday. Some other acts of violence over the weekend. We're going to get into all of that as we continue. Prime Minister Netanyahu expected to make an appearance at the White House soon. When that happens, we will cut to it, bring you all the news. Human Events Daily, right back. Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're in Washington, D.C. today. Folks, people always ask me, how do you get involved in the precious metals markets? Well, take a look. Gold is breaking all-time highs every single day. Silver is trading over $47, and the answer is simple: Allegiance Gold. Now, whether you're a collector looking for the best pricing in the market, or you're looking to protect your future, it doesn't matter if it's $5,000 or $5 million. It's time to get in. and it's time to act. So just go over to protectwithposo.com to get started. Allegiance Gold has the top ratings in the industry. Now, I've been partnered with them for years, and when you go to protectwithposo.com or call 844-577-POSO, you can move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver, and you may qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. With the way things are looking right now, the market, take a look at this free silver. That could be worth a lot more time just by the time it arrives securely at your doorstep. So go on over to 844-577-POSO. Give them a call. Visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or protectwithposo.com. It is smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. Now, we had this, and I was working the phones all day yesterday on this act of violence in Michigan, an attack on an LDS church, a Mormon church. The president potentially meeting here with Bibi Netanyahu, Prime Minister of Israel. We want to cut to that, and we'll go to it. We're not exactly sure when it's going to come out, but we'll let you know. But for the time being, we've got on Tyler Boyer. He's the COO of Turning Point Action. Tyler, how's it going, man?
Jack, it's good to be with you again. We've seen a lot of you lately.
A little bit, yeah. You can't get rid of me. We're obviously, for once, we're talking about something completely other than that we've been dealing with the last couple of days, but unfortunately, it's yet another act of violence. Caroline Leavitt came out and said that this was an act of violence directed at the Mormon church, directed at Mormons. Do you have any other information regarding this or potential motive here?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of speculation kind of revolved around the shooter here, specifically on how what their intent was. Obviously, I don't think you drive a car into an LDS church and unload and start throwing out IEDs if you don't have some kind of hatred for Mormons. So I think it's safe to say that exists, but what exactly was the motive? Was there people that he had interacted with? His politics? I know there's been some speculation. Remember, in Michigan, you don't have partisan voter registration, so it's a little bit more difficult to determine who a person is based off of their registration. There have been some suggestions based off of some kind of loosely posted pictures that he had some kind of axe to grind against Republicans or Trump. We just don't really know that quite yet. I think it's far more likely that religion played a factor in this, given that was the target here.
Yeah, and I'm actually seeing, so the Detroit Free Press has an article up saying that that a Burton City Council candidate said that he spoke to the man. I guess he had knocked on his door about a week prior. So they were out canvassing, and somebody knocked on his door potentially to either get a ballot for him or for one of the ongoing elections, and that he actually went on this suspect here went on a tirade against the LDS church, described Mormons as, quote, the Antichrist. The man was outgoing, polite, and extremely friendly, and it was his animosity towards the church didn't seem violent, but it was very much the standard anti-LDS talking points that you'd find, that you'd find online. He said, this wasn't something that I would forget. And again, didn't say anything specific, but that's the latest as of an hour ago. They found someone apparently who, Tyler, as you just said, they don't have the registration, or at least the partisan registration, but we are in election time, and certainly something about canvassing, and this is something that those are the types of things, by the way, in canvassing that you would probably want to mark down in a special notes section.
Right, and it's really important to point out, so the LDS church is not huge in Michigan. There's probably a lot more threats against other religions within the state of Michigan. The members of the LDS church only make up about 1% of Michiganders. So it's not like this is a huge, quote unquote, problem that exists is just all this animosity. Seems like that this guy, based off that interaction that he had with the city council candidate, just had some kind of weird obsession with that, and that's why, I mean, it even came up in that conversation potentially with that city council candidate. Maybe that gentleman believing that it was a bigger issue than was there, but this kind of spurred a lot of different conversations, because obviously we know Charlie was assassinated in Utah. There's been some kind of anti-Mormon rhetoric that's come out in the weeks from that were around that, even though the individual that was responsible was not seemingly religious at all. We'll get to know that shooter a little bit more deeply, but obviously Utah being the home of the LDS Church. And then you also had this week, the president of the LDS Church pass away, which is kind of a big deal within LDS culture. So you have this really odd convergence of things happening where there's just a lot of, forefront in the mind of the Mormon faith. Tomorrow, we actually are hosting an event, a Turning Point, on campus at Utah State University, which was where Charlie was supposed to have his second Utah stop and his original tour. So that's happening tomorrow, where we'll be interviewing a number of individuals who were present and involved around the assassination, meaning the individuals who were part and parcel to the news, including the governor and Jason Chaffetz, who he was there with his family at the time at Utah Valley University. So it should be really interesting, an interesting conversation, especially given the news of Michigan, and then also the bigger news of the LDS president passing away this last week.
Yeah, and I think there's, if anything, because I know a lot of people are trying to draw some kind of line between these horrific acts of violence that we've all seen. I've called it Bloody September. It started with an attack on a Catholic church, then a series of other attempts, then obviously Charlie's assassination, now an attack on a Mormon church, the LDS Church, which they, because it's so badly burned, we don't even know exactly how many fatalities there were, if others. Tyler, I think it's something to be said that obviously, Antifa is one thing, and that obviously exists separate to the broader issue of violence. There's lots of people who unfortunately commit violence, but I do think that there's something out there, something of a copycat effect out there, that when people see this on the news, that if you are, and studies have borne this out, that if you are someone who's sort of on that line, if you're someone who's got TBI or any other potential PTSD that that is left untreated, or it's not treated well, seeing these things in the news does tend to kind of push them over. And I think if anyone's looking for a bigger connection, I kind of feel like that might be it.
Yeah, I think it's you're bringing up an interesting point, that we're in kind of a dark period here. You referred to this month as Bloody September. It looks like we're entering an era, unfortunately, that violence is becoming thematic across the country, and we know that this is what happens, is that violence begets violence, is that people that see this, that are interested in attention in the sickest way possible, act on some of these thoughts that they've had in their head, and in particular in communities where they think it's okay. And this is why it's so important for our civilization to be able to embrace the godliness that we need to embrace, which has been one of the positives that's come out of Charlie's assassination, rather, is that we've had many people turn their hearts towards God and want to be better people. But unfortunately, where that light is cast, sometimes there's darkness that comes in with really evil people trying to thwart it. And so regardless of what the motive is here with this in Michigan, it's without a doubt pure evil that is driving some of these forces, and we're going to probably see more of it as the battle wages on between good and evil in America. No,
I think that's right. I mean, the very first thing that I tweeted out was that this is demonic. And, as Christians, look, guys, I'm more than happy to have the various debates and gosh, we've had them on the show so many times. It's like we've got Catholics, we've got Mormons, we've got evangelicals, but at the end of we've had them with Charlie so many times. But at the end of the day, when we're all under attack, we're all under attack. And that's what it comes down to. This is demonic influence. There's no question about that. Demons are writhing in pain when people gather together to worship Christ Jesus. That's the end of it. And it almost feels like when the switch is flipped, that you're going to see, unfortunately, more and more of this. And actually, Tyler, when we come back, we didn't get to it in this situation. I want to talk about the fact that there's a silver lining here, is that we had a good guy with a gun. And at the end of the day, that's what it's going to come down to. We all need to be getting smarter. We all need to be training more. We all need to be understanding that there's a real and serious threat. So it's time to take it seriously. Be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. At Camp Owigaway, a Christian summer camp filled with adventure and camaraderie, kids come together for experiences that challenge and inspire them. Between canoe races, campfires, and heartfelt conversations, they form deep friendships and uncover new layers of their faith and identity. Each day at camp offers opportunities for personal growth, connection, and unforgettable memories.
Come on, pick it up. Let's go. I can't be the only one pumped to go read a Bible in the middle of the woods for a week.
If you need a hand with packing, we're here to help.
Thank God.
A troubled teenager takes a leap of faith to attend Camp Owigaway in this series directed by Alan Powell, and a cast that stars Antonio Cipriano, David Koechner, Lee Ellen Baker, and Carlos Penavega. It has music from the same producers who created High School Musical and Camp Rock.
3, 2, 1, more
Why am I here? It's the question we're all asking ourselves.
This action-packed fun series will have you asking, why am I here? And what is my purpose? The series streams exclusively on Angel Studios platform, so the best way to see this new series is by joining the Angel Guild, a community of over 1 million members that have a vested voice in what series and films get greenlit by Angel. This means that Owigaway was voted on by members of the Guild to move forward. So becoming a Guild member is like being a member of the Television Academy, and you'll get all the perks from the comfort of your own home. So head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild and watch Owigaway today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women.
You talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
Jack Posobiec, we're back live, Human Events Daily. We're talking to Tyler Boyer about this shooting and bombing of an LDS church up in Michigan. But Tyler, I know the president's going to be speaking very soon here, but I got to ask you, man, it was a good guy with a gun who stopped this, and that needs to be said over and over.
Yeah, one of the church leaders that was at on the dais was a person who happened to be carrying a gun. Actually, in the face of church policy, believe it or not, it's come out that church policy a few years ago was encouraging people to not carry at church, which is, I think, a total and huge mistake. Thank goodness for this man who was able to exchange fire, it sounds like, based off of reports with the shooter, was able to save probably dozens of lives, maybe even more than that, by keeping the individual busy until police got there. And our understanding is that the police put him down. There's a little bit of confusion whether the individual put him down or police did, but it sounds like the individual who was carrying got shot. So he's a total hero, saved tons of lives, and that's what we got to see more of. In particular, we've got to have people defending and protecting our churches. We have
wait.
individuals.
So I want to drill down on something real quick. This wasn't like a security guard. This was one of the people on the dais, actually.
Yeah, this is in the LDS faith they call second counselor in the bishopric. So you have a bishop who's kind of like the pastor or priest, and they have two counselors who join them. So all three of them are sitting on the stand, and so obviously they had looks, and so he was able to pull out his gun, and it sounds like exchange fire with the individual. And again, thank goodness he was there, because who knows who else would have been murdered. If had he not had exchanged fire with that individual. It sounds like he was shot, is what the reports are. So we're praying for them. Obviously, it's just another example of why it's so important to carry, is that you have individuals who are sitting ducks in places like churches and theaters and things like that. And the best way to fight the bad guys with guns is good guys with guns. And we know that from experience after experience.
I mean, it has to be said. And, I wish, hey, don't we all wish we didn't live in the world that we live in? And, I hear the Democrats, the liberals run around. And by the way, Michigan already has red flag laws. So, this is a situation where, the red flag laws didn't work here. The system didn't work for whatever reason. And, this guy was able to do what he did. And ultimately, it has to come down to that. And this is what I talk about with violence at the network level. When we're talking about network violence, like decentralized, distributed, open source network warfare, I talked about it on CNN, asymmetric civil warfare. That's what we're seeing. And the only way ultimately to stop that is with some type of state force. Okay, we're being told, Tyler, that the president is walking out. Tell people real quick where they can follow you.
Yep, just at Tyler Boyer, BOWYER. Follow along.
All right, thanks so much, Tyler. Tomorrow. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel, I believe a Gaza potential peace plan is being presented
today.
So
this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East. And let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. So this is far more than anybody expected, but the level of support that I've had from the nations in the Middle East and surrounding Israel and neighbors of Israel has been incredible. Incredible. Every single one of them. This afternoon, after extensive consultation with our friends and partners throughout the region, I'm formally releasing our principles for peace, which people have really liked, I must say. And these are done, not just routinely done, these are done with total consideration and working with the nations that we're talking about. All of these nations have made contributions to those suggestions. I want to thank the leaders of many Arab and Muslim nations for their tremendous support in developing the proposal, along with many of our allies in Europe. Europe has been very much involved. and as I was called by many of the European leaders, most of them saying, is this true? Are you really doing peace in the Middle East? This is the most incredible thing we've heard. Some think it's the biggest thing they've ever heard. They called just to find out, was it just a rumor or is it actually done? And then they said, have you spoken to the Arab leaders? Have you spoken to all of the other leaders that we have to get? A lot of people involved in this one. I also want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for agreeing to the plan and for trusting that if we work together, we can bring an end to the death and destruction that we've seen for so many years, decades, even centuries, and begin a new chapter of security, peace, and prosperity for the entire region. And I want to just say that my meetings and dialogue that we had with so many countries, Saudi Arabia as an example, the king is a phenomenal person. The Emir of Qatar, he's incredible people. UAE, and that's MBZ and ABZ. We're totally involved. These are the people that we've been dealing with and who've been actually very much involved in this negotiation, giving us ideas, things they can live with, things they can't live with. Pretty complex. I mean, after 2,000, 3,000 years, whatever it is, I guess it's got to be a little complex, or it would have been done a long time ago. The King of Jordan was with us, as you know, in the United Nations. The President of Turkey, President Erdogan, is a friend of mine, a strong man, but a good man. President of Indonesia, somebody who's an amazing leader, Prabowo. He is an amazing leader and respected by everybody. He was in the room with us. We were together with most of these people that I'm mentioning. Others were by phone or the next day. The Prime Minister and the Field Marshal of Pakistan, they were with us right from the beginning. Incredible. In fact, they just put out a statement that they fully believe in this pact. It just came out just as I was walking around. They said, sir, you have a big notice from the Prime Minister of Pakistan and from the Field Marshal that they back this 100%. President El-Sisi of Egypt, who's terrific. And these are people I've gotten to know over the years. I mean, I would say it started around 2015 and then went into 2016 when the presidency officially began. But I've known him actually for a long time, and there are many cases really great men. I can't say in all cases, but I will tell you in many cases they're great men, and some great women too. They tend to be mostly men, however, I will say that. But if accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. But the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right, and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. Everyone understands that the ultimate result must be the elimination of any danger posed in the region, and the danger is caused by Hamas. The tyranny of terror has to end, and this is, again, something that we're looking for. This is eternity. This is for forever. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it, and we'll do it right, and we're going to put leaders from other countries on, and leaders that are very distinguished leaders, and we'll have a board, and one of the people that wants to be on the board is the UK former Prime Minister, Tony Blair, good man, very good man, and some others, and they'll be named over the next few days, and it'll be quite the board. Working, everybody wants to be on it now. I don't know if that had anything to do. They named me and everybody else wanted to be on it. I guess they figure, well, he's a soft touch. He'll be easy to deal with. Working with the World Bank and others, it'll be responsible for recruiting and training a new government that will be made up of Palestinians along with highly qualified experts from all around the world. Hamas and other terrorist factions will play no role in the board, but they'll play no role in the governance of Gaza at all, directly or indirectly. As you know, thousands of Hamas leaders have been killed and soldiers have been killed. And we can never forget October 7th, but thousands have paid the price for that. And now it's time to get our hostages back and get back to trying to build something that's really great and very important. In our meeting today, Prime Minister Netanyahu was very clear about his opposition to a Palestinian state. And he continuously mentions October 7th, and I understand that. Most people do. And I understand and respect his position on many things, but what he's doing today is so good for Israel. I notice that they have large crowds gathering in Israel all the time, and they have my name up. They like me for whatever reason, maybe I don't know, but they do like me. But they say two things: please get the hostages back, and please end the war. They've had it. It's had it. So I think it's a very popular thing you do, because he's a warrior. He doesn't know about getting back to a normal way of life, but he is a warrior, and Israel's lucky to have him. But now the people want to get back to peace. They want to get back to normalization in a true sense. Several countries have foolishly recognized the Palestinian state. As you know, some of our European friends, allies, good people, but they're really, I think, doing that because they're very tired of what's going on for so many decades. They've been presidents and prime ministers for years, and during this time, having to do with the Middle East, all they're doing is talking about the same thing over and over. They want to see it get back. And nobody wants that more than me, or I believe Bibi too. But the people of Israel want it. They really want it. They want the hostages back. That includes the probably 32 bodies that we're talking about, 20 people that are living, 32 or so people that are dead, and they want to have peace. So let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago? They withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. They pulled away. They let them have it. And I never forgot that, because I said, that doesn't sound like a good deal to me. As a real estate person, I mean, they gave up the ocean, right? Ron, they gave up the ocean. They said, who would do this deal? And it still didn't work out. They were very generous, actually. And they gave up the most magnificent piece of land in many ways in the Middle East. And they said, all we want to do now is have peace. And that request was not honored. Instead of building a better life for the Palestinians, Hamas diverted resources to build over 400 miles of tunnels and terror infrastructure, rocket production facilities, and hid their military command posts and launch sites in hospitals, schools, and mosques. So if you went after them, you'd be after them, and you wouldn't even realize you ended up knocking out a hospital or school or a mosque. A terrible thing, terrible way to have to fight. No fight is good, but that's a real bad one. So there are many Palestinians who wish to live in peace. Many. I've seen so many of them. And they have support. And I challenge the Palestinians to take responsibility for their destiny, because that's what we're giving them. We're giving them responsibility for their destiny, fully condemn and prohibit terrorism and earn their way to a brighter future. They don't want the life that they've had. They've had a rough life with Hamas. If the Palestinian Authority does not complete the reforms that I laid out in my vision for peace in 2020, they'll have only themselves to blame. We're giving them an amazing footprint, and they have amazing support from the leaders of the Arab world and the Muslim world, the great leaders. These are great leaders. These are unbelievable leaders that have built great countries and very wealthy countries. What the future holds for the Palestinians, no one really knows, but the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back. Hard to believe when you even say it, and creating conditions for durable Israeli security and Palestinian success. Israeli security is going to be involved. We're going to help you. We'll be there with you in terms of helping with security. We want to make sure it works. We just want to make sure it works. There shouldn't be a shot fired. Now, there will be, I guess, because that's the way it seems to be, but there shouldn't have to be within a few days. There shouldn't have to be a shot fired. And maybe for eternity. Wouldn't that be nice? I hope it's true. I can tell you the leadership of that region feels that there's a good chance of it being true. So this will lead to this agreement that we're talking about will lead to a sustainable long-term peace. No president in history has been a greater friend of the state of Israel than I have, in addition to negotiating the Abraham Accords. I like to say it that way because the real people, that's what they call Abraham. I would say Abraham, but it's so much nicer when you say Abraham. So much more elegant. But the Abraham Accords are amazing. Jared, you did that along with your group of geniuses, and nobody thought that could be done. We have 4 countries, and Sleepy Joe Biden didn't do a thing. He didn't even know what the hell they were. He should have had them fold up. But I think this will also lead to packing them. And who knows, maybe even Iran can get in there. I hope, we hope we're going to be able to get along with Iran. I think they're going to be open to it. I really believe that. But they could be a member. I long ago said, I'll bet you at some point Iran will be a member of the Accords, and little did I realize it was going to take this turn. That was some turn we did with the B-2s. But I think they might very well be there because it's a great thing for them economically. I recognize the eternal capital of Israel. I opened the American embassy in Jerusalem. That was something that everyone said would never be done, could never be done. Virtually every president for many, many years, for decades, would campaign on making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They campaigned on it over and over. Is that right, Steve? Is that right? Everyone, and when they got to it, and I understand why now, because it was so. When I got to office, I campaigned on it too. I said, we're going to make it. And then I'd get calls from the leaders of various countries saying, please don't do it. Please don't do it. It'll end the whole world. Please don't do it. And finally, I just didn't say anything, and I did it. People were calling me before I did it because I heard I was going to do it. And leaders of countries were calling me. And I think it was on a Thursday that I did it. And they'd call me Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 3-4 times a day. And I said, tell them I'll call them back on Friday. And I announced it on Thursday. And I called them back, the biggest people in the world. And they said, you've done it. I said, done what? You've made the capital of Israel, Jerusalem. And we wanted to talk yet. I wish you called me a little sooner. Maybe I could have done something about it. So that was a lot easier than getting into an argument, because I knew what they were calling about. And you know what? It turned out to be amazing. Everybody thought it was going to lead to the end of the world, right? The end of the world, Ron, that's what they said. It didn't lead to anything. It just led to something that I promised, and something that was very, very popular for Jewish people and a lot of other people, too. I recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights, and I cut taxpayer funding to the corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency. And United Nations was interesting because, as you know, a few days ago they introduced me. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States. I'm looking at my teleprompter, and the thing was dead, stone cold, dead. The thing's up here. I have a long, beautiful speech to make. I'm back 30 feet back, and I'm saying, they're introducing me. There's nothing on my teleprompter. So, but I made a speech. I actually got good marks. You think Biden could have done that? I don't think so. I don't think he could have done that. I don't think too many people could have done it. But actually, it was actually more of a speech from my heart, if you want to know the truth. I think it was maybe better in certain ways because it was from the heart. It has to be from the heart. Otherwise, you're in big trouble. But I cut taxpayer funding for that very corrupt United Nations Relief and Works Agency, and nobody thought that would be done, and withdrew from the horrible Iran nuclear deal that was imposed upon Israel by Barack Hussein Obama and Biden. And I don't think Biden knew anything about it, though. I don't think he knows anything about it now, actually, if you ask him. He'd say, what is that? And we obliterated Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity, making it impossible for them to have a nuclear weapon, which they would have had probably in about 2 months from that. But I've never asked Israel to compromise its security, but we had big, strong talk. Nobody's been better to Israel. No president's been better to Israel than Donald Trump. But we had a long, strong talk, Bibi and I, and He understands it's time. It's time. History has shown, and the people of Israel want it. And the people of the Middle East want it. The people of enemies of Israel want it, but they don't have really too many enemies right now. And you know what? Many countries have gained great respect for Israel, for the way they fight, for the job they do, including me. I had respect anyway, but they gained respect. History has shown us that those who have relations with Israel have thrived, while those who have devoted resources and attention toward the destruction and even annihilation of Israel have languished. They haven't done well. Israel is not going anywhere. They're going to coexist with other people and countries in the region, from Syria to Lebanon to Saudi Arabia. The promise of a new Middle East is so clearly within our reach. This is the closest we've ever come to real peace, not fake peace, not political fool's peace. If we can get this difficult problem solved, the opportunities for all within that vast region of this world, it's a vast region, it's unlimited. The Abraham Accords show that all countries are better off when they communicate and work together and embrace new opportunities. I hope Jared and Steve and Susie and Marco and JD, we have great people. I hope you guys are going to work very hard to get these other countries in, because now they have no excuse. There's no longer an excuse. They were somewhere hesitant. And I tell you, the 4 countries that went in, I give them tremendous credit, and it's worked out incredibly well for them. In the same spirit, I'm pleased to report that earlier today we took another important step toward greater understanding of the region. A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk, and I was on the phone, and Bibi was talking. Prime Minister Al Thani was of Qatar. They really had a heart-to-heart conversation. It was a great conversation, I thought. It was productive. It was everything that you need to have something turn out to be successful. And I want to thank Bibi, and I want to thank the Prime Minister. It was fantastic. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings. And I want to thank Qatar, its leadership, and the Emir. He's a fantastic person. I think, I'm going to be his public relations man, because I know him differently than a lot of people know him. But he wants peace. He wants to see peace. And his people, and they really acknowledge the critical role that they've played as mediator. And again, we're not quite finished. We have to get Hamas, but I think they're going to be able to do that. So now it's time for Hamas to accept the terms of the plan that we've put forward today. And again, this is a different Hamas than we were dealing with, because I guess over 20,000 have been killed. Their leadership has been killed 3 times over. So you're really dealing with different people than we've been dealing with over the last 4 years, 5 years. Everyone has done their part and come to the table in good faith. Our Arab and Muslim partners are fully prepared to step up and fulfill their commitments for the benefit of the people of Gaza and the entire region. They're willing to step up and do a lot. They really are. There are a lot of good people involved. Everyone wants to see, everybody who wants to see an end to the violence and destruction should be united in calling for Hamas to accept the extremely fair proposal, so that we can end the war and get us back our hostages right now and have everlasting peace. And I look forward to having relationships with everyone. As the chairman of the board, I'll be involved, and we'll have meetings with some very smart people that'll be working over there to make sure that we haven't just been wasting time with an agreement that doesn't get done. The task of building peace will not be easy. There are some of the hardest problems in the world to solve, and that's why it's been going on for so many centuries. But too many lives are at stake not to try, and this is more than a try. I mean, I think this is something that gets done when you have virtually every country, and these are powerful countries that have a lot of money, and the money can make things happen. A lot of countries try and they don't have any money. These are very rich countries that can make things happen. So together we'll forge a much safer and more hopeful future for everybody, including Israel. And I want to thank Prime Minister Netanyahu for his partnership. And I want to thank all of the leaders, the kings and the emirs and the presidents and prime ministers, people I mentioned. And they've been absolutely fantastic to work with. And it's just happened very quickly. It's happened from a couple of weeks before I had a meeting, a couple of meetings, but a couple of weeks before we went to the United Nations, and we had some incredible meetings. It all came to place. It all took place, and everybody wanted to be a part of it. I don't have anybody that's saying we don't want anything to do with it. It's just the opposite. And I'll tell you, a couple of years ago, a year ago, I don't think we would have had this kind of participation, Mr. VP, right? I don't think we would have had. It's been amazing. The participation was 100%. Everybody wants to be a part of it. And everybody, those very strong countries, everybody wants it to work. So, Bibi, congratulations on this. I think this will be your crowning achievement, frankly. If this all works out, we think it will. It's going to be your crowning achievement, and I want to thank you very much for being here. Thank you, please.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, first I want to thank you for graciously hosting me once again in the White House. And second, I want to thank you for your friendship and for your leadership. From Jerusalem to Tehran, from the Golan Heights to Gaza, you've proven time and again what I've said many times. You are the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. And Mr. President, you and I both know it's not even close. While you focus at home on making America great again, your leadership abroad is changing the world for the better, ending wars and advancing peace. I believe that today we're taking a critical step towards both ending the war in Gaza and setting the stage for dramatically advancing peace in the Middle East. And I think beyond the Middle East, in very important Muslim countries. I support your plan to end the war in Gaza, which achieves our war aims. It will bring back to Israel all our hostages, dismantle Hamas's military capabilities, end its political rule, and ensure that Gaza never again poses a threat to Israel. We would not have achieved this turning point without the courage and sacrifice of our incredibly brave soldiers. They fight like lions to defend the people of Israel, and they serve on the front line in the war between civilization and barbarism. Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrifice the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism, undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA can have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel. I think this can be not only a new beginning for Gaza, I think it can be a new beginning for the entire region. Under your leadership, we can re-energize, well, I've got to contribute my own, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords. That's what it's called in the original Hebrew, Abraham. Abraham is fine, Abraham, however you want to call it. Under your leadership, Mr. President, we can re-energize the Abraham Accords that we forged 5 years ago. We can expand them to many more Arab and Muslim nations that choose moderation over extremism. I think there's an opportunity here. It's not going to be easy, it's tough going, but I think if we succeed, you're absolutely right. We're going to open possibilities that nobody even dreamed of. But I think we dream of them. As you've told me, Mr. President, and you've told the world many, many times, you said, remember October 7th. Remember October 7th. And we do. We will never forget the horrors of October 7th, and we will do whatever is necessary to make sure they don't happen again. Since October 7th, Israel's enemies have learned a hard truth. Those who attack us pay a heavy price, but those who partner with us advance progress and security for their peoples. President Trump just said it. It's also in the Bible. It says, those who will bless you will be blessed, and those who will curse you will be cursed. And that's actually what is happening. We want the blessings. I think we've done a lot in the past 2 years to end the curse. We're not finished, but we've done a lot. And we've done a lot together to end the curse. I want to thank your entire team for their efforts to get to this point. I especially want to thank Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner for their indefatigable work to bring Israel and Arab states in the region closer together. I am deeply grateful to both of them for their work. We had a phone call today just to make it clear. I said to the Prime Minister of Qatar, Israel was targeting terrorists, wasn't targeting Qatar. And of course, we regretted the loss of the Qatari citizen. It wasn't our target. And I very much appreciate President Trump's proposal to have a trilateral body, the United States, Israel, and Qatar, to work out respective grievances. There are quite a few. But if we could try to mitigate them or put it on a different footing, I think that'll be good for everyone. Above all the people, the fine team, and many helpers who've done this, I want to thank you, Mr. President. History has already shown that under your leadership, Israel and America can change the face of the Middle East. And today I'm hopeful that your plan to end the war in Gaza will do so again and do so soon. It will free our hostages, end Hamas's tyranny in Gaza, and enable a more secure and prosperous future for the peoples of our region. Thank you, Mr. President. May God bless America. May God bless Israel. May God bless the indispensable alliance between our countries. And may I add in Hebrew, G'mal Chatima Tova, may we all be inscribed in the book of life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bibi. So I think while we wait for these documents to be signed and get everybody in line, I think it maybe is not really appropriate to take questions. I'm meeting with, as you know, a couple of Democrats in a little while about the country, about keeping our country open. They're going to have to do some things because their ideas are not very good ones. They're very bad for our country. So we'll see how that works out. But this is something that was really historic today. This was something that was amazing. I think, Bibi, I mean, depending on you, I think while we're waiting for signatures and waiting for approvals from a lot of different countries that are involved in this, we probably shouldn't take questions? Or would you like to take a question or two from perhaps a friendly Israeli reporter, if there's such a thing?
That's a very, very tough proposition. But I would think, Mr. President, that I would go by your instinct that this is, we'll have enough time for questions. Let's settle the issue first, I think.
Thank you very much, ladies. Thank you.
America's Voice Live now. You've seen President Donald Trump with Bibi Netanyahu there taking to the podium to make several comments about the future of Gaza and a plan going forward. Qatar has been brought into the conversation, as other countries. What happens next, they say, kind of depends on how things line out. So they didn't even take questions, which is not, I wouldn't say that that's particularly normal. To discuss this, former Congressman, Executive Director of the American Constitutional Right Union, Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, is here with me. Lieutenant Colonel, nice to see you, sir.
Thanks for having me, Steve.
I know you had a chance to listen to some of the comments there. Look, this has been going on for a while now, since October the 7th, 2023. Do you feel like we're finally making progress here, getting some traction and moving forward? What are your thoughts?
Well, I think the most important thing is we have to have our Arab partners come to the realization that Hamas cannot continue to exist. Hamas cannot continue to be the governing authority in Gaza. And it's very disconcerting and quite disturbing. I'm sitting here right now in Montreal, Canada, that you had the Prime Minister Carney, you had the UK Prime Minister Starmer, the French President Macron, and also the Prime Minister of Australia come out and support a quote-unquote Palestinian state, but they really don't understand the conditions by which that needs to be done. And they are really supporting a terrorist state, an establishment of a terrorist state. So I think that not just the partners there in the Middle East, but also some of the people in Western civilization, we need to make sure we clean out the Hamas problem first and foremost.
You know, if we get rid of Hamas, though, people are going to say, I'm going to look at this and say, look, I've watched this my entire life, Colonel. You have as well. If not Hamas, then ISIS, then the Taliban, the Muslim Brotherhood. It always seems somebody shows up in that vacuum to pick up the mantle of terrorism, to continue attacking, to continue the bloodshed. How do we keep that from recurring over and over again?
No, you're absolutely right. We've been playing whack-a-mole for quite some time, ever since September 11th, and we continue to see these new organizations creep up. You know, I remember when I was a member of Congress and we were over there in Israel sitting in the cabinet room with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he said very succinctly, if you leave no forced presence in Iraq, something's going to fill that void, something's going to fill that back, and that's a basic law of physics that if you create a void, something's going to fill it. So I think it's very important that we put the pressure on these state sponsors of Islamic terrorism. We put the pressure on these countries that are harboring these Islamic terrorists. And I think it has to be a constant pressure, not just ramping up for an event and then going back down because that's when they reemerge. And we're already seeing ISIS and Al-Qaeda and even the Taliban. They're starting to reemerge and exert more power. And look at what's happening in Syria with the destruction of the Christian communities and villages there.
Yeah, absolutely true. And the concern is that every time you eradicate one of these things, whack-a-mole, the way you put it, another one rears its ugly head, and on we go with Hezbollah and ISIS and all the rest. We need to find a way forward that doesn't include all this. And I agree with you. The United States is going to stand strong against this idea that there's a state of Palestine, not that I'm aware of, not in my lifetime. And I think that the vision has to remain clear. I'll give you the last word on this, then we're going to hold you through the break for some other conversations we'd like to have, sir. Bring the Israel conversation to a close.
Well, I think it's so important right now. We have a unified front, because what you have seen is that we have really never defined this Islamic terrorist enemy. You know, we talk about a war on terror, but understand terror is a tactic. You don't, as a nation, declare war on a tactic. That'd be just like saying in World War II we were fighting against the Blitzkrieg or the kamikaze. So we really have to define who this enemy is. And look at what is happening right there in your home state in Michigan, in Dearborn, Michigan, where we have that Muslim mayor that is there, not, you know, decrying him for being a Muslim, but telling a Christian minister he's not welcome in the city because they want to name a street in Dearborn, Michigan after someone who supports Islamic terrorism.
No, we
have an issue right here in our own home.
Yeah, they did it. You're exactly right. So hold that thought right there. I want to talk about political violence and so much more with Lieutenant Colonel Alan West. We're going to take a break here on America's Voice Live. We'll continue with the Colonel after this.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
What if Pentecost happened in our city streets today?
Did you steal his body from the tomb? They claim he is risen.
Jesus is alive.
He's dead. Angel Studios' newest series, Testament, is a modern reimagination of the book of Acts, in which early Christians put their faith to the test. Although a biblical story, it presents some universal themes and principles. all of the wonder of the book of Acts, from miracles to courage, are dropped right into today's world. It's something old, yet something very new as well.
Stephen, you're too smart for this. I just know it's true. It's something old, and yet something new.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution.
Blasphemy, insurgency, inciting revolution. These are not unfamiliar concepts in today's world. And Testament delivers an authentic account of the Bible if it happened today. From belief to baptism, Testament the series will have you asking what faith actually is.
This has nothing to do with our faith. It has everything to do with it.
It's the story of a small group of believers who turned the world upside down. Testament the series is streaming only on Angel Studios, and you can catch it by heading to angel.com/Rav to join the Angel Guild.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's.
Let me begin by saying it is a tragedy what happened at that Mormon church in Michigan yesterday, not too far from where I am at the moment, actually. A man attacked the church, opened fire, set the place on fire, as you know, and the shooting left at least 4 people dead, several injured. The assailant, the killer, a 40-year-old former U.S. Marine, it appears, who was killed when police responded. And let me just be clear about this. Claims that he's part of the MAGA movement or a conservative. I can assure you, as soon as he attacked, if that is even true, he was no longer part of the conservative movement. It's not how conservatives conduct themselves. Colonel West, back to it with you. You can claim anything you want, but once you did that, you're no longer part of my team at all. You're out. You're not a conservative. You're not a Christian. You're not even an American as far as I'm concerned. Your thoughts?
Individual made a horrific decision. And, you know, just because he was a veteran does not mean that he owns up to the oath that we all take to support and defend the Constitution and respect and understand individual rights, freedoms, and liberties. And the very first one is the freedom of religion and the free exercise thereof. So when you look at this horrific attack, I don't know if he was suffering from some type of PTSD or some type of traumatic brain injury. It'd be interesting to see what type of medications maybe he was on and how that could force some type of, you know, psychotropic reaction, because that's a big problem in the veteran community with the over-medication of our veterans. But without a doubt, nothing excuses the abhorrent behavior and the action that he took against a church of individuals worshiping their Lord.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It was called a targeted attack by the FBI. So it's clearly an attack on religion, on this church, on this Mormon church in Michigan, a targeted attack on people of faith. Right. And so there it is again. There's some storylines that say he had lived a time in Utah, was hateful of the Mormon church, of his time spent there. So it's a targeted attack on religion. This has to stop. We have to call it out for what it is. And if he was at some point on the right, well, so it is. I condemn it. I condemn it fully. Full-throated condemnation. That's what we do here on the right. We call it for what it is. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. And there's just no two ways about it, is there?
No, I echo your sentiments exactly. This has to be condemned, but there is a consistent issue of violence against people of faith, and especially the Christian faith. We saw that happen in Nashville, Tennessee. We saw it happen in Minneapolis. You've already had a church shooting incident in Michigan, I believe, within the last 2 or 3 months, and now you have this one. So I think it's so important that we have to make sure that we are protecting and providing security for our churches and for our faith-based related schools to protect the children there, because we cannot continue to have instances of this happening.
We certainly cannot. So where do we go from here? Look, we've seen the targeted violence against Charlie Kirk. It's been almost 3 weeks. Hard to believe it's been that long. But we've seen violent attacks against ICE facilities in Dallas, Texas. We've now seen this church attack in Michigan. Not long ago, the church attack against young children in Minnesota. So these attacks, these violent attacks, that seem either rooted in politics or anti-religious sentiments. We've got to get past this, Colonel. We do, because what concerns me is that soon you're going to see people wearing red hats, random folks just being shot. And I wonder about this church in Michigan being random, because from what I can tell and the investigation, the information I have thus far, this killer had no connection whatsoever to that parish, except that he had lived in Utah and had become hateful of Mormons. Random citizens are now becoming targets of violence, and that is just a frightening place to be.
Yes, sir, because what you end up having, this is the nature of terror. Terror means that you live in fear and constant coercion, intimidation. You live in terror for, once again, enjoying your First Amendment rights, the freedom of religion, the freedom of speech, the freedom of expression, the right to peaceably assemble, the right to petition your government for redress of grievances. I think the big thing, Steve, that has to happen in the United States of America, we've got to start valuing life again. And I think that we have really struggled with this issue. And I'm talking about unborn and born life, because right now we are just making it seem as that if you don't like someone, if you don't like what they're saying, if you don't like who they're worshiping, just go out there and murder them. And that is not how we have a free society. It's so important to realize that all the rights and freedoms that we have in America come with a huge individual responsibility.
Yeah, absolutely true. Speaking of one other thing here, and I don't know, there's been a big resurgence, you probably saw this in some of the recent polling numbers, in support for the death penalty in this country in the wake of Charlie Kirk's public murder. I mean, he was murdered in front of 3,000 people, and then, of course, all the videos went viral around the world. Millions and millions of people saw those videos. Tyler Robinson appearing for a hearing today from the jail. His attorneys were in court. Some people calling for the execution, and not just the execution, but for it to be live. It's an extreme step. Is that where we are? People calling for public executions now, Colonel?
Well, I think that what people are looking at is how do you create a deterrent to this? Because if the execution of the killings or the assassinations that we saw of Charlie Kirk and also Irina Zaruska there in Charlotte, North Carolina on the light train, but I don't want to see us go to that point where we, have people come out in the middle of the town square and we have public executions. And that's what they do in some Middle Eastern countries, especially those Islamic jihadist countries. We don't want to go to that point, but I think that there has to be a deterrent against criminal behavior.
Yeah. We are in an unusual place, to say the least, in America today. Colonel, I appreciate you being here. We'll talk again soon.
Always a pleasure. God be with you.
God be with you, my friend, and with this country. We'll take a break on America's Voice Live, and I'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rathskedder here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Well, as you know, President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu just spent some time there at the White House talking to the folks there. During a speech at the United Nations here on Friday, 100 countries got walked out, give or take, on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu as he took the podium at the UN. It was a coordinated protest, of course. Those countries have now endorsed Palestinian statehood, with over 140 countries around the world recognizing Palestine as a state to which Netanyahu sharply condemned those countries, calling it a message that murdering Jews pays off, where nearly 90% of the Palestinian population praised the horrors committed by Hamas on October the 7th. It's been nearly 2 years now. Here to discuss this, E.J. Kimball, Director of Policy and Strategic Operations for U.S. Israel Education Association in D.C. E.J., thank you for being here. All right, let's start with the comments you just heard there with the president and Bibi Netanyahu. What are your thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me on. So, I mean, the press conference, they've hammered out a 20-point plan to solve the issue with Gaza, but not just Gaza, but moving on beyond that. There was not a ton of details that I think could be shared in how it would happen, but I think the most pressing part was the fact that it is all still based on Hamas accepting the plan. And, you know, I am not holding my breath that Hamas is going to agree to demilitarize, leave Gaza, and allow an international force to come in there and govern, and Hamas to have no future in Gaza. So, you know, I think there's still work to be done. Hopefully, Hamas can come to their senses. But again, I'm not holding my breath there, because even if they were to accept this deal, how can you trust them? Every time there was a hostage deal, they would say yes, then things would be delayed. They would start making more demands, because the bottom line is Hamas will continue to exist so long as they have leverage. And right now, the only leverage that Hamas has, their biggest leverage, are the hostages, both the living and the deceased. And the fact is they will not give them all up willingly.
So let me ask you about this. You got 140 countries there recognizing Palestine, a country that has never existed in my lifetime. What kind of pressure does that put on Bibi Netanyahu? What kind of pressure on the Israelis? I mean, if you don't acquiesce to that, if 140 countries around the world say that we just won't do business with you, we'll ban you, we'll do all of these things that have been threatened against you previously, but we'll just have an outright ban on Israel. How do you function in that environment?
Well, first, they haven't gone that far to say that they would ban Israel. And the truth be told,
but it's EJ, it's the next natural step. If you recognize Palestine and Israel refuses to move, the next natural step is economic sanctions.
Well, these countries haven't actually recognized any territory for Palestine. They're recognizing this idea of a Palestinian state. And actually what some of them have said, including Prime Minister Starmer in the UK, they're basically doing this because Israel isn't agreeing to end the war in Gaza and allow Hamas to continue to exist there. It's not about them caring about Palestinians. It's, one, Israel not doing what they want, and two, because of their domestic issues right now that they don't want to deal with and stand up and and be leaders on. If they were to go so far as to threaten Israel and cut off all relations, yeah, it would be devastating for Israel. It would also be devastating for these countries, because it is Israeli technology that allows these countries to survive militarily, to have the tools and equipment to defend themselves if, say, Russia were to attack in NATO countries and you had no Israeli technology and equipment and weapons, these countries also would be in a big problem. The other thing is the United States bans it. If countries start boycotting Israel, then the United States would be punishing those countries by law. So there is still a lot to be done there, but I think this is more posturing and placating to their domestic issues than actually dealing with what's happening in the region, which is the Gulf countries understand that the Palestinians can't have a state right now. The Saudis aren't even calling for them to have a state now. They're calling for discussions about a pathway to a state. That is a lot different than saying there should be a state established today and here are the boundaries. This is, in my mind, dangerous, but still political posturing to try to gain relevance and to try to quiet opposition back at home.
I'm going to compare this to a comment I made a number of times about being a parent. Because what parents tolerate, thinking, well, you know, it'll be okay, children often embrace. I think we've gone very wrong with that in this country, and that's what's happened. What we will tolerate, the next generation will embrace. That's why I think this is a dangerous place for Israel, because if we tolerate it, from Canada, the UK, France, whomever, the next generation of people on this planet may embrace that idea and take it to the next natural step and try to eradicate Israel altogether. I'll give you the last word.
Yeah, well, I agree with you 100%. And Israel's response to this type of actions should be strength and asserting its own sovereignty in areas under its control. And only by showing that strength and determination to act in their own best interests will other countries come to respect them. It's not about countries liking you. It's about countries coming to respect you. And since October 7th, as Israel has taken out many of its enemies, countries around the world are respecting them. They may not like them. Some are feeling threatened by them, but they have the respect because when they say they're going to go after someone now against a threat, they're following through with it. And in this case, Israel needs to act in its own best interest, just like the United States needs to act in its best interest. And by doing that, it will counter some of this pressure that's being put upon them.
EJ, thank you for being here. You make some valid points. We'll see where this leads, and we'll see what is said after the president and Netanyahu come out from these closed meetings. Sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Now, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, you think, well, maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold. It's skyrocketing, you know. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something special. Until September 30th, if you're a first-time gold buyer, I think that's tomorrow, by the way. If you're a first-time gold buyer, now's your chance. Birch Gold offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit right now. Text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate and free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th, tomorrow. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right, coming up after the break, President Trump and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu getting together for that joint press conference. We'll see if we have any updates for you after the break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Lou, mega pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Just a short while ago, President Trump held a bilateral meeting with Bibi Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel. You saw part of it at the top of the program today as they gave some comments but didn't take questions. Yeah, they held a press conference where they took no questions. They talked about the war in Gaza as well as U.S. and Israeli relations. Join me to discuss this from the North Lawn is Real America's Voice Chief White House Correspondent Brian Glenn. Right there at the White House. Brian, nice to see you today. 20-point plan put on the table today. Go ahead. You've had a chance to review some of it now and look it over. What sticks out to you?
Well, one of the big things is it is calling for a complete release of the hostages, dead and alive. I think that's very important. It would happen immediately. They would have 72 hours after the agreement is signed to do that. And from that point on, then you go to more of a kind of handing over your guns, if you will, and laying down your arms and letting this new body, this new organization to come in and now govern a new country, if you will, or a new organization of government. They didn't take any questions, and I think President Trump asked Benjamin Netanyahu what his thoughts on for not taking questions. I didn't want to get ahead of themselves because they still do not have a signed agreement by Hamas leaders or the other countries that are involved in this. Didn't want to get ahead of that, so they chose to come out, speak for about almost an hour on this subject, and then simply shake hands, take some pictures, and walk away. But we'll see exactly what the reaction is from Hamas leaders as soon as we get, I guess the paperwork is out, is to quote the president. So we'll wait till that comes back, see if they signed it, and we'll get this undergo. And if you kind of look at this, it's a temporary transitional government that would be created on that. President Trump also, Steve, saying that he would be on the board of peace. He would be the director of this new board. He was asked by other leaders to head this board in order to drive this new governance, this transitional governance body. So absolutely insane media presence, as you can imagine, behind me. They're actually waiting for the Prime Minister to step out and make his departure from the West Wing. But just a big day here at the White House, Steve.
So they didn't answer any questions there. They took no questions. What's the timetable here then, do you think, before we can get some more information? Because let's be honest, Brian, you're around the president a lot. I've been around him a fair amount. It's hard for him not to take questions. It's hard for him not to weigh in because he's got plenty to say about just about any topic, including this one. And I could just tell he was itching a little bit, but he let it go.
He was itching to take a little bit of questions, but felt that, and I think it is the right call, Steve, because you know how the media will critique something six ways to Sunday on something. And it might just get sideways. Therefore, it might hinder any future agreement with these other parties. So I think it was a good move. Now, here's what's really interesting. Here, and I got to check the time here because I know that they're behind schedule. It's 3:39 here locally. At 3 o'clock, they were supposed to meet in the Oval Office with Schumer, with Jeffries, with Johnson, Democrat leaders, and obviously President Trump, and talk about this CR, talk about this plan and how to prevent a government shutdown. That was supposed to take place at 3 o'clock. Now, I would imagine that's still going to happen eventually, but I don't think now that will open up the press, because you know how the press is, Steve. They're going to ask them questions about everything else but what we're focusing on right here. So we could see that close to the media as well to prevent any further questioning on the 20-point plan to end the conflict in Gaza. But we'll see.
Yeah, they might call a press lid for the day and just say, you know what, we're not taking any questions. We're going to do this with the Democrats. We're going to move on. Brian, if something happens, of course, I've got the red phone here if you have to call me.
Yeah, I will. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you, Brian Glenn, and the red phone is here. A new administration in Washington, D.C. has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. The reality is, however, that there's only so much the government can actually do, and if we really want to make ourselves healthy, make America healthy again, well, that starts with you at home. In fact, it starts with all of us. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. Okay, you see and hear from TWC doctors here all the time. You know, their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company gives you the opportunity to make sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications, and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. That can help you stay healthy and live a longer, more productive and satisfying life. That's what you want, isn't it? Make America healthy again starts at home with you. Do your part. Protect the health of you and your family. Go to twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice. Use the promo code VOICE. You will save 10%. Coming up after the break, I will discuss the deadline to avoid that government shutdown. That meeting's supposed to happen, as Brian just told us. What Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said regarding his Democrat colleagues on the matter. More on that after the break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
Well, as you know, the deadline to prevent a government shutdown is tomorrow. It seems like Democrats would rather strong-arm their position than budge an inch. Okay. Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, made an appearance on Sunday Morning Futures and pointed to a dispute over the Obamacare funds as speculation to why Democrats like Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer are willing to throw all caution to the wind and reminding Americans that those benefits would end at the end of the year, leaving more than enough time to hash things out. Johnson then went on to say that people like Jeffries and Schumer are trying to show fight and that a government shutdown would mean the pause to military pay and WIC benefits if a continued resolution cannot be agreed upon. Here with me to discuss this, Real America's Voice correspondent Britt McHenry. Britt, nice to see you here today.
Nice to see you too.
The government shutdown, look, it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to avoid it. And here's the thing. Most people, if I might be so bold, don't care.
Yeah.
Unless you work for the government. You don't. It doesn't affect your job. It doesn't affect you unless you're going to a national park this weekend. Most people, for the most part, don't care, but they sit there and they're dragging around and make this big production out of it. Both sides are guilty of this from time to time. What are your thoughts?
Yes. Just what you said. It's a lot of blame shifting right now. It's interesting to note the Democrats, particularly Chuck Schumer, and I believe you and I talked about this on your show a week ago, are trying to point this at President Donald Trump. They're trying to say this would be the third. There's been three congressional shutdowns while he's been president. The longest one from 2018 to 2019, lasting 35 days. That was a significant one. Now, for everyone around the country, it may not directly affect them, but it is your tax dollars for any of these representatives, and you have to question, is it effectively going to use? Now, we know Speaker Mike Johnson did come up with a 91-page resolution to just continue things, a continuing resolution until November 20th for 7 weeks. That was voted against by the Democrats. And the White House just today tweeted Chuck Schumer's own words, right? It's always this war of words whenever one particular party is in the majority. But Chuck Schumer saying that it is the reflection of, the party if this happens. And so everything is a blame game right now. I do agree with you. I think it's imminent. A lot of people within D.C., several people I know, good friends who work for the federal government in pretty prominent positions, are worried because they have to still go to work without any pay compensation. Eventually that happens. But right now everyone's on pins and needles, and a lot of it has to do because the Democrats took this stand on the Affordable Care Act, but that's jamming in a lot of pork before it needs to be done on December 31st. That is the actual deadline, even if things are more complicated. And that's what Republicans have said all along. You are just trying to railroad things, and there's still time to come up with better nuance and better agreement on the Affordable Care Act and premiums. And so I think Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are a little nervous, though, to cap this off for you in this answer with their bold stand. Now, reportedly, they're seeking out another meeting with President Trump. We know he doesn't respond well to vitriol in all of his relations. And so now they want that meeting in the 11th hour because he threatened mass layoffs or budget cuts through the Office of Personnel, and that could happen, and he does have authority over the executive branch. So I think this is a stalemate right now that the Democrats played wrong, and the Republicans, at least at this point, wanted a continuing resolution.
Yeah, just want to get these things tidied up. And it's interesting, you go back and forth. You go back not too far into the vault, take a walk down memory lane. You'll find the Democrats, these very Democrats, saying, no government shutdown. This is bad. This is terrible. But here they are like, oh, this is fine. Oh, and the other thing is, what about all these benefits for illegal aliens? I mean, that's one of the demands, apparently, right? Health care for illegal aliens. And the Republicans are like, no. right? That's part of what we're talking about.
You're not going to put this in. And exactly. It's all been like bit by bit. I think most Americans would agree, anyone who has health insurance coverage who wants it. Okay, let's not have the premiums go up for the middle class. Let's try to avoid some shortfalls here for open registration. But then, oh, no, wait, to your point, like now it's for illegal aliens. It's for undocumented immigrants. No, that is not happening. And Mike Johnson isn't budging. He really is standing strong. And so that's the stalemate that we have right now. But it's never good to threaten this particular president because he has that pen. And this is an administration, even with appointees, they've been very judicious about who they appoint. They don't want to waste federal taxpayer money. And we're seeing a big waste of that right now on Capitol Hill.
And real quickly, before I run, I've only got about 30 seconds here, Britt, but Charlie Kirk's alleged assassin appeared remotely for a court appearance today. It looks like the next court appearance won't be until the very end of October because they say they have a tremendous amount of discovery materials, a lot of it. And apparently the defense and the prosecution have a lot to go through before they can even get to their case. Your thoughts on that?
In Utah, you have to have that preliminary hearing, right, before you can submit a plea deal. The prosecution says that's voluminous, that they have a lot of material. We know he was detained after a 33-hour manhunt. Justice needs to be served in this case, and I will be live for our morning show tomorrow going over all the details as they continue to emerge. But I think everybody wants to see this play out in the right way, and that will happen very shortly.
Yeah, I think that a lot of us would like to see a trial because we don't want some backroom deal that we don't know what the details are. We'd like to see it in public. Britt McHenry, always appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Thank you. All right, coming up after the break, we'll have a story that reminds us how wonderful America is. Don't miss it. Straight ahead.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is T.J. Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief, and she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life, and it's just really. It's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways, and it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
All right. Well, there you have it. Pretty remarkable, huh? Pretty remarkable. I think we can get this in. An Idaho boy will tell us what makes America wonderful today. Leave a smile on your face. I hope the story comes to us from Coeur d'Alene, where a young boy extended his birthday celebration to include those who deserved a bit more love. Grant Mullen regularly joins his father in volunteer efforts at a recreation center named SNR, where the attendees are all special needs children or young adults with developmental issues. So when Grant's birthday came along, he said, what can I do for his special day? And instead of making it all about himself, he asked that all of the kids at the recreation center be invited to attend his birthday party. And when asked why, he said, because they don't get invited to birthdays. Sometimes people don't get as much love. Compassion. It's a noble trait to have, and Grant's expression of it, especially at such a young age, reminds me, and hopefully you, of what makes America wonderful. Don't forget to follow me on all the social media platforms, because normally we have a question of the day, right? And we'll get to all that tomorrow. But for now, we're going to say, hey, Eric Bowling's coming up next, looking fine in that bright shirt of his, ready to bring you all the news and the action from right there. Bowling, how are you?
I'm good, Steve. How was your weekend, my friend? Everyone good?
It was good. You know, the weather's been good. The Lions won. You know, I mean, it's not so bad. You know, but I got to say this.
They covered, and they had a good game.
There you go. But then, what is this guy's name? Bad Bunny?
Bad Bunny, the halftime.
What is this?
So he's a rapper.
He doesn't even sing English, right?
Well, he's from Puerto Rico. And, the NFL, look, to their credit, they've got a stronghold on content, 17, 20 million people watching at a time, depending on the game. And they spread it out to women. Now they're going after Hispanic community and European communities. We're playing games in wherever we play, Ireland this weekend, I think, or Scotland somewhere. There's the Sunday morning game there. So they're really making this an international.
I think it was Ireland, yeah. The Steelers quarterback got smacked around by a thief there in Dublin, yeah.
He got held up or something. He got robbed or something at gunpoint the night before. Hey, stop partying. You're going there to play football. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. So you think that Bad Bunny is a public relations movie because, on social media, it's all these people are just, this is terrible, you should never do this. You have a different take on it, which I respect.
Yeah, look, it's the NFL. It's their highlight. It's their showcase. I mean, I've loved some of them. I've hated them. Back in the day, Tom Petty was amazing. The Rolling Stones have played. I love those. I'm a classic rock guy. But J-Lo playing, thank God it's not Taylor Swift. That's all I have to say is praise baby Jesus. It's not Taylor Swift. That's all I can say.
I could live with, Travis and the Kelsey deal. Yeah. So, all right, what do you got coming up on the program today?
Well, we have, this is very interesting, our own Oscar El Blue Ramirez, who's been really threatened, aggressively threatened. He and his family have been threatened by the cartels in Mexico. He's got a Mexican senator on with him. He's going to bring her on. And she's been pro-Trump and trying to push back against the cartels. She's meeting a lot of resistance with Sheinbaum and the president of Mexico right now. And we're worried about Oscar's well-being. I had Trish McLaughlin on Friday, the deputy secretary of DHS, and they're going to try and reach out and do what they can to help Oscar and his family. So we're just going to push that ball upfield.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Good. All right.
We'll take from there, Steve. We will see you tomorrow.
No.
All right, Gruber, everybody. All right, folks, 4 o'clock Monday. Markets are closed. Let's take a look and see what we have. All right, the Dow Jones, a little bit of a up day. It was running around up and down just a little bit all day. S&P was up most of the day. NASDAQ was the strongest of the three. I have it up 107. I don't know, maybe, Mad Dog, see what happens if we refresh that screen. Just see what happens. Just see what, we pull it away, put it back up, the numbers change. Let's see what happens. Let's take a peek. There it is. See that? Refreshed. 107 on NASDAQ, Dow 68. Gold was up $50 an ounce, folks. $50 to the ounce, as they say. Look at that number below. Oil down $2.50. That is good news for markets. Jump over to crypto. This is a good one. I'm loving this today. Crypto market was very strong. Bitcoin all the way up to 114,300. We left Friday, it was 109,000 and change. It's been getting beat up. This is one nice move up today. Ethereum up good across the board, the XRP. And we always talk about CRO, all strong in the crypto markets. All right, let's do this. Let's move on. Next guest started out as an investigative journalist and anchor woman in Mexico who was the target of an assassination attempt for denouncing organized crime, cartels, and government corruption. She's carried on this fight to rid Mexico of crime and has called out Mexican President Sheinbaum and the Morena regime for their alliance between government and the cartels. Very happy to have Senator Lily Tellez, I should say, along with our RAV border correspondent, Oscar Ramirez, with us. Welcome, Senator, and welcome, Oscar. I'm going to start with you, Oscar, very quick. Thank you so much for bringing Senator Tellez to this show. We've been talking a lot about what's going on with cartels in Mexico. Get to you in 1 second. Oscar, update us. Last we saw you was Friday. We had Trish McLaughlin on. Any news of the cartels? What's the latest on you? Everyone wants to know what's going on with Oscar.
Everything is okay. Everything, is under security. And we have been doing some multiple reportings on what is going on the mass graves on the east side of the city of Tijuana, which the cartel continues to operate. Ms. Tellez is going to openly talk about, how she has been a Mexican hero fighting against the corrupt government inside of our country of Mexico, and also fighting against, the violence that is coexisting right now in our country.
Let me speak to you, Senator, if I may, and I'm just going to speak very concisely and slowly because I want you to understand, because I know there's maybe a bit of a language barrier. Senator, are you nervous because you've pushed back against the cartels, you've pushed back against Sheinbaum, the president? Are you concerned for your safety and your well-being, as I believe Oscar is or should be?
Hello, Eric. Thank you for having me. Thank you for this invitation. Well, of course, I am nervous. I'm a human being, and this is a very dangerous country. And me, as an opposition, even when I was a reporter, journalist, but I am a Catholic, and I have faith in God. And I know I have to go on in this fight to help my country, Mexico, from denouncing the corruption and this kind of association, criminal association with the cartels and the government. So I won't step back. I'm a little, well, of course I'm afraid, but I'm a human being, as I tell you, but I won't step back. I have faith in God that I am doing what is right.
Senator, tell us the position you are in. In other words, here in the United States, there's the president, there's the Senate, and there are the House of Representatives, basically the power structure of government here. Do senators in Mexico have a similar level of power as U.S. senators? President having the ultimate power, senators are pretty much next to the president as far as powers and control of government?
No. In Mexico, senators, we don't have that kind of power. And now in Mexico, it's like a monarchy. This is not a republic anymore. That is very important for people to know. Mexico is not a republic anymore because the president just robbed the Supreme Court and all the lower courts with a false majority, with a majority that is not real, and she is the boss of all the senators of her party, and she is now the boss of all the judges, of all the judiciary in Mexico, and she is also the president. So we don't have in my country a republic anymore. She is following the steps of Venezuela. The next thing she is going to do is she wants to take away, of course, the media, to control everything, because the reality is getting through the social, through TikTok, through Twitter, Instagram, But she is very worried. She doesn't want Mexicans to see what's happening in Mexico, so she's going to do what the Venezuelan dictator did. That's to take all of the media to continue telling lies to Mexico. She is constantly telling Mexicans that the United States wants to invade our country, and that's a lie.
So now, do I understand it correctly that the cartel actually have people within your government, almost like plants to sway your government, maybe even Sheinbaum? And why is she so deferential to the cartel when President Trump says, we'll send military, we'll send help, and she says, no, we don't need it. Clearly you need it. Oscar Ramirez right here has shown us mass graves, dead people, refrigerators dumped with bodies thrown on the side of the road. We're going to show some of this stuff. There's clearly a problem with the cartels, their murderous ways, but why does Sheinbaum refuse to take the help, the assistance of the U.S. government?
Because there is a real association between the cartels and the government. The cartels are so rich. It's such a huge quantity of money they have. They give this money to the political candidates of the left, of her party, of Morena party. So when they get into office, when they have the power, they have to protect the cartels. And that is the truth. That is why she doesn't want more help from the United States. She even called me a traitor, and all her party is calling me a traitor just because I said that Mexico that Mexicans are okay with help to fight cartels. The crime in Mexico is so high, the country is so dangerous, and the association between the cartels and the government is so deep. It's so deep in the government that even that here in Mexico we have armed forces to fight against it. There is not the order from the president. The president in Mexico is the supreme chief of the armed forces, and she doesn't give the orders to go against it. Clearly, she doesn't. She even has in the Senate the leader of the Morena party is linked with a very dangerous cartel, and she supports him in the Senate. This is crazy to have I mean, this man sits just a few meters from me, and we all know in Mexico.
So you're sitting in a room as a fellow senator with a leader of the cartel, of one of the cartels. That's wild. Can I ask you where she is on the mass immigration that's happening, that from Central and South America that passed through Mexico into our country? Does she have any interest in stopping that flow?
Well, just a few months ago, there was a communication from the United States here in Mexico asking Mexicans not to go to the United States as illegal migrants, because they said that Trump was going to be tough on illegal migrants. And she was very angry that this message was sent through national TV in Mexico. And I wonder, why doesn't she want the Mexicans to know that if they go illegally to the United States, they are going to face the law, they are going to face justice, and they are going to get back to Mexico, and that it is illegal. So that's she wants the money that migrants make in the United States to come to Mexico. And she doesn't want the Mexican forces to really stop the cartels the cartels who get illegal migrants from Mexico and Central America and South America to the United States. There are many corridors, illegal corridors in the border, in states like Baja California, Sonora, Tamaulipas, that they are doing such a huge amount of money trafficking with persons to the United States.
Right. Allow me to jump in, if I may, Senator Tellez. We've had Oscar on. I brought in the Deputy Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, who's concerned for Oscar. You tell me, is Oscar or his family in imminent danger, given what we know that the cartels or someone who was armed, a couple of armed thugs showing up, trying to enter and we're showing the video, enter his community? Is he in danger?
Oscar is in danger, of course. And we must notice that Mexico is one of the most dangerous countries in the world for journalists. There are so many journalists killed in Mexico. And in front of Sheinbaum, no one can dare to tell the truth in this country, because she gets mad and all the government goes against you. And there are so many territories. There was an ambassador, an American ambassador in Mexico that said that some years ago, that a huge part of the Mexican territory is controlled by cartels. We all Mexicans know about, but families cannot speak it out loud.
It's amazing.
They have to speak it in their homes.
It's amazing.
So Oscar is in danger.
Senator,
yes.
I want to tell you, we're going to get short on time. Very quickly, Oscar, you hear her? She says you're in danger. Please take care of you and your family. Also, Oscar, do you think the senator is in danger for speaking out like this? Very quickly.
She's the only one that is speaking out in Mexico. She's the only one that has been exposing this. That's why Mexicans need to support her 100%. More than exposing the leaders of the cartels, she's exposing dirty politicians. And that is the number one thing that nobody has had the courage to do so. Lili Tellez, we need to support her. She is the only hope for our country to continue to move forward and to continue to fight this leftist narrative that it wants to take us to this, agenda, exactly like Venezuela, like she's exactly saying.
All right, we're gonna have to leave it there. We want both of you guys to be safe. And I will, with your permission, Senator, add your name when we talk to the Department of Homeland Security again on Oscar's behalf to keep both of you folks in their sights, because I just don't want you to put risks. It's important what you do, but we don't want your lives at risk. Senator Lili Tellez, Mexican Senator, thank you. Oscar Ramirez El Blue, thank you both so much. Stay safe, you two.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, well, maybe, do you ever think maybe now would be a good time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification? Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something very special. Get this, until September 30th, which is tomorrow, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of $10,000, up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit right now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k out of whatever investment it has into gold. And you're still eligible for a rebate and free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metal company I trust, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now the time to make your first buy in gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by the end of business tomorrow. We got 36 more hours. All right, folks, no politics in this one, just how to re-rack your brain. The Edge is live on YouTube. Watch. The testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
It's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that the testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptors. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for motivation. It affects the neuronal circuits for your sort of reward system, your emotional processing, your sense of well-being.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
All right, let's bring in our next guest, the former chief of U.S. Border Patrol, was Customs and Border Protection's acting deputy commissioner, and was nominated by President Trump in 2018 to be ICE director. He's the only person to have led both ICE and CBP for Homeland Security. Happy to have back Ron Vitiello. Ron, would love to just continue the conversation we just had with Oscar El Blue Ramirez, our reporter for RAB, but also the Mexican senator, the senator of the state of Mexico, who basically says the cartels are running things from inside the Senate and are like this with Sheinbaum. What goes through your mind when you hear commentary like that?
Well, God bless them both, right? They're both sticking their necks out. I've never seen a Mexican politician at that level talk about their own government that way. And I don't know what party she's in or how it compares to the party that's in power. But we know that corruption in Mexico is endemic. You know, whether it reaches Los Pinos, the equivalent of their White House, or Sheinbaum herself, it's quite likely. I mean, I don't know this for a fact, but I can tell you that that party and her predecessor, who they call AMLO, he had an absolute hands-off policy with cartels in Mexico. That was his stated objective in public. He said it out loud. He praised Joe Biden for not building border wall and said that Joe Biden was famous for being the migration president. So he clearly did not believe in the rule of law and was either afraid or in the pocket of the cartels and didn't want that relationship that he had with them, regardless of its effect in Mexico, because it worked for him politically. Maybe they paid whatever it is. And we know these cartels over the last 4 years of Joe Biden made enormous sums of money trafficking people through the country up to the United States. They're still indenturing people that live in the United States that are working off. They're being trafficked in the U.S. And we know, the stories are legion about, fentanyl and the cartel's effect in bringing this poison into the U.S.
Yeah, it's AMLO. You're talking about Andres Manuel Lopez Obrador, if I'm not mistaken, former president of Mexico, who, if you read enough, you realize that he probably was in bed, so to speak, with the cartels. But it feels like Sheinbaum may be in a similar position. It's almost like if Antifa held seats even higher than at the Senate level, maybe even were in the president's cabinet by somehow some quirk of law here in the United States. I'm very concerned for both of their lives. Should I not be?
No, absolutely. They are taking huge risks in speaking publicly, having public profiles in a place where, those cartels will seek to silence them either politically or actually physically.
Unbelievable. All right, so tell us a little bit about where we stand with things here now. We were into deportations. Then they were stopped. They're deemed, a lower court deemed them illegal, and the higher court said no, they're legal. Where are we? Do the deportations continue? I think we've been sidetracked a little with, Charlie Kirk's assassination and whatnot. But when we get back to what is really boots on the ground, so to speak, in America, the important things, immigration and crime, where are we? What's the latest?
Well, the American First agenda is proceeding according to plan. The physical border is safer than it's ever been, with the resources from the entirety of the U.S. government, Department of War, Department of Justice, HHS, the Department of State, obviously the Department of Homeland Security under the leadership of Kristi Noem. The physical border looks better than it has in my entire lifetime. I've been around this business 40 years. It's never been as safe. I was just in McAllen last week on the South Texas border, and things look really good. The agents are super motivated to get out and do their job because they're allowed now to do their job. The policy set forth by the president is working, allowing the physical border to be safer than it's ever been. By last count, there's about 2 million people who have been deported from the United States since the president took office on January 20th. Now, that's not enough considering what happened in the previous 4 years, but ICE is scaling up every single day. They're getting better at what they do. CBP is helping them both in the interior and, having the intelligence and the targeting to find the worst of the worst and continue these operations in the interior all over the United States. If you get arrested in the interior now, you get sent back to where you're from. It's going to be really hard for you to come back. We've already locked down, the legitimate travel into the U.S. Crossing the border was pretty easy until January 20th, 2025. 2005, and now it's much more difficult to do. If you do it, you're likely to get caught. You will be prosecuted thanks to the help we're getting from the Department of Justice, and you'll be removed quickly thanks to the State Department and our brothers at ICE that are scaling up detention and removal capabilities every single day.
Ron, Trump sent some National Guard to Portland, Oregon. What the hell's going on in Oregon, first of all, because that was a scene of countless protests in 2020 and all that nonsense that went on. But there's a temporary restraining order given by a lower court judge to stop Trump's moving into Oregon. Where do you think things will eventually land with this one?
Well, the history here is quite evident, right? Antifa controls Portland. The leadership in Portland leans uber left. And they allowed, in the previous administration, Antifa and Antifa allies to take over the ICE headquarters in Portland, Oregon during the first term. It took the city over $9 million to rehabilitate the site around that building once federal government got it back under control and the city stabilized. The biggest problem here right now, or right there now, is that the police department does not have the support that they need to put these riots in their place, to put these rioters in jail and hold them to account for their harassment of federal officers. Now, the DHS deployment and the federal deployment will continue in Portland, in Eugene, in Seattle, in Chicago, and Los Angeles. We're going to keep doing that. I'm sure this is a temporary setback in the court with regard to the federalization of the National Guard. We have to protect the men and women of the front line, or they're going to do the work that the president has asked them to do. And let's face it, these are laws that are on the books. Donald Trump didn't change immigration law when he came into office. He just enforced it in a way that's beneficial to the most, for all of Americans. Yeah. It's the most beneficial president we've had as it relates to border security and immigration enforcement.
I just have a second for you to react. Here's what I don't get. It's in the U.S. Code right here, the criminal codes, right? 18 U.S. Criminal Code 1505. Section 1505 Title Code, United States Amendment, says, forbids anyone from corruptly or by threats of force or by any threatening communication influencing, obstructing or impeding any pending proceeding before a department or agency of the United States, punishable by up to 5 years in jail. What the hell are we waiting for? We should be arresting all of these garbage protests. They're impeding ICE doing their jobs.
Yeah, you have to scale up the system that's in place. Those people will be arrested. Once the National Guard can secure the facility, those federal officers will be able to do their jobs without being impeded, and those that will impede will be arrested. And there's no question in my mind about that. This is a temporary setback. Help is on the way, Portland.
All right. Ron, we're going to leave it right there. Ron Vidiello, appreciate your time. Good having you on, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, 2.5 minutes. Be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. #1 news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
So Eric Adams in New York finally does what's right for the city of New York and drops out of the mayoral race.
And I will keep fighting for the city, no matter what, from City Hall or beyond.
Drops out, leaving behind Marxist jihadist sympathizer Zohran Mamdani and, of course, Andrew Cuomo, the guy who lied about killing grandparents in the pandemic. Big trouble. New York, let me tell you about this here, because a while ago, everyone was enjoying the weekend, right? Terrorist sympathizers gathering in an American city to plot their eventual takeover and their love for terrorist attacks that kill hundreds of people. They even featured a full-grown member of Congress. That's right, Ro Khanna was in the House, so to speak, and literally. Oh, and in case you were wondering, this America-hating woman is still in Congress, too.
You'll have people who say you shouldn't have a Muslim in Congress. I have First Amendment protection to practice whatever religion I want.
There is a lot of hate in this country for Muslims. There's a lot of hate in this country for black people, especially black women. And there is a lot of hate, severe hate for immigrants. And so I fit them all.
CARE was founded after 9/11. Because they recognize that some people did something.
Our country should be more fearful of white men across our country, because they are actually causing most of the deaths within this country.
Okay, yep, we are in trouble, folks, and we need to take things seriously. Seriously, this is not Pakistan. This is Niagara Falls right here. Niagara Falls, just outside of New York. They're calling for what? Listen. Genocide jihad. They're looking for a holy war. This is not Somalia. This is in the middle of America. Minneapolis right here. And by the way, while we're at it, let's check out Dearborn, Michigan, where a majority of the population is Muslim and supports Sharia law over U.S. constitutional law. What I'm talking about is about to show you. Took place in Dearborn this past weekend, an openly pro-terror conference filled with explicitly pro-terrorism speakers, which happened to have been attended by several Democrat members of the U.S. Congress. Well, here's just a little nibble.
Raise your hand if you're a pro-terror radical.
Do you condemn October 7th?
Yeah.
I condemn Israel and the United States and all oppressions and imperial wars.
That's what I'm talking about.
Very good.
That was an easy answer. And I never ever condemn Palestinian resistance and anyone resistance around the world. Those who are here and who also are around the world, write it up.
Yeah, right over there. That was Ro Khanna, a sitting member of Congress, sharing a stage with people who condone terrorism. Nothing to see here, folks. Just like this right here, the police chief of Dearborn, Michigan, speaking in Arabic.
When I joined the department, Dearborn's Arab American population was nearly 50%. Yet less than 3% of our police. Now a department that reflects and embraces the community it serves, with 45% of our officers being Arab American. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah. I'm proud to serve as your chief of police.
It's not long before cities are pushing for Sharia law. Watch. Watch. And their twisted values right here in America. Take a look at this story. National Health Services in the UK, the NHS as they're called, well, they're apparently touting the benefits of marrying your cousin. That's prevalent among the massive Pakistani population the UK has insisted on importing because they feel guilty about being an imperialist country centuries ago. And how well has that worked out for them, you may ask? Well, not very well at all, actually. You see, turns out that when you import thousands of people with entirely different values who have no interest whatsoever in assimilating to your society, it doesn't work out too well for your country and your current citizens. And since 55% of Pakistani Muslims marry their first cousins, I said that right, the UK has decided to placate this barbaric practice, one that was outlawed centuries ago in Western civilization, and make it seem like it's good for economy and culture. Incest is good, they say, in order to make these people feel nice and comfy in their new country. And you may ask yourself, but Eric, why should I care about what's happening in the UK? Well, because the leftists and progressives right here are always just a step behind the madness happening on the other side of the Atlantic. And there are too many of them in power and vying for power in our cities and state governments and in Congress, by the way, like this. Why does a Democrat candidate for city council in New York need to film her campaign video in New York again in Arabic?
السلام عليكم أنا اسمي كيلا وأنا مرشحة لمجلس مدينة نيويورك في بيريدج كوني آيلاند سيجيت وجزء من باث بيتش ودايكر هايتس خدمة المجتمع العربي والإسلامي لأكثر من 10 سنوات.
Is this not America anymore? Is English not the official language? Oh, yes, it is. Am I missing something here? Minnesota mayoral candidate Omar Fatah uses this next zero English in his campaign. Listen to him. Not a word of English.
resume kega ya waxqabad kega alhamdulillah waxaan ka guuleysanay getting things done like tuition free college ama waxaan bilaash degnay waxbarashada sare getting Uber and Lyft drivers.
I mean, why even speak English in America, right? And the front runner in the New York City mayoral race not only wants to spend $100 million more on legal fees for illegals, but also condones a terrorist organization.
Some New Yorkers say that they don't hear you as often condemn Hamas or talk about bringing the hostages home. So today, do you agree with Mr. Netanyahu's statement that Hamas is a terror organization that needs to be destroyed? And if you could speak the way he did on loudspeakers today to the 20 living hostages, what would your message be?
You know, I am not going to echo the words of Benjamin Netanyahu. I can, however, share my own words and say them right here, which is that my politics is built on a universality, and I can think of no better illustration of that than from the words of the hostage families themselves. Everyone for everyone.
Using the words of hostage families against them? How Hamasi of you. That's the front runner in the New York City mayoral race, everybody, by a lot, too. We need to stop believing that this isn't a problem for America, because it absolutely is. Don't let anyone tell you that these people can align themselves with our values. They don't. They cannot. They don't want to. They do not, and they will not. Yet another warning. Pretty soon, warnings will no longer be enough. They're here. They're gaining power. They're grasping for more. But it's time to put a stop to it right now. What do you want to do, guys? Who cares about Chuck Schumer? We don't care about Chuck Schumer. We'll be right back.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that Rav News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Before I started the program, I lost 20 pounds doing like Atkins or the carnivore diet, but I was crippled, and I feel amazing now. I'm running around like I'm 30 again. My blood pressure went from 159 over 95 to 129 over 82, and I feel great.
And Marty, what was the shift that made you decide to go from doing that carnivore Atkins diet to doing this?
Because I was losing weight, but I still felt like crap. It was getting to the point where I couldn't get in and out of my truck, even as I'm losing weight. Everything hurt. My knees hurt, my shoulders hurt, everything hurt. It's been amazing.
Well, we see the rise of the carnivore diet. By the way, Joe Rogan swears by it. And the steady influence of the keto diet on health programs, while some people report quick results, others crash hard or feel worse over time. Let's bring in founder of Energize Health to find out why that is. Welcome, John Jubilee. So, John, why do you believe these diets aren't sustainable for long-term healing?
Yeah, well, this is one of those things, right? Like we've all tried that. You know, we've all tried the diet. You know, and I have a saying that every diet works for a minute, but they're not sustainable. You know, and the reality is you know, thank God we got RFK in here trying to clean up the food supply, because, you know, with the food that we're eating, you know, we're eating a lot of toxins and inflammatory things, you know, in our body. So all that's part of it. But you know what? I love to just take the off-ramp. You know, there's another way to do this, which is the intracellular hydration. And that's why our 100% focus, it's not on the diet. You know, it really is on the intracellular hydration, because then even if you are getting some of those toxins and inflammatory food, it's just like a beautiful, healthy river that will just flush that out of people's body. And that's why that's the long-term key to success, is to focus on your intracellular hydration. You're never going to get away from 5G, from toxins, you know, from everything. It's going to take a while. It's even the end of 2026, right, that the food is going to change. But you can take care of your cellular hydration and make your body like a river of living water.
All right. So you talk about intracellular hydration. It also helps you absorb nutrients, right? If you're cutting out certain food groups, you're going to have to replace it. How does that work?
Yeah, no, that's a thing. So just picture your cell is hard as a glass marble. So even when you try to eat a super healthy diet or drink a lot of water, it's all just bouncing off of that cell, because that cell is hard as a glass marble through oxidative stress and cortisol and all the things we've been exposed to. And this is what our patent pending science is. Our patent pending science opens that cell up like this, so the nutrients can get in, the hydration can get in, and just as importantly, it pushes out the toxins and the inflammation out of the cell. And that's really what we all need. We need healthy cells. If your cells are healthy, everything is healthy.
Interesting. And the best way to do this, how does it break the seal? How does the hydration get into the cell?
Well, that's several thousand pages of science. It's in the patent, but just to let people know, you know, God made us wondrously. We have two membranes you have two membranes that are surrounding your cell. Okay. They oxidize. Again, they get hard like glass. Right. And this is what nobody could figure out, and that's why we filed a patent on. Hey, here's a process.
I hate to do this to you. I'm getting yelled at from the control room. We have Vice President J.D. Vance at the microphone. Sir, hold on.
In other words, you don't put a gun to the American people's head and say, unless you do exactly what the Senate and House Democrats want you to do, we're going to shut down your government. That's exactly what they're proposing out there. Now, we have to remember, they're very frustrated. They say that they're very frustrated about the fact that this negotiation has not taken place until today. But if you look at the original thing they did with this negotiation, it was a $1.5 trillion spending package, basically saying to the American people, we want to give massive amounts of money, hundreds of billions of dollars to illegal aliens for their health care, while Americans are struggling to pay their health care bills. That was their initial foray into this negotiation. We thought it was absurd. We told them it was absurd, and now they come in here saying that if you don't give us everything that we want, we're going to shut down the government. We think that's preposterous. We think it's totally unacceptable, and we think the American people are going to suffer because these guys won't do the right thing. Now, I want to make one final point here. You will hear a lot from Senate Democrats, from House Democrats about the fact that American health care policy is broken. Well, we know that American health care policy is broken. We've been trying to fix it for the 8 months that we've been in office, but every single thing that they accuse about being broken about American health care is policy that Democrats have supported for the past decade. So if they want to talk about how to fix American health care policy, let's do it. The Speaker would love to do it. The Senate Majority Leader would love to do it. Let's work on it together. But let's do it in the context of an open government that's providing essential services to the American people. That's all that we're proposing to do. And the fact that they refuse to do that shows how unreasonable their position is. I think we're headed to a shutdown because the Democrats won't do the right thing. I hope they change their mind, but we're going to see. I'll let the Speaker say a few words.
Thank you, Vice President Vance. I want to thank the President as well. They showed strong leadership today. They invited the 4 leaders over here because the President is operating in good faith, and he demonstrated that very well. The problem is that Chuck Schumer and Leader Jeffries refuse to acknowledge the simple facts. Let's review what the simple facts are. As the Vice President was saying, this is the common sense thing to do. This is the right thing to do. This is the simple thing to do. By way of review, the House is getting back to the way the regular appropriations process is supposed to work. 12 separate appropriations bills passed through the House Appropriations Committee, 3 off the floor. The Senate doing their work as well. All this in bipartisan fashion, by the way. They passed 3 bills in the Senate. Those bills don't match up exactly. So for the first time in years, since 2019, you have a conference committee that is being constituted between the House and the Senate. This is the way a bill becomes a law. They work out the differences. All this is happening in bipartisan fashion. The problem is we run out of clock. September 30th is the end of the fiscal year, so we need a little more time. So what we did in the Republican majority is the right, responsible, simple thing. A clean, continuing resolution, a short-term, nonpartisan continuing resolution. It's only 24 pages in length. Leader Thune has a copy if you want to see the exhibit. There's nothing partisan in here. No policy riders, none of our big party preferences, because we want to do the right thing by the American people and allow more time for negotiation. Now, there's a reason that Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries have come out here, stomped the feet, saying that they can't go along with this. They're trying to bring in extraneous issues. They issued a counter proposal. You should go take a look at what they requested. $1.5 trillion in new spending that is unrelated to the ongoing appropriations process. They wanted to, as you said, restore taxpayer-funded benefits, okay? Hard-working taxpayers in America. They want to take your funds and give that for benefits to illegal aliens. They want to restore that because we got rid of it. They want to prop up left-leaning media outlets. $500 million they threw in on top of that. $1.5 trillion on a 7-week stopgap funding bill. We're not going to do that. They know we can't do that. And we never have in the past. During the Biden administration, there were 13 threatened shutdowns. The Republicans in the minority did the right thing. We kept the government open. We're simply asking for the Democrats to do the same. Again, I want to thank President Trump for the strong, solid leadership. He listened to the arguments, and they just wouldn't acknowledge the simple fact. I want to thank the Vice President here for showing his leadership as well. If the Democrats make the decision to shut the government down, the consequences are on them, and I think it's absolutely tragic. We've never said that was a good idea. We never believed it is. And I want you to remember, when we voted in the House, we passed it out of the House. The House has done its job. We did that almost 2 weeks ago. Every Democrat in the House except one voted to shut the government down. That is the record. And don't forget it. That's
Vice President. This right here, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're talking about. 24 pages. It's a continuing resolution to fund the government through November the 21st. I don't know where they're saying this is some huge partisan thing. This is something we do fairly routinely. And when the Democrats had the majority on 13 different occasions, they had the majority, President Biden was in the White House, we passed continuing resolutions to fund the government. This is purely and simply hostage taking on behalf of the Democrats. Republicans are united. House Republicans, Senate Republicans, President Trump. The House has passed a clean funding resolution to fund the government until November the 21st. It's clean, it is bipartisan, and it is short term. But it gives us enough time to finish the appropriations process, which is the way we should be funding the government. So Republicans in the House, Senate, President united, they passed the bill. This is sitting right now at the Senate desk. We could pick it up and pass it tonight. We could pick it up and pass it tomorrow before the government shuts down. And then we don't have a government shutdown. It is totally up to the Democrats because right now they are the only thing standing between the American people and the government shutting down. We're all in favor of funding the government. And this is something that's been done routinely 13 different times by the Democrats when they had the majority. So to me, this is purely a hostage-taking exercise on the part of the Democrats. We are willing to sit down and work with them on some of the issues they want to talk about, whether it's an extension of premium tax credits with reforms. We're happy to have that conversation. But as of right now, this is a hijacking of the American people, and it's the American people who are going to pay the price.
Can you, Mr. Vice President?
I want to say a few words.
Sure.
We want to keep this government open. It is not good for the American people to have the government shut down for any period of time. We will manage it appropriately, but it is something that can all be avoided. It can all be avoided by accepting a reasonable position, which is what the House has passed and sits at the Senate desk, which is to continue to fund the government with a short-term continuing resolution. It has never been a viewpoint that $1.5 trillion is a reasonable amount of spending to be included on a short-term CR. This is hostage-taking. It is not something that we are going to accept, and we hope that the Democrats come back to the brink, fund this government, and allow us to move forward. Thank you. Right.
Mr. Vice President, so just to be clear, is there room for negotiation here with Democrats? And you mentioned you believe that we are headed toward a government shutdown. Is the federal government preparing to fire federal workers if the government does indeed shut down?
Well, first of all, we have to keep essential services functioning as well as possible if the Democrats shut down the government, and Russ has been tasked with making sure that's possible. Now, you asked about negotiations. One of the things I admired about the president, but frankly the entire team's approach during the conversation we just had with Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries was, they have some crazy ideas. Giving taxpayer money to illegal aliens for health care, that's a crazy idea. Funding transgender surgeries in Peru, that's a crazy idea. But they had some ideas that I actually thought were reasonable, and they had some ideas that the president thought was reasonable. What's not reasonable is to hold those ideas as leverage and to shut down the government unless we give you everything that you want. There were multiple times where Leader Jeffries or Leader Schumer would say, you know what, we should be doing this, and the President of the United States would say, yeah, absolutely, let's have that conversation, but we're going to do it in the context of the people's government being open. We're not going to let you take the people's government hostage and then give you everything you want. And that's really the state of the negotiation. Yeah, let's have a conversation. Let's have a negotiation. But we're not going to shut down the government because we won't give the Democrats everything that they want.
Can you respond to what Senator Schumer said, that there were aspects about health care ending for certain people that the president was learning about for the first time in that meeting? And was the president open to a deal on the ACA subsidies?
Well, I'm highly skeptical that the president was learning about it for the first time, thanks to Chuck Schumer. But what I will say is, look, we have put a $50 billion rural hospital fund into the big, beautiful bill that we passed a few months ago, because we know that under Biden administration's policies, there are a lot of small-town hospitals, a lot of rural health care that was getting shut down and that was struggling. We're trying to fix that problem. In fact, we're happy to work with Democrats to fix that problem. We want to work across the aisle to make sure that people have access to good health care. We are not going to let Democrats shut down the government, take a hostage, unless we give them everything that they want. That's not how the people's government has ever worked. That's certainly not how it's going to work under the Trump administration.
This is very important on health care. Their counterproposal, what Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries are demanding, is that they claw back the $50 billion that we put into the rural hospital support structure. They want to take that back. We're not going to do that. We passed that because we have to allow for that. Also, if they shut the government down, not only are troops unpaid, federal workers, and all the services that everybody relies upon, but the WIC program, the nutrition program, women, infant, and children, they will not get that program, will not be funded. FEMA won't be funded. We have hurricanes off the coast of the United States right now. This is serious business. You have telehealth, you have mental health services, all that's funded by the government would stop if Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats have their way. The Democrat shutdown would be damaging for the country. We can't allow for it.
Was there any mention of passing a shorter CR?
So we take these things because we like to take politicians talking. I have a few opinions on this since this is my moment here. Number one, we were told never negotiate with terrorists. Democrats are playing terrorism right now. Don't negotiate with them. Number two, shut the damn thing down. I think I speak for a lot of people. Shut down. Stop this game of, oh, if we shut down, it's their fault. If we shut down, it's their fault. Shut the damn thing down. Or how's this? Fire 800,000 Democrats that work in federal government. There's like 2.4 million people who work in the federal government. Fire a third of them. Make sure they're all Democrats. See if they want to negotiate then. This game of trying to fool the public into, oh, we're working for you while we make government bigger and bigger and bigger. $1 trillion stopgap spending. $1 trillion stopgap spending? Are you nuts? You think we're stupid? You're just putting $1 trillion more into the federal government. Stop it. Oh, you're doing us a favor. Don't think for a second if they stop government, shut it down, that those jerks aren't going to get paid for the period of 10, 20, 30 days, however long it's shut down till one side blinks. They get paid. Those jerks get paid that you're just listening to. No offense to our vice president, but I am tired of politicians. Headed up to here with them, both sides of the aisle. Shut the damn thing down. You got the House, you got the Senate, you got the White House. Shut it down, blame them. Tell them we'll reopen government when they're ready to come to the bargaining table with real proposals. Sorry, I digress. Ben. Hello, Ben. How are you?
Hello, Eric. I'm doing well. How are you?
You got a soundbite for us to play? I'll listen to it while I try and calm down.
I do. We have, you want to go voicemails?
Sure, yeah.
So we have a viewer asking why the Secret Service didn't go to the escalator.
Go for it, yeah.
Hey, Eric, it's Michelle from Jupiter. I have a little cold, but when the escalators stopped at the UN, why did the Secret Service move in? Okay, Melania moved. How come nobody surrounds him? How come he just seems to be like a sitting duck? And when he went into the restaurant in D.C., I mean, those girls got 3 courses of free Palestine out before they did anything.
You're right. You are so right. Remember that video where Melania gets on, Donald Trump's right behind him. The escalator stops. There are people coming down the escalator on the other side. Dangerous. Could be who knows what, a terrorist. It's looking to take out the president. You're 100% right. And he did. He went to Joe's Seafood in D.C., been there 100 times. Politicians go there all the time. I've seen Thune in there. I've seen Lindsey Graham in there. That place should be a lot more secure than when the president walks out and you have some pro-Palestinian terrorists, pro-terrorist people. They should be kept far away from the president. I don't know. They got to beef it up a little bit. All right, how about another one, Benny?
Sure. We have a viewer has some questions about the Amish community.
Got it.
Hey, Eric. We are out in Edmond, Oklahoma. We sure do enjoy listening to you. Diane and Max Stewart's our name. Just thinking that next time there's an opportunity, someone maybe could put a bug in RFK's ear and the president's that on all this stuff to do with autism and the vaccinations and everything, check with the Amish community. They don't vaccinate. And they, my understanding is they don't have any autism and a lot of the other childhood diseases. They just don't have it. Rather than run tests and have groups that, go for years and years trying to get to the bottom of this, just take data from that group. Anyway, thanks again for all you do. Bye.
Well, thank you for the call. And I did. I looked into it, and you're right. Well, they generally don't vaccinate because they have medical exemptions, and the incidences of autism in the Amish communities. This is a big study about 10 years ago. Something like 2,000 Amish people were studied. The incidence of autism in the Amish community is 1 in around 300. in the general population in the United States, it's 1 in 36 as of 2020. So you're 100% right. Maybe there is some tie between autism and vaccinations. Benny, can we squeeze in the Edge promo real quick, and then we'll come back out? Just take a look at this one. If we can only teach these idiots in D.C. to wash their brains, brainwash themselves like this. The testosterone, aside from, however, the biochemical things that are going on in your body, it also it tells your brain, I guess it entices your brain into wanting to do more, wanting to lift more, wanting to walk further, run further, and becoming stronger. That's an interesting concept. That's not is it medical? Is it biochemical?
Yeah, it's really not medical. In other words, there's no receptors in your brain that testosterone affects that are called the pleasure or enjoyment receptor. So when you exercise or whatever. So I think what that is, though, there are receptors that involve motivation. It affects
we pulled out of there a little bit quickly. The show's doing amazing. We're up about a week and a couple of days. Subscribers are coming. It's awesome. There's a ton of new short content on there. Check it out. YouTube.com/@EricBowlingTheEdge. Please sign up. Ben, I have a quick question for you, Ben, very quickly.
What you got?
Did you watch any football this weekend?
I did not watch any football.
I got smoked. I had a rough weekend.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's gambling. I just want to point this out. That's part of betting. You have good weeks and you have bad weeks. I think it was a rough
just
week.
One bet away, Eric.
It's just one bet away. I'm watching a mini-series that's all about that, and it's really disturbing to watch. But I would tell you, it started with Alabama, the Roll Tide guys who decided to show up for the first time this year against the Georgia Bulldogs. So, Benny, I don't know what to tell you. It was a rough week, but we're going to come back strong.
We'll get them next time.
We'll get them next time. Appreciate your time, folks. Hope you enjoyed it. Sorry we had to dip out and hear some politicians talking politics. In the meantime, Ben and Warner coming up next.
I'm telling you, I've never seen it, and maybe people in the chat can correct me if I'm wrong, or people in the media that watch this. I've never seen a leader of a country, particularly of a country that's supposedly an ally, ever show up to the working door on the West Wing where the president greets, and the president did come out and greet, with no color guard. That is sending a signal. I've never seen it done before. It certainly hasn't been done at every time we've been doing it here in Rural America's Voice and President Trump gets in. I don't know. A couple of dozen of these things. Every time's the same thing. We always take time early to see the color guard coming out with all the colors and the pomp and circumstance, the custom and tradition, the honoring the person showing up. I think there's a reason President Trump, normally these things but they show up at 11. They're always late. They get there at 11:15. By 11:30, our show is over, and we're just watching like you are, the president in the bilad being Trump. That's not happening right now. I think they're having a discussion. I think the discussion goes back to the 21-point plan that President Trump put forward to the Arab nations in sidebar meetings.
So this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're at at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East, and let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. If accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of The young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. Their parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing.
This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way. But it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done.
Study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace. And if Hamas rejects the deal, which is always possible, they're the only one left. Everyone else has accepted it. But I have a feeling that we're going to have a positive answer. But if not, as you know, Bibi, you'd have our full backing to do what you would have to do. To ensure the success of this effort, my plan calls for the creation of a new international oversight body, the Board of Peace, we call it, the Board of Peace, sort of a beautiful name, the Board of Peace, which will be headed, not at my request, believe me, I'm very busy, but we have to make sure this works. The leaders of the Arab world and Israel and everybody involved asked me to do this, so it would be headed by a gentleman known as President Donald J. Trump of the United States. That's what I want, is some extra work to do, but it's so important that I'm willing to do it.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish, in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 29 September, year of our Lord 2025. Thank you for joining the afternoon edition of the War Room. President Trump said it's one of the most important days in the history of civilization, one of the most important days in world civilization. I think it is very endearing, and one of the great qualities of President Trump that they say is so bellicose and, you know, such a martial figure, that he really prides himself in being a man of peace. And, you know, he's got, 7 or 8 peace deals or ceasefires right now, and he's trying to get a ceasefire here. It's a little confusing, because there weren't a lot of details I don't think really put out, although they talked about pieces of paper to sign. I think Bibi's left, right? In fact, it looked like he couldn't wait to get off the podium. Because, as I said in the morning show, the structural elements of this put the end to the Greater Israel Project. It also, and now I am more convinced than ever after hearing the presentation, the 21-point plan, particularly with the participation of the Gulf Emirates and their cash in this board of peace with the president as chairman of, it basically is going to be a foundational element of a two-state solution. Now, I guess in 72 hours, Hamas has to agree to this and agree not just to turning over the hostages, but I guess laying down their weapons, and Israel agrees to some organized withdrawal, at least a little bit at first. Still quite fuzzy. They didn't take questions. President Trump stood out there and said, hey, this thing is, we're putting it together. He's making a deal. No need to talk about the details, because you saw as soon as the hands went up, boom, they're going right into the, Bibi, are you agreeing, Netanyahu, are you agreeing to a two-state solution? I mean, they're going right for the jugular. Peace in the Middle East. As if President Trump did not have enough on his plate, and remember, he leaves this meeting, goes right into a negotiation with the Democrats on keeping the government open. We'll have that in a moment. Then he goes to reception, which he should be in momentarily, for the Gold Star mothers. And hopefully we'll pick that up. We're trying to get Brian Glenn over at the White House. Been a lot of activity today. Hopefully pick that up. Then tomorrow, he's going to be at Quantico. I'm pretty sure it's the first time ever, not even during the Revolution, when we hadn't even really started a Navy and we just had a tiny Continental Army, did all the flag officers come to one location and have a talk. I'm pretty sure they even do it in World War II. Some they did overseas, but never ever together. President Trump's going to address that tomorrow. Pete Hegseth, I think, on the war ethos, but President Trump's being there. My point is, every day is kind of a monumental day for President Trump. And he said, look, I didn't volunteer for this, but if I have to, I will be the chairman of the Board of Peace. My only recommendation to President Trump, your shoulders are big, but like any human or even superhuman strength, there's only so much you can accomplish. I think if you look at the priorities, as I said in my National Conservative speech, to repeat what was said in Lawrence of Arabia's memoir, The 7 Pillars of Wisdom, and then repeated in the movie Lawrence of Arabia. When they talked about Lawrence, going to the Arab Revolt, the general in charge said, look, the Middle East is a sideshow, and the Arab Revolt is a sideshow to a sideshow. The Western Front's where everything's happening. I said the National Conservative speech, given what's going on in the Eurasian landmass and our shift to hemispheric defense, as you see, we're going to go through, it looks like we're putting out a $20 billion bailout for Argentina. At the time, I don't know, maybe I'm misreading this, but they're cutting a deal with the Chinese Communist Party on agriculture. Brazil's in turmoil. Lula's trying to get in front of Trump. At the same time, he's trying to crush the U.S. dollar, which they ain't doing a bad job on. It's one of the reasons you got to go check out Birch Gold. Oh, and at the same time that, I don't know, now Stephen Miller and Marco Rubio got a amphibious battle group down off of Venezuela and talking about doing interdiction strikes against cocaine drug cartels in Venezuela. A lot happening in our hemispheric defense. All I remind President Trump is that Woodrow Wilson essentially killed himself, had a stroke because he put so much pressure on himself to bring off the League of Nations at the end of World War I. And this will be a heavy lift, particularly when your deputy would be Tony Blair, a guy not known for heavy lifting, kind of a Clinton and Obama type. They kind of glide in, right, say a few words, kind of glide out. Clinton, Obama, and Tony Blair, not heavy lifters. And this peace deal in the Middle East is a heavy lift. You got people go back thousands of years that hate each other. You got the religious element. You got ethnic element. You got economics. You've got, obviously, the innate jealousy, burning jealousy of the Arab nations and Turkey and all that against the success of Israel in the Judeo-Christian West. You also have Israel's reputation of having sharp elbows in the Greater Israel Project, expansion. But for the Israel First crowd, today was, I don't know, pretty much a surrender in that area. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, and somebody's got to convince me that the 21-point plan doesn't lead to the natural conclusion from that is a Palestinian state financed by the Arabs with some sort of peacekeeping force made up of Arabs. Maybe I got it wrong, but that looks what it looks like to me. Bibi could not wait to get off that stage. Didn't want to take questions, deferred to the president. President, let's not do that. We're still trying to put this together. Also, the West Bank, no West Bank, and no invasion of the, no regime change amongst the Persians right now. So for everything that we fought for to kind of get control of this, it looks great. Bibi said, hey, I agreed to it. President Trump kept talking about papers to sign. There's a long way to go between the cup and the lip. First of all, President Trump walked in there. Hamas has not agreed to this. And this is another one. You know, Israel's a client state of ours. They don't have to do what we tell them. But if you want the support, you want munitions, you want money, you want cash, you're going to have to do what we say. If you don't want to go it alone, go it alone. We're all about nationalism. Yoram Hazani's book about Israeli nationalism. I dig it. Go do it. Just don't look for support from us. Same with Hamas. Hamas, the reason they sent the missiles into Qatar, Hamas is nothing but the franchisees of the Muslim Brotherhood, has been that from day one. And the Muslim Brotherhood is not a creation of Egypt, but goes on because Qatar, the country everybody's rubbing up on, is the financier of it. I will say one thing. It's Herculean what President Trump is doing. I mean, who's got the energy with this? It's always squabbling back and forth, and it's never perfect. His energy is unbelievable. He's leaving an indelible mark on this country to return us to our greatness. But the Middle East, I don't know, man. Just get sucked in there, just the time sink alone. They said they asked him, he's going to do it. The Board of Peace, he's the chairman. We're going to spend some more time breaking this down. Hey, look, it's 72 hours. I guess all the hostages don't come back. Hamas has sent you their reply, right? If they don't start laying down arms, I guess they sent another reply on that. We'll have to check it out. But you can tell Bibi, not a big welcome and kind of wanted to get out of there quickly.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with your Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What was George Washington like before he became our nation's first president? The brand new film, Young Washington, tells the untold story of Washington's early life, his failures, and how that shaped his path to become the leader that would spawn America's independence. It's a bold, authentic story that is neither woke nor watered down, and it's directed by John Irwin, who brought the world I Can Only Imagine, American Underdog, and Jesus Revolution. Take a listen to Irwin talk about the project here.
First of all, it's an incredible story. It's a story that not many people know. What's interesting about George Washington is it wasn't his greatest victory that defined him as a young man. It was his greatest failure and how he responded to it that made him George Washington.
Everyone kind of knows George Washington as our first president, but few know how he actually got there. The defeats, the misfortune, the critical mistakes at Fort Necessity, dashing all of his hopes and dreams. He resigned his position and became an aide to a general, and in an unreal act of bravery, took fate into his own hands.
And Washington, in this act of bravery with strength that he didn't have, mounted a horse and charged towards the battlefield when everyone else was running away. He had 3 horses shot out from underneath him. He had 4 bullet holes, 2 in his jacket, 1 in his hat, and he just became George Washington in this moment on the field of battle.
The idea that there was a divine hand in Washington being saved that fateful day is a key theme of young Washington's tale. It's one part Pride and Prejudice and one part The Revenant. It's the story of how a man didn't let defeat define him, but instead took that defeat and turned it not only into his own fate, but the fate of this new nation. And the best part of all, it's a true story. Young Washington's release will be on July 4th of next year, which coincides with America's 250th birthday. You're going to want early access to this film, especially to get tickets for its opening day. And here's how you go do it. Go to angel.com/Rav and become a premium Angel Guild member, which will give you 2 free tickets to the movie. But in addition, that gives you access to every streaming show or movie on Angel's platform. And you'll also get exclusive behind-the-scenes access leading up to the premiere. So go to angel.com/Rev today to get that access, follow the journey of young Washington, and help make this the #1 movie of 2026.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
Still America's Voice family. Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored. And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, gold, the dollar, the strength of the dollar, the de-dollarization program. Luna's got a call with the president towards the end of the week, I think it is, Thursday, I think, tentatively. What Brazil's doing, what the BRICS nations are doing, it is having some impact. You're clearly seeing a de-dollarization movement. Make sure you understand what that means to you in your personal life, because it means something to you. It's not some. This is what we try to do on the show. All these kind of forces going around. You hear the news of big things on geopolitics or in capital markets. They're not some like random events that doesn't have an impact. We try to pull it back and make sure that you can see in your own life the playing field before you, and the pressures and opportunities that may be provided. That's what we did the end of the dollar empire. We're adding new installments all the time. We started 4 years ago, and I think gold was $1,100. I'm very proud of the fact I was reading one of the in one of the chats or the responses to Getter. Somebody had put their 401k over after going to look at what we put up on about Birch Gold. I think gold was $1,200 or $1,250. They were talking about now how their retirement's secure. We're not here to hawk gold or to hawk physical gold. We don't talk about the price a lot, except I say, hey, every couple of days setting a new high, and that should not scare you if you understand the process here. And that's why Philip Patrick I had him come on Saturday just to walk through one of the structural things that's going on. You're seeing for the first time in the modern era, particularly since Nixon got us off the gold standard. Not FDR, but FDR started, but Nixon finished it. That central banks are replacing fiat currency, I think particularly in this case the euro, but also the U.S. dollar, increasingly with gold as an asset. That central bank purchasing these other structural events that are happening are things that you ought to know about. No, you're not an economist, you're not an MBA, you're not an investment banker. That's fine. I know that sounds like a curse, right? That's fine. But you have to be familiar with these concepts. Why? You're part of the war room posse. You've bent the arc of history already. It's the reason Donald Trump's in the White House. His courage to come back and your support of him against the longest odds possible in those early days of 21 and 22 when Fox News and everybody had gone for DeSantis, and DeSantis was going to be the next Republican nominee, and et cetera, more and more nonsense, just on and on and on and on and on. But go to birchgold.com, promo code Bannon to get the end of the dollar empire. Get it. Just read it. Even if it doesn't make sense at first, read it again. We try to break it out and so you can read it simply. It's got a lot of kind of big concepts pulled out. Also, if you just want something quicker, take the phone out, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, in 989898 for the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals. And what I like about that, they talk about the IRAs and 401ks and all that, the tax-deferred nature of all this. So make sure, and Philip Patrick and his team will spend as much time with you as you need. That's the one thing that I've got just tremendous feedback on, is Philip Patrick and the team. Is Brian Glenn available? Brian's going to join me. Here's what I want to do. Before I get to great Brian Glenn's been doing yeoman's duty over the White House. You have this massive, you got to say it's a peace conference. A peace conference. And President Trump, this is what's very endearing, I think, with all the stuff on the shoulder, and he's sitting there talking about he's not going small. It's Trump. He's going large. He's talking about an enduring peace in the Middle East where they've been at each other's throat for thousands of years. He's talking about a structure that actually could make it work and actually maybe bring prosperity, and with prosperity, peace. And with everything else he's got going on, including this rebellion here in the United States from the worst forces, the dark forces, the anarchists, the Marxists, the communists, that he's taken time and effort in this. As America First, I understand a lot of people saying we're wasting time. I say the Middle East is a sideshow, and the Greater Israel Project is a sideshow to a sideshow. We should not be sucked into it. But I admire the president jumping in here and trying to get something done. Okay, we got a few more things at home to take care of. Number one, at midnight tomorrow night, the government runs out of money and shuts down, and there's no appropriations bill, nothing passed for next year. So guess what? With no continuing resolution, you got no cash. This is something the War on Posse has been saying for a long time. But let's just do it. Let's do it. And let's separate the wheat from the chaff. Let's separate out the essential from the non-essential. Let's see who they are. And Russ Vogt, our contributor here for many years, Russ Vogt got a plan. He's going to pull the trigger on that plan at 1 minute after midnight. Already sent the memo out. So they just left the White House. So after President Trump's trying to bring peace to the Middle East, which I don't think we've had since the time of Christ when the Romans ran the deal, now he's got to go figure out and sit in a room with Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer. That's got to be fun. And hear their nonsense. Let's go ahead and play it. Then we'll bring in Brian Glenn.
It was a frank and direct discussion with the President of the United States and Republican leaders, but significant and meaningful differences remain. Democrats are fighting to protect the health care of the American people. And we are not going to support a partisan Republican spending bill that continues to gut the health care of everyday Americans. Period. Full stop. There's a Republican-caused health care crisis that is causing hospitals and nursing homes and community-based health clinics all across the country in rural America, urban America, small-town America, the heartland of America, and black and brown communities throughout this country. And that crisis is happening right now. And that's why we believe there is urgency to both keeping the government open, reaching a bipartisan spending agreement that actually meets the needs of the American people in terms of their health, their safety, their economic well-being, and quality of life, while also addressing the dangerous Republican health care crisis.
We want to keep this government open. It is not good for the American people to have the government shut down for any period of time. We will manage it appropriately, but it is something that can all be avoided. It can all be avoided by accepting a reasonable position, which is what the House has passed and what sits at the Senate desk, which is to continue to fund the government with a short-term continuing resolution. It has never been a viewpoint that $1.5 trillion is a reasonable amount of spending to be included on a short-term CR. This is hostage-taking. It is not something that we are going to accept, and we hope that the Democrats come back from the brink, fund this government, and allow us to move forward. Thank you.
Pretty hot there. Hakeem Jeffries said, no way, no how. And, of course, our own Russ Vogt, we're not going to avail ourselves to hostage-taking. Brian Glenn's at the White House. Let's start first with the showdown. They're eyeball to eyeball. What do you got for me, Brother Glenn?
I was just in the briefing room before all that broke out, and all of a sudden the media, Steve, ran towards the stakeout and got in preparation of Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer to walk out and read the statement that you guys, for the most part, covered their message, that additional $1.5 trillion put on this short-term CR, and Vice President Vance and Mike Johnson and Thune both said, and Russ Vogt, that's unacceptable. That's not going to fly. And of course, we know that additional spending or those cuts, they are mad. They want basically health care extended to illegal aliens, and that is something that many Americans, probably I would think 100% of our viewers, are absolutely against. So we are in a showdown. But Vice President J.D. Vance said it when he first came out in front of the media. This falls solely on the responsibility of the Democrats if this country has to shut down.
Well, If the government shuts down tomorrow, first off, are there any other meetings when they left? Is there anything they're working on? I mean, both sides gave their position. It doesn't look. It looks like an unbridgeable gap. Is there another call or meeting set up tonight? Is there something tomorrow morning? Because if not, just by logistics, we're going to shut the government down at Tuesday night at midnight. Are we not, sir?
Yeah, we are. And from what I understand is they were talking about to go back and review these papers. He said the documents right here. So I was under the impression that Democrats could go back and further discuss their stance on this and see if they can come to the table and sign off on this thing and fund the government. So we'll obviously keep you updated. There wasn't really the next step for call for action from either side. It was just, hey, let's go back. Here's the agreement. Here's the CR. It's 40 pages deep. Let's get it done and fund this government. But they said repeatedly, Steve, that this falls on the responsibility of the Democrats of closing down this government. And President Trump and everyone has really expressed a concern. We don't want to have to do that. And, of course, Russ Vought has a plan to execute an event that we do have this government shutdown. And so we'll see how this all moves forward. But, yeah, it all starts tomorrow night, 12:01.
Brian, hang on. I mean, the Warren Posse, we for a long time kind of said, hey, we think there's a lot of retooling you can do in a shutdown. You can deconstruct the administrative state. I think this is why some of the Democratic and far left commentators and show hosts are now in shock. We got Russ Vought. He's a weapon. Russ Vought's got a plan. The word's out. I don't know if you've heard. The word's out. It's 100,000 going to resign tomorrow and retire. Instead of just go through this, instead of be fired and let go by Russ Vought, they want to get out on better terms. So Russ Vought's got a plan of reduction in force, mass firings. And Russ Vought's just the guy to do it. His blood pressure won't go up at all. His heartbeat won't. They had the heartbeat monitors on the players at the Ryder Cup. His would be steady Eddie. He don't care. He's all for taking it down. Short commercial break. Brian Glenn's at the White House. Natalie Winters is on assignment. She's got some breaking news next in the War Room.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rev. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rev.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rev? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
So, Brian Glenn. By the way, Brian, members of the media I know were talking to me. I think it was in coming back from the United Kingdom. And as you know, there's not been a broad embrace by the mainstream, the CBS News, the NBCs, the New York Times, the more traditional heavy hitters over there. There has not been, and I know they're cordial to you guys and they like you guys, but there hasn't been an institutional embrace of having Real America's Voice or Natalie with the War Room kind of as a permanent part of the White House media ecosystem, and actually, being invited into the press briefing room and having questions, etc. Somebody contacted me and said, I've been in this business 20-some years, 25 years, said, I never thought I'd see the day when I'm flying back on Air Force One and I look in the traditional, I guess, wire seat in where the media sits, which Helen Thomas at UPI, the old battle axe who was the lead kind of reporter, she always got the first question, but she had her seat on Air Force One. They call it the wire seat, where the lead wire service. And sitting right there is Brian Glenn. They were in shock. So I know the president respects you and you're deeply sourced in the White House. For our audience, correct me if I'm wrong. The Trump White House is hunkered down here for a fight they kind of want, correct? I mean, Russ Vought is all geared up. He's got memos out saying we're going to do mass layoffs. You got now this big rumor has been reported by a couple of the wire services up to 100,000 bureaucrats may actually resign tomorrow, figuring they get a better deal if they resign a day before being let go. But there's no pulling a hair and gnashing of teeth by the Trump forces, right? They're ready to go for this thing.
They are ready to go for this thing, and I know that the War Room Posse and yourself, and we can all agree that it's in the public court of opinion. The public doesn't care.
Hey, Brian, your mic, somehow your sound cut. Can you redo yourself? Okay, we're going to redo. You see, we get the wire seat on Air Force One. Next thing you know, our equipment doesn't work. That's greater powers right there. We're going to reset this. Brian, you want to try it again?
Yeah, can you hear me, Steve?
Fine.
All right.
I got it. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, yep. Got it. Okay, so we can all agree that most of our viewers, if not all of them, could really care less if the government shuts down. We've seen it before. It happened in the first Trump administration. 34 days the federal government shut down, and we really didn't see any everyday difference in everyone's lives. But it does give an opportunity to look at the federal government and Russ Vought, as he's eloquently said, and cut some of these jobs, cut the fat in our government. It's something we've been wanting to do in this Trump administration for so long. So as far as the Trump administration is concerned, this shutdown lies in responsibility of the Democrats wanting to put $1.5 trillion in the short-term CR that funds health care, if you will, for illegal aliens. And that's something that's highly unpopular. So they're ready to fight this thing. It was really interesting as both sides came out towards a stakeout to kind of give their 5-minute gaggle. Republicans seem very confident that at the end of the day, we are going to be a much leaner and meaner federal government as far as a budget-wise after we get out of this. Now, what's even the bigger conversation, though, Steve, and you and I could both talk of this another time, I am amazed that this is like the 13th CR that we've had to do. When are we ever going to stop doing CRs? That's another question, and that's leadership down from the speaker.
But it's also a mindset. Look, as much as I think Johnson's polypox, you say it's a mindset that they don't want. The legislative branch does not want to make any cuts whatsoever. Russ Vought puts these budgets out, and they just don't want to do it. When you say 13th, correct me if I'm wrong, folks. We're still working off Biden and Pelosi's numbers because we just had a continuation of CRs, and you're going to have one now till November. And in November, you're going to have a choice. Here's the choice you're going to have. You're going to have another CR extension while they work on it. Or at some point in time, they're going to drop the omnibus on us. And the omnibus is going to be ugly, right? So there's a lot of fighting on our side, and we're far from perfect. But I think Russ is going to shock some people. Remember, Russ Vought, the reason he got the big, beautiful bill done is they committed to do rescissions, pocket rescissions, and impoundments. Now, we haven't seen a lot of that. We haven't seen it in volume. They got a bunch stacked up. So I think you're set for a couple of big budget battles on personnel, letting people go, and on cost. Now, let me pivot. So President Trump put out a 21-point plan for Gaza, okay, for kind of a peace deal and a redevelopment. And I know a lot of the America First types are saying, hey, we're way too engaged in this thing, way too involved. They're going to be looking for American money. Now, so far, he's got the Gulf Emirates, Qatar, UAE, Saudi, Kuwait, those guys prepared, it looks like, to pony up the cash to get this done. Mm-hmm. I say, if you look at it, it's an architecture for a two-state solution that Netanyahu and other defenders of Israel have been fighting forever. Talk to me about what happened today, because that was kind of the fulcrum, but there was a lot else going on. So walk us through it.
Okay, so this, for one thing, this took place in the State Dinner Room, which is a smaller room, but had a ton of media there. President Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu walked out. President Trump spoke for about 45 minutes straight without any interruption from Bibi Netanyahu. There is a 20-point plan. I'll go over a little bit of the basics of it. From the initial signing of this agreement, Hamas is to hand over all of the hostages, even the bodies,
the ones that we have lost. Those are required from day one to bring over. Also, including on that, they have 72 hours after that signing to do that. Also, lay down their weapons as well, completely surrender from a military point of view their arms. Now, the big difference between President Trump originally was saying that the Palestinians were basically exiting out of that area. This new agreement allows them to stay. If they want to stay, they can stay and go under this new governance body. But it definitely, and I'm just kind of reading over some of the bullet points here, it also governed under temporary transitional governments of Palestinian Committee. Now, it's going to be an orchestration of, like you said, other nations coming together, providing security forces as well to make sure that Hamas doesn't go back on the negotiation. Now, here, the biggest wild card here, though, Steve, is this is yet to be signed by Hamas, by the leaders. So this agreement, and from what I've seen, I've been listening to a lot of international press here, a lot of legacy media here
in the States as well. People are 100%. This is huge. This is a massive deal.
Not only to that region, but to the world. But right now, it lies in the hands of Hamas. Will they agree with this treaty, with this 20-point step plan? If they don't, then President Trump, and he alluded to it, and Bibi agreed that they would take all means necessary to finish the job. Now, I don't know exactly what that would look like and what the details on that. But if they do not come out with an agreement, that Israel will continue to, quote, finish the job on this.
But here's what I don't understand. Netanyahu's entire government, his entire policy, the going to war in response to the terrorist attack, was to get this done and remove Hamas as a political leadership and a military entity. Now, I realize there are words to that in this document of the 21 points. However, he had no say-so, was not part of any negotiation. This is totally done by the United States and the Arabs with, it looks like, Arab money and Arab security forces, because there'll be a firestorm here in the country if even the concept of putting Americans on the ground to do this will make people nuts. I just don't see Bibi. I think he's making a bet. Let me get out of here. This is a bad day for me. Let me get out of here. And Hamas will never agree to this. Somehow Hamas always pulls out a loss when they could get a victory. They'll screw it up, and then we're back to square one. That's my own thoughts. Maybe it all works out. President Trump clearly has put a ton of effort into it. And you see today, I think he looks very tired, given everything he's got going on. He had to go there to sit down with Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. How pleasant is that? You could tell he's put a ton of effort in this. It looks like he's a little tired. It's just so many moving pieces. I think the two combatants, Hamas and Netanyahu's government, are looking for every opportunity not to have this thing come together. And so there's the big gap between the cup and the lip. Your thoughts on that?
It's interesting. Well, I agree, and I think it's really interesting you brought up earlier that if you look at the public court of opinion, what Americans want our president to focus on right now is domestic policy, things that affect us, putting America first. Now, not to say that becoming the peacemaker, we've said this once before, that President Trump will go down, I think, as the greatest peacemaker in presidential history. We certainly want that to happen, but we also want our attention to pivot back on domestic issues that affect Americans every day. The economy, the border, crime in our cities, and of course a lot of the bills that President Trump has signed. We need to get those codified into law. So I think the attention needs to be shifted back domestically, but certainly President Trump today really leading the way on this massive peace agreement. I'll throw this 20-point document up on my social medias, and I'll tag the War Room so you guys can take a look at it as well. It really does lay out the groundwork for this new development, this new, I guess, in government, this embodied area. And they talk about the prime real estate as well on this, Steve. This is some fantasy real estate, if you will, on that part of the world to be developed. And once again, who's going to pay the tab when it comes to cleaning up everything and rebuild that part of the world? So that remains to be seen.
President Trump, by the way, you got Antifa, you got all this, I think, sliding to a potential civil war here and he started initiating everything. But it almost seems like he has to initiate everything. And this is why divided attention over this and the constant squabbling. And then people doing things like Netanyahu. I mean, the first part of the meeting today was Netanyahu getting on the phone with Qatar. And everybody knows what I think of Qatar as bad actors, but Netanyahu has to get on the phone with them, and they got essentially kiss and make up. He's got to say, well, I really apologize for letting some hot ones off and killing some folks. It won't happen again. And Qatar goes, okay, fine. It won't happen again. And they go from there. Anyway, very volatile situation. The President of the United States putting not just the prestige of the office, because President Trump, I think, has surpassed that. When Trump's involved in something, he's involved in it. But you can tell he's fully engaged to the fact they came to him. They came to him and said, look, if we can get this framework right, the execution cannot work unless you're really engaged. And the only way to engage, we're going to set up this peace board of peace, and you have to be the chairman, of which he agreed. Now, Tony Blair is going to be your deputy, and there'll be other people. So that's just another thing to add on to President Trump, the pressure on him on just getting everything done. Anyway, Brian, what's your social media? I want people to go and get the 21-point plan right now and read it tonight.
Yeah, thanks for that. It's Brian Glenn TV on X, at Brian on True Social, Brian Glenn TV on Getter, Facebook, and Instagram. I'll put this 20-point plan up online so you can read it. And once again, he didn't take any questions, by the way. He even asked the Prime Minister if he would be open to taking questions. And he said, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and lean on your gut instinct not to take questions. And I actually think that was a good idea. I think the media would have took this thing apart 6 ways a Sunday, and we perhaps would have ruined any type of agreement. So he didn't take any questions, but I'll put this up on socials.
Yeah. Real quickly, I'm also going to check in with you. If they open up the Gold Star Mother's reception to media, please get over there, and we'll pick you up live over there, okay? Brian Glenn.
You got it. You got it, Steve.
House.
Absolutely.
We're going to take a short commercial break. Our own Natalie Winters is going to join us. She's got a report. She's been on assignment for the last couple of weeks, and we're going to get into that in the coming days ahead. She's got a lot to report, kind of firsthand experience on, as you know, in the War Room, we think the most important part of the world outside the United States of America, and that would be, wait for it, Asia. Natalie Winters joins us momentarily.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, I'm Bridgie. And why do I love Rav? Well, even out here in the cornfields of Iowa, I still need news I can depend on. That is Real America's Voice.
This is Rashad from Boston, Massachusetts, and I love Real America's Voice. It is the best place for real news and content. Much love.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
I'm going to ask Grace and Mo to put up the segments I did with Philip Patrick on Saturday. We talked about one of the underlying structural issues that's changing very rapidly, that's providing a floor, or at least driving some of the action in gold. And that is this whole transfer of kind of the reserves bank holds from euro dollars and U.S. dollars, Federal Reserve notes, to actual physical gold. And it's been a big structural change. I want everybody to read that or see it, listen to it. And then you should simultaneously read The End of the Dollar Empire and make sure you understand that. You combine those two, you'll be in good stead. And you'll start to understand why gold's exploding over $3,800 now, and shortly probably $39. So check it out. It's not the price, it's the process. So go check it out today. Also, Jim Rickards, one of the best geopolitical and capital markets thinker in the world, is now a contributor with us. We have him on at least once a week. He gives you a special deal if you go to rickardswarroom.com for strategic intelligence. Strategic intelligence, where he has this kind of predictive analytics. This is why chairman of the board and CEOs, what we call the C-suite, subscribe to it throughout the world. You get access to it too. Plus, he throws in a free book on currency and artificial intelligence. rickardswarroom.com. Go check it out today, Jim Rickards. Hope to get Jim on the show in the next couple of days. Mike Lindell joins us. Mike, War and Posse, after going through a peace conference and now a government shutdown this afternoon, are ready for a deal. What do you got for us?
Well, I got a double deal, everybody, but the 3-in-1 special that we had with the percale sheets that are right here, we're closing them out, any size, any color, and they're getting limited. There's a few of them we're running out. But the premium My Pillows, the Giza pillows, the Queens did run out. Remember, there was a very limited of those ticks. But what I'm going to do for you all, I'm going to put our premium My Pillows that are regularly $69.98, that are normally on sale for $24.98. We're going to match that price, $17.98. Never done this with our premium My Pillow in history. $17.98 for the Queen. King's just $2 more. And then don't forget, all the towels came in about a week and a half ago, the limited quantity of those. All the colors I just checked, they're all still there. They will probably have all the colors for another couple days. The 6-piece My Towel sets for $39.98. That's a savings of $30. So you guys go to mypillow.com/War Room. We put all the War Room specials in one place now, and you guys can get the free shipping yet today for the MyPillow mattresses, the mattress toppers, the mattress pad, the duvets, all these things that are on there that are made in the 100% made in the USA by hardworking people that rely on the War Room to get for their job. You guys have kept My Pillow going, and we really want to thank you. My employees and I want to thank you. As you know, we just had another attack on Friday, and we're going to get through this one too because of your help. It's a win-win. Promo code War Room. You guys call 800-873-1062. I'm going to do what I enjoy doing. When I'm back here in Minnesota, I'm going to take some calls right now from you all at the War Room Posse. And don't forget now the MyPillow Premium, $17.98 for the Queens, promo code War Room. Steve, we couldn't make it without you guys. You guys do want to thank you for having me on. My employees, thank you. And it's a blessing to have the War Room Posse behind us.
Of course, sir. Anytime. You keep hammering. By the way, in the next hour, we are on Lindell TV also, simulcast. We're going to go after, President Trump goes after one of your favorite FBI directors, Christopher Wray, and MSNBC covers it. So we're going to pull the clip and play it, and I'll get it for you, Mike, in the next hour.
Right on.
Chris Wray. So
Awesome.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
I know Ray's one of your favorite. Sophia George is going to join us in New Jersey. Even after I had Steve Cortez on today, the gubernatorial candidate addressed the realtor board, all the realtors in the state of New Jersey, on the subject of affordability. I heard people were going absolutely crazy, multiple standing ovations, and so we're going to have her on. Also, Peter Tinkin is going to join us because in the White House right now, there is a reception for Gold Star mothers. President Trump is hosting a reception, and the First Lady, for Gold Star mothers. There's one Gold Star mother that definitely is not there. That's because she's sitting in a state prison, a medium security state prison, I might add, which are quite dangerous, in the state of Colorado. That's Tina Peters. Her lawyer will be on. We'll discuss her case. Natalie Winters is joined. Natalie, we only got a couple of minutes. I know we're going to spend a lot more time later in the week about your assignment and what you found out in going to one of the most extraordinary areas of the world. But you've got, I think you've got some research, some analysis, and some news you're breaking on something that right now is taking a high priority here, and that's this whole transgender ideology. What do you got for us? We're going to hold you over into the 6 o'clock hour, ma'am.
Yes, so much to unpack, but I think it's worth noting that today, while obviously Republicans are demanding unity, I think that's the same synonym I would put when they say Islam means peace. No, it means submission. That's what unity means too. And submission, of course, to the radical trans activists, murderers, take your pick of how you want to describe them. But Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut just announced that he was going to be giving 6 figures to Indivisible. That's, of course, the far left group that was responsible for organizing so many of these violent demonstrations. And we'll get into it during the 6th. The concept of, the left-wing grassroots, first of all, that's a term that you don't typically hear, but they're trying to present, right, all the stuff that's going on, whether it's the trans stuff, the pro-Ukraine stuff, is something that's organic. In reality, it's the nexus between the dark money stuff and the NGOs. But we've uncovered really deeply this nexus up at Harvard using funds from USAID and the State Department, where a professor who, of course, uses they, them pronouns, is studying how trans kids can become better activists using violent tactics to achieve regime change. How's that for a teaser?
Wow. Wow. Ought to be shutting down these folks right away, sending troops to Portland, Oregon. He's sending also troops to Chicago. President Trump's deploying I think shortly into Memphis. We got a bad situation on our hands. So I can tell you, spending a couple of days up in Utah, I was shocked about what's going on up there. Anyway, we're going to take a short commercial break. Natalie Winters is back with us as only an investigative report as only she can do. We have reports from New Jersey and also about Tina Peters. And exactly why is Tina Peters, a Gold Star mother, not in the White House today at a reception hosted by the President of the United States and some First Lady? Why is she rotting in a jail in Colorado, in a prison in Colorado? We'll get answers for all of that next hour in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness.
Good evening, America. Welcome to the Monday edition, a very busy Monday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, John Solomon, reporting to you, as always, from the nation's capital, where today peace was breaking out, or at least a plan to break out peace in the Middle East. Amanda's going to bring us up to speed on that. In addition, we got word today that the meeting between congressional leaders and President Trump went badly, which means tomorrow night the government will begin shutting down. Vice President J.D. Vance confirming that. While that shutdown occurs, keep an eye on the Trump White House. I think they're going to shrink the size of government in ways you never imagined. We're going to be chronicling that in the next couple days over at justthenews.com. That's some of the big news. Amanda's going to bring you up to speed on the historic deal, but I want to turn to something that we broke in the last 72 hours. It began Thursday night with a story on the number of FBI agents who went to the Capitol on January 6, 274 of them, and then came out and said they witnessed a politically biased FBI, that the J6 defendants were treated substantially different than those who committed crimes during the BLM riots of 2020. Today, we were able to provide to the American public two new FBI documents that Kash Patel has found. One of them is the lab report on the two J6 pipe bombs. Remember the pipe bombs found at the DNC and the RNC, the two major political party headquarters? There's a really interesting question that those reports raise, which is, how do bombs that had a 1-hour timer sit for 16 hours without going off? The FBI lab report couldn't answer that, though it did confirm that there were 1-hour timers on 16-hour-old bombs. No one can explain what it is, but the mystery got even more severe when we got the main witness interview with the woman who the FBI interviewed, who says she found the Republican National Committee bomb. And she says the story that the FBI is telling, that the bombs were there for 16 hours, can't be true, because she walked by the Republican National Committee bomb site an hour before she found the bomb, and there was no bomb there. Then it suddenly showed up when she came back on her laundry run. She's adamant about it. And also, she said, at the time she saw the bomb, it still had 20 minutes on its timer, something that the FBI lab doesn't acknowledge. What does that mean? We got a lot more questions than we got answers, but at least now, under Kash Patel, the FBI is providing Congress and the American public evidence long denied the American public. And with that, in the second block of the show, the chairman of the newly formed House Judiciary J6 Subcommittee, Barry Loudermilk, is going to be here. We're going to ask him a lot of questions about these documents. But first, let me turn over to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head, who is there today as Benjamin Netanyahu, the president. A pretty dramatic day, Amanda, including apparently Netanyahu apologized to the Qataris personally about the attack on their soil. It sounds like the party are coming together in the Middle East.
Yeah, and we have a great guest coming up later in the hour who I want to ask specifically about that phone call, because obviously the deal was a huge deal. But you know what happened before it in that phone call, I think, set the stage for it. But yes, I was at the White House while Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was meeting with President Trump today, and obviously that big news came out of the meeting as the president is working on ending the conflict between Hamas and Israel in Gaza, something he talked about frequently on the campaign trail. First, the president outlined the plan that he has put forward to finally end that war, a plan that he announced Netanyahu agreed to, and briefly discussed the history of how this whole situation has gotten to this point. Trigger warning, it's biblical. Watch this.
Let us not forget how we got here. Hamas was elected by the Palestinian people. Israel withdrew from Gaza thinking they would live in peace. Remember that a long time ago, they withdrew. They said, you take it. This is our contribution to peace. But that didn't work out. That didn't work out. It was the opposite of peace. But the plan that we put forward today is focused on ending the war immediately, getting all of our hostages back, getting everything back.
And there were 20 points in that deal, a lot of which President Trump, did not even have time to discuss today because there were so many meaningful ideas in this plan. But he also announced that he had brokered a historic trilateral coordination plan with the United States, Israel, and Qatar, as we referenced before. Check it out.
A short time ago, we had a historic phone call in the Oval Office with Prime Minister Tani, who's really a great person. So we had a great talk. We agreed to launch a formal trilateral mechanism between Israel, Qatar, and the United States to begin a dialogue to enhance mutual security, correct misperceptions, and avoid future misgivings.
And John, one of the more lighthearted moments today came with President Trump reintroducing a pronunciation of the Abraham Accords. And he explained his reasoning behind it, that, Netanyahu and a lot of other people, especially in their Hebrew dialect, that's what they call it. But I even caught a certain CNN commentator who hosts a nighttime show on CNN, Caitlin Hollins, smiling a little when everyone was laughing at President Trump as he was making, funny comments about it. So
it's a big day for the world if this carries out. And there's some developments tonight as we talk. First, getting Israel and Qatar, who have been at odds for a long time, together. Qatar is the sort of country that can make things happen all across. They got one of our hostages back this weekend. But tonight, the Palestinian government embraced this plan. Now, the government obviously reports to Hamas, which is a political arm, but the government, or the bureaucracy, that is a really good sign that what's happening here may be a historic path towards peace. A lot of roadblocks ahead, but pretty historic day. I'm glad you were there.
Me too.
You had great coverage all day. It's fantastic. All right. Speaking of great, I love having this first guest on. I say he is a sage of sanity in a budget sea of insanity in Washington. He's a great congressman from the state of Wisconsin, and now he's thrown his hat in the ring for governor of Wisconsin. I think he's going to do very well. Congressman Tom Tiffany. Sir, good to have you on the show.
Good afternoon, Amanda and John. Good to join you.
All right, I want to start with the impending sand clock, which is winding down tomorrow night at midnight. It sounds like, according to Vice President J.D. Vance, the government will shut down. In years past, the Democrats have tried to make this a Republican shutdown, but this feels like a Schumer shutdown to me. Tell me what you think.
Yeah, we would really rather not see the government shut down. The House of Representatives did its work a couple of weeks ago to pass the continuing resolution, give us time to be able to get the appropriations process done over the next 7 weeks. And Chuck Schumer said, no, I'm not going to go that route. And it's really unfortunate. And I am so glad that our leadership and the White House has said no to the extortionist demands that are being put out there. I mean, think about it. They want to give free health care to illegal aliens. That's part of the deal that they want. They want to get rid of the $50 billion we put in the Working Families Bill for rural hospitals that really affects districts like mine in rural America. So the Democrats are on the wrong side of this, and I really don't know what they're thinking. I actually think I'm more optimistic. I think there's going to be a deal by October 1st because I think there's going to be some sane Democrats in the Senate that are going to say, hold it. We do not want to own this.
Right.
Wow.
Well, and Congressman, I mean, Chuck Schumer's kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place because if there is a shutdown, then President Trump has vowed to take that opportunity to trim down the federal government. So do you think that that is a good enough reason for him to accept this deal? And also, I mean, shutting down the government, look, we've all got a little bit of Dennis the Menace anarchy in us, and we want to see what would happen if we shut down the government. But it costs the American people when it shuts down, doesn't it?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. It does. And, the back pay gets done and all the rest. And I mean, it just is expensive doing that. The thing that I'm heartened by is that what I'm hearing from the White House, and I don't know if you're hearing this, but for example, people's Social Security and Medicare checks, that is a priority. The White House and President Trump will make sure people get those. Our military, our troops, they're going to get paid because they can prioritize those things that are essential. This White House knows what is essential. And this brinksmanship by Senator Schumer, I just don't, regardless of what he does, he is in a real box.
Yeah, there's no doubt. And this is not one the Democrats are going to be able to call a Republican shutdown, not what after all the work that the House, the White House, and the Senate have done. So I want to turn to what also happened today. President Trump putting out a 20-point plan to achieve peace in the long war-torn area of Gaza. It's been under war since Hamas's horrific atrocities on October 7th. It seems like we may be on the cusp of a deal and getting Qatar involved, getting large numbers of other Arab neighbors involved. Seems like we're getting a whole regional investment in it. Tell us what you think about it.
So you guys go back a few administrations. Have we ever seen a president that has the respect of both the Arab people and the Jewish people like President Trump? Think about when President Trump went to the Arabic countries very early on in his second term here, was 6-7 months ago, something like that. He was treated with great respect, and he treated them with great respect. It's the same with Israel and the Jewish people. It is just amazing that this man, President Trump, has the respect of both parties, but that's why it's getting done. And I think the big question now, if they're able to complete this, is will Iran be a good actor? Yep. It's they don't have a good history of being a good actor. They've been the chief destabilizing force in the Middle East over the last decade or so. So hopefully Iran can be kept to heel, and maybe we can have peace break out in the Middle East and have those countries prosper, because they have so much wealth over there that they could just make great countries that are just a beautiful place on this earth.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt.
Sir, I want to turn to midterms. Obviously, 2024, Wisconsin was a swing state, and it went for President Trump. With respect to your own race, and congratulations, by the way, on that announcement, how are you feeling the tea leaves are looking in the state of Wisconsin?
So, Wisconsin's a great state with wonderful people, but its state leadership is lacking at this point. I mean, the next governor is going to be left with a significant deficit. Our energy costs are among the highest in the Midwest. They used to not be that way. And by the way, this governor is converting thousands of acres of some of the most beautiful farmland in America into the eyesores of wind and solar facilities. And we are now in the bottom 10 states for creating jobs, as well as for for entrepreneurs to be able to build new facilities to carry out their dreams in our state. And so all those things are headed in the wrong direction in Wisconsin. And we have the opportunity to change that in 2026. Good people of the state of Wisconsin, we're going to give them a clear choice here. Do you want prosperity like we're seeing with so many other states, or do you want to be amongst the woke and broke like our neighbors in Minnesota and Illinois?
The woke and broke. Yeah, they're rolling up a lot in those blue states, aren't they? I want to turn to the border, because that was one of President Trump's big promises. It changed so rapidly, and now we're beginning to see a mass exodus. I think about 2 million illegal aliens already out of the country in the first 8 months. How much does that play in Wisconsin, and do the good and wise residents of Wisconsin realize how much progress has been made in a short period of time?
For a lot of people that do, for people that read the liberal media, they're not going to realize what success has been, and that there are really still great concerns yet. I mean, Dane County Madison continues to be a sanctuary county. Yep. And we just had 2 young people a couple of months ago that were killed by a second offense illegal alien drunk driver that should have been referred by Dane County Sheriff's Department to ICE and had that person removed. Instead, we have 2 innocent people that are dead. Those things continue to happen here in the state of Wisconsin, and we're really trying to call attention to that we cannot have a sanctuary state in Wisconsin. Let's make sure those people that are coming into our country are coming in legally, and because we favor legal immigration. That's the way it should be done. But I think a lot of people in Wisconsin are understanding that it is better, and plus the amount of fentanyl coming into our state has come down, the #1 killer of young people. And so there's progress being made. A lot of people in Wisconsin realize that's the case.
Yeah. That's great.
Sir, there are other types of sanctuaries as well. Restrooms for women and girls, locker rooms for women and girls should be safe spaces for them. But I read an awful story about a young gal who's an athlete in Wisconsin, and she and her PE class, her female PE class, were forced to stand there while a young male student just ogled them. I mean, this kid was definitely not any type of gender questioning or transitioning or anything like that. He was just a boy, a young boy. And I thought of you because I know you're a girl dad. And I'm wondering if this is an issue in Wisconsin to the degree that it is, because I hear about it all around the Beltway. I hear about it in Virginia, obviously, that horrific case in Loudoun County. Is that an issue for midterms in Wisconsin still?
It is. It was in the November election, and we have a governor that stands with boys being able to go in girls' bathrooms. And by the way, the Democrats are going to have a knockdown, drag-out primary. It'll be really interesting to see where all them stand as they race to the left. But I can make just one thing clear. If I'm elected as the governor of the state of Wisconsin, girls will be going in girls' bathrooms, not boys.
That's pretty clear, pretty simple.
Should be.
As it always is with you, sir. You always have such great principles and always stick to them. It's great to have you on today, Congressman. Thanks for joining us.
Great to join you, John.
Yeah, appreciate you always. Thank you so much. All right, folks, after the break, we're going to turn to that J6 series of stories. We had the pipe bombs, particularly Chairman Barry Loudermilk's up next. He's got some big things to share with us. We'll have that right after these messages.
For years, the medical establishment denied it, but now the evidence is mounting. So-called turbo cancers are real. Now, these are unusually aggressive cancers, appearing faster, recurring more often, and striking even younger people. And a recent literature review highlighted more than 100 peer-reviewed studies suggesting that the spike protein may interfere with key cancer-fighting mechanisms in the body, accelerating disease in ways doctors can no longer ignore. But here's the good news. Medical experts are finding real promise in safe, repurposed medicines. Ivermectin, honored with the Nobel Prize for its proven impact against parasites, and mebendazole, trusted worldwide for nearly a century, are now showing encouraging potential when used together in the fight against cancer. Now, that's why the Wellness Company, with physicians that you can trust, like Dr. Peter McCullough and Dr. Kelly Victory, they've created the world's only compounded 90-day prescription of ivermectin plus mebendazole. Real patients are already sharing stories of renewed hope. So go to twc.health/justnews and save 10% today with promo code JUSTNEWS.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life.
Welcome back, America. Joining us now, I can say this honestly, one of the most consequential investigators in all of the United States House of Representatives. His work on the House Administration J6 subcommittee the last 2 years redefined what we learned about January 6th, what truths we were denied. And now he's the chairman of a new subcommittee in House Judiciary, where we're beginning to dive into what the law enforcement did and didn't do on January 6th. Joining us right now from the great state of Georgia, Congressman Barry Loudermilk. Congressman, good to have you on the show.
John, it's always good to be with you and Amanda. I mean, you guys are out there getting the truth to the American people.
Well, we're grateful, and we couldn't do it without you and all the hard work you've done. You fought for this committee. We have this story this morning, documents that you and Jim Jordan have been able to get from the new director, Kash Patel, and obviously they raised a lot more questions for me than they answered. You've got an FBI lab that can't explain how bombs are sitting for 16 hours but only had a 1-hour timer, didn't explode. And then you have a woman who says, wait a second, that 16-hour bomb thing doesn't work for me because I walked by the location, it wasn't there. I came back from laundry, it was probably only there for an hour. Tell us what you make of this new evidence.
Well, one thing, John, is if we had an FBI that was actually helping us last Congress, we'd be a whole lot further down the road now. Right. But I want to reemphasize, these are documents that we're getting from this FBI, not the previous FBI. They are being forthcoming because they want to get to the bottom of these things just as much as we do. And we were able to get a lab report of the pipe bombs, which is something that's been a mystery to all of us, always trying to figure out all the different nuances that just did not make sense. I mean, there were so many factors of these bombs. How could a highly trained Secret Service bomb-sniffing canine walk by these devices without hitting on them? I mean, law enforcement just letting people walk by. And so a lot of times we were just speculating what were these devices. And I remember another reporter asking me one time, he said, well, we understand there were egg timers on there. And how do you place an egg timer that only goes for an hour the night before without it exploding? And so I started talking to some former explosive ordnance disposal specialists that I know. And one of the things that's interesting is they said a lot of times an egg timer will not be used as the primary fuse but a secondary. In other words, use an electronic timer with a particular, basically a digital clock that has a specific time for it to go off, and you use the egg timer as the override. In other words, you set the regular timer, and then you connect the wires to the egg timer for 60 minutes, gives you plenty of time to get out of the way. When I saw that made some sense to me, right? Sure. But when I saw the lab report, there was no electronic timer.
Yeah.
It was only this 60-minute egg timer that was wired to cause these bombs to explode. So there is no way, if they were placed the night before on January 5th, which is the story we've been told, they were not set, the timers weren't set till later the next day. So whoever placed them then had to come back. Okay, I'm not buying the story anymore that they were there on the 5th. I believe that they were put out on the 6th at this point. This is the theory that we're going on, especially since the lady that found them said there were still 20 minutes left on the timer when they were placed there. That's one of the key things, as you brought up. The other thing is, was there enough explosives in the devices to actually cause a massive explosion? That's one of the things we're looking at in these reports, which kind of leads us to believe maybe there wasn't, but there definitely was explosives. Now, follow me on this series of logic here. When would you build a bomb that's not designed to go off, but every element of it is to make you think it will, or make a bomb-sniffing dog think that it is a live bomb? That's a training exercise. So that also opens the door to that. Was this possibly part of a training exercise, or were they put there just to be a diversion to draw resources away from the Capitol? So there's several scenarios that we're looking at with both of these devices. Some of it were there people around who knew that these were inert? They were not active. There's nothing I've seen in the FBI report that says that they could have exploded. They just say that there were traces of explosives in there. So there's more questions. But that's a good thing that we actually have more evidence to have more questions to open the door to do more investigation, to get to the truth.
Yeah, definitely.
Mr. Chairman, as with any big city, but especially our nation's capital, there are very few square inches of this city that are not covered with cameras. And I know that this has been a huge source of question and concern during this, because the cameras, from what I remember, they tilt and pan. So there really should have been complete coverage of what happened. What's the status of that footage?
Well, we do have the Capitol Police footage from the cameras around there. They really don't show the locations of where the bombs were placed, as well as the cameras that were on the DCCC and the Republican Republican club where the first bomb was placed. And so there's plenty of coverage around there. As we started in this committee, one of the first things I wanted to do is we got all access back to all the cameras again. We're going to scouring all the cameras like we did before, knowing that, the Capitol Police cameras, the ones that were there may not have been panned in the right place at the right time, but either way, they weren't in the position to really get a good shot of where those bombs were placed. But the DCCC did, and the Republican Club did. So I now, under this new idea, everybody's focused on January 5th. I want to look at who maybe came by within the hour of when the bombs were discovered, or any time that morning on January 6th. The problem is no one has any video footage of January 6th. Now, I can understand that the Republican Club and the Democrat Club, their security cameras override. But would not the FBI or Metropolitan Police, Secret Service, Capitol Police have asked for the video footage of January 6th? And I'm finding out that the FBI never did ask for January 6th video footage. They only asked for January 5th because someone in a law enforcement agency told them, oh, we know what you need to look for. You need to look at January 5th because this person in the hoodie, that's who you're looking for. I think that's pretty bad. It's poor investigative duties. I would want to have all the footage before, during, and after to see who was there. But apparently no one preserved any of the footage for January 6th, which is another element for us to look into. Why not?
Wow.
Oh boy.
All right, I want to go to one other thing that's missing, the geospatial phone records for who was around the area of the bomb. So your team and you have dug up something really interesting. The woman that finds the RNC bomb, and she seems very cooperative. She was on a laundry run, right? But she works for a company, or she works for the program FirstNet, which is the First Responders Telephone Network. She was at the Commerce Department at the time. Who handled the phone records requests that got corrupted and now we don't have any data left?
Well, it's actually the company she worked for, which is an interesting coincidence there. All right. So we have a situation where the FBI is going out looking for geofence data. So they send out, I think it was within a few days of January 6th, they send out a preservation letter to all the major carriers, preserve all this data. Basically what a preservation letter does, it says, we're investigating something. We know we got to get the lawyers to go through the law and provide you with the documents or subpoenas, whatever you need. In the meantime, while we're getting all the lawyers do their work, do not get rid of this data. That's what a preservation letter does. And it actually specified with latitude and longitude these areas of that we're investigating. And so that letter was sent. And so we presume that the FBI got some generalized geofence data, but then they wanted more specific data near the pipe bomb area. So when they went to AT&T, they were sent for some reason to FirstNet, which is it's actually an organization that was set up via Congress after 9/11 that gives first responders priority cell phone service and data. So if there's something big going on, you and I may not be able to get a phone call through, but the first responders can because they preempt everyone else's phone calls. So FirstNet handles that first responder network, their phones. For some reason, AT&T says FirstNet's who you need to go to get this level of data. FirstNet goes in to download that data, claims that, and this is something else we're looking into, they start on January the 11th claiming that data is going to be overwritten. Okay, they're claiming the data is going to be overwritten at midnight that night, even though they'd already received a preservation letter. So they have to hurry up and they end up overloading the server, and the server corrupted all that data. This is what I'm having several issues with that. Formerly working in information technology, also working with high sensitive data within the military. That stuff you generally hang on to. We talked to one carrier who said, look, we still have all the data from the Oklahoma City bombing. That's the kind of data we hang on to. Wow. Why, after receiving a preservation letter, and why would that level of data be automatically deleted anyhow in that short a period of time? These are questions I have. I'm not pointing fingers. I'm just saying these are legitimate questions we need to be asking. What is the relationship here? Is the person who found the pipe bomb works for the company that corrupted the data, and then they tell the FBI the data wasn't corrupted. Then they tell the FBI that the data was corrupted. So this is a mess that we've got to unravel.
Yeah, it really is. And the good thing we know is you're going to be asking the right question, because you have for the last 3 years. That's how we got so much of the evidence we already now have. Mr. Chairman, a great honor to have you on the show. We're going to be watching this very closely. A lot more work ahead of us, but thank you for joining us tonight.
Well, thank you, John. Let me just say, with the Democrats on there, this is something everybody ought to want to get to the bottom of, because Republican, Democrat lives supposedly were at risk that day.
That's right.
And so we should be working together on this.
Absolutely. Even the vice president-elect, Kamala Harris went right by the bomb. Yeah, it's such an important thing. Mr. Chairman, thank you as always. Great honor. All right, folks, quick commercial break. When we come back, more on the looming government shutdown. If it's going to happen, we'll have that right after this quick break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
my views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
All right, folks, all across this country, they're asking the big question tonight, will we or won't we shut down the government? We'll know tomorrow night at midnight. It does look like we're headed that way. J.D. Vance said so just a short while ago. You heard Tom Tiffany saying, well, maybe some Democrats will come out of the Senate and save it. We'll have to wait and see. But joining us now, someone who knows everything about the way the government spends the money. He's the Director of Government Affairs at the National Taxpayers Union, Tommy Halo. Tommy, good to have you.
Good evening. Thanks for having me.
All right, give us your Vegas odds. Over, under, we shut down tomorrow night?
Oh, I think it's definitely a possibility that the government shuts down, and I think it's definitely going to happen. It's unfortunate. It shouldn't have to happen, but Chuck Schumer, he doesn't want to let his Democrats vote for a continuing resolution. It's really disappointing.
Yeah, it is.
But Tommy, if it does, there are a lot of people out there who are salivating so much. I picture a cartoon hobo watching a pie cool on a windowsill. They are absolutely salivating over the notion of President Trump slashing the federal workforce. Is that the silver lining?
Yeah, I come at it from two ways. One, I don't think anybody wins in a government shutdown. We pay bureaucrats to stay home. It's really unfortunate while our troops work and don't get paid. There's something really off about that. And I think it just adds to this dysfunction in Washington that we can't even do the most basic stuff. But, you know, I will say there was this memo that Russ Boyd put out a few days ago that said if the government shuts down, they're going to move forward with wide-scale firings. I don't know if that is 100% legal. It'll have to work its way through the courts, but I think it just shows you that, one, the Trump administration is serious about trimming the fat of the federal government, and I think it's a good conversation to have, and we'll see if they move forward with it.
Yeah. And Tommy, on that point, the Supreme Court has mostly sided with President Trump. Every time he's fired someone, including at independent agencies, it seems like he's on a roll there. Maybe they're banking on that. But in this case, they would argue that Congress gave them no choice, right? We can't afford to have these people, so we're just going to fire them to save money. How do you think the courts might look at that?
Yeah, to your point, look, they've already ruled a few times that said what the president is doing is within his constitutional authority to do it. There was a report out today that potentially 100,000 federal workers could be putting in their resignation letter tomorrow because of all these federal buyouts in Doge. That's a very good thing. It's a lot of people. But ironically enough, it's only a small percentage of the federal workforce. Yeah. We have about 10 million people that are employed by the federal government. So yes, on its face, it's a large number of people, but it's just a small drop in the bucket. And I'll just say one other thing about the possibility of the government shutdown. Look, this is all on the Democrats. The House of Representatives, led by Speaker Mike Johnson, they did their job. They passed a clean, continuing resolution to fund the government at current levels. And Chuck Schumer, he really has to show that he's fighting back against President Trump. He needs to show his base that he actually wants to be a fighter. And unfortunately, the American people are going to be caught in the crossfire as collateral damage.
Yeah.
Terrible.
I also wonder if that collateral damage is Democrat votes come next November, because you've got them holding out on absurdities like transgender care and, you know, health care for illegal aliens and things like that. I understand that Democrat-minded voters are on very different sides of this than a lot of conservatives and even people down the center. But I got to think that those aren't the winning issues, are they?
No, it's not. I mean, you just have to look at some of their ridiculous, unreasonable asks. They want the president to overturn the huge taxpayer savings from his one big, beautiful bill that just passed, 3 months ago. There's no way the president's going to overturn it. And then they also want to extend these COVID-era Obamacare subsidies to plus up tax credits for wealthy people that receive health care. It really is ridiculous. And I think when you add everything up, it's about $1 trillion in new spending just to keep the government open for another 7 weeks. It's absolutely ridiculous. And, I think the president was exactly right in his meeting today to have the meeting to talk through some of these issues, but he's not going to budge, and he's not going to put long-term deficits on the table in exchange for a short-term continuing resolution. So we hope he continues to hold the line, and I hope Republicans in Congress do the same.
Yeah, this is a historic moment and a consequential one. If it's executed right, it could really set the Washington on a different arc. Before we let you go, we'd be remiss not to ask about this. We get closer. I've been here in this town 35 years, and they were warning about Social Security and Medicare going bankrupt back then. But now we're within the decade of it actually beginning to happen. Give us some sense. Is there anyone moving in a direction that would create some solution there, or is this really another fiscal cliff coming up over the horizon?
It's certainly a fiscal cliff looming out there. I think there's another 5 or 6 years before the program goes insolvent. It's a real problem. Not enough people are talking about it. Senator Cassidy from Louisiana, he's really shown a light on this issue. He shows a lot of leadership, and we hope he continues to do that. But again, Congress always waits to the last minute to do things, whether it's Social Security, fund the government, even the One Big Beautiful Bill. I really think at some point there's going to have to be a critical mass and really identify the problem and fix the problem.
Yeah, it's this generation's job to fix it. We can't let it go on beyond it. So, real quickly, do you guys still keep the Golden Fleece Award? Don't you do a regular award for misspending in America?
We do an annual rating of every member of Congress to see how they voted as our Taxpayers Fund Award. And we're actually wrapping up last year's vote, so we should have a new scorecard coming out in the next several weeks. So I'll have to share the list with you. A lot of good members that come on your program that receive A+.
We would love to have that. That's important to us. We care about that.
Only tell us the A+, because we want to keep them coming back on our show.
Definitely.
We might want to highlight those that have been misspending, too.
True.
Yeah. All right, Tom Mariello, you guys at Nashville Taxpayers Union for years, all the time I've been in Washington. You have done such extraordinary work protecting the American taxpayer. Great to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. See you next time.
You as well. Great conversation. All right, folks, after the break, we'll take a closer look at President Trump's meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu today. Is the war in Gaza coming to an end? A lot of people are thinking so tonight. We'll cover that next, right after these messages. Hey, America, the FBI has been warning about a type of real estate fraud on the rise called home title theft, and your equity is the target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on a single document, use a fake notary stamp, then file it with the county, and just like that, boom, they're on record as owning your home. Using your ownership, they then take out loans against your equity or even sell your property, and you're not going to know about it until you get a foreclosure or collection notice in the mail, and that's not going to be a good moment. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com. You'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's a great deal. $1 million to protect your home. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes. And if fraud occurs, their U.S.-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Protect yourself like I did. Don't be a victim. Protect your equity today. Go to HometitleLock.com and use that promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice.
Welcome back, everybody. Amanda told us about it at the beginning of the show, a 20-point pathway to peace potentially in Gaza. Getting great reviews tonight. Even the Palestinian government tonight saying they're very excited about what President Trump announced at the White House today. Joining us now, former Congresswoman and the co-founder of the Abraham Accords Caucus on Capitol Hill. She's now a U.S.-Israel Education Association Fellow, former Congresswoman Kathy McMorris Rodgers. Congresswoman, great to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. It's great to be with you.
It's an honor to have you on. All right, we've had false starts in the past. I was here covering the handshake between Arafat and Clinton a long time ago. But how big a deal is this? And does this feel like maybe one of the bigger movements towards peace in the region?
Oh, I think this is definitely historic. So grateful for the leadership of President Trump. As everyone knows, we're coming up on 2 years since the terrible day on October 7th when Hamas attacked Israel horrifically. And we need a path forward. We need this to come to an end. And today, President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu speaking on behalf of this 20-point plan that would ensure that this is a de-radicalized, a tear-free zone, that Hamas and Gaza are not going to be a threat to the neighbors in this region. We definitely need to see more details on how hearts and minds are going to be changed in that region. But Trump has an economic development plan. He has a plan to move forward, which is desperately needed.
Yeah.
Congresswoman, I want to ask you about this perception that a lot of folks who aren't big fans of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and they say, well, he doesn't mean it. He's just saying this. You know, he loves keeping this conflict going. But I want to rewind to a few hours before this meeting took place, where Bibi Netanyahu acknowledged a couple different strikes in Qatar, expressed regret for them. That seems to me like a major move and something that was probably a little personally humbling for him, that would set the stage for maybe to make this deal, I guess, a little bit more substantial. Did it come across to you like that?
Well, I certainly, Prime Minister Netanyahu understands how desperate the situation is. He understands that Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and that they are surrounded by those that are at times been controlled by terrorists. And so I believe that Prime Minister Netanyahu understands that we must get it right, that we cannot have Hamas continuing to control Gaza, and that he has been holding out to make sure that the deal is going to ultimately protect Israel from Hamas and other terrorists. What is most encouraging right now is that Arab nations and other Muslim nations around the world are speaking out favorably on this 20-point plan. That is going to be very important as this moves forward. But we really need to, everyone's going to be waiting to hear what Hamas has to say. Hamas has to agree to this, and this is their moment. This is a time when hopefully that not just Israel and the United States of America, but other Arab nations and Muslim countries around the world and others in Europe are saying that this is the path forward.
Yeah, pretty historic. I want to talk about two players in the Middle East, one who's an ally mostly of the United States, one that's very much not an ally, Qatar and Iran. How important are they? Referee for us the roles each could play in either shepherding or thwarting this.
Well, they're both very important. President Trump, in his first term, instituted the Abraham Accords. Those nations and that agreement was historic. President Trump understands the dynamics in the Middle East. He understands what it's going to take to get Qatar, to get Iran. He was very aggressive with Iran earlier in this year, and so he knows the leadership. He put pressure on them. They know that he is serious, and I'm hopeful that they will see this as a historic agreement that it is, and come on board and say this is the path forward, while also recognizing that Israel's sovereignty needs to be recognized in that region.
Yeah, very important.
I want to ask you about the important work that you did on the Abraham Accords caucus, because I would imagine whether you write it down or you have it in your head, you've got a list of nations that you want to see joining that as well. Who do you anticipate could be coming down the pike?
Well, certainly there's been a lot of eyes on Saudi Arabia. That's been one of the focuses. But it's been so encouraging to not just see the Abraham Accords come into fruition, see the government relationship that was built, but to see more tourism, more economic activity. We want to keep building upon that foundation. I really believe that not just government to government, but getting the people to people, the economic relationship more solidified, so that everyday people see the positive impact of having this relationship in the Middle East, that it ultimately is going to be the path that brings peace and security to all in that region.
Yeah, I think President Trump said, say, maybe even a little prosperity for some of those nations, which would be great. Before we let you go, Congresswoman, you talked about probably the greatest challenge in this plan, which is, even if all the parties agree, changing hearts and minds from a long, conflicted stance in the Middle East is a tough one. How do we start that process?
Well, one of the steps that needs to be taken is in education, in the curriculum. And I know that the Trump administration is already working with organizations to ensure that the kids are not being radicalized when they're still in school, that the curriculum is such that the curriculum needs to be addressed as a part of changing hearts and minds.
Does education here in the United States play a role in that as well?
Well, absolutely. In the United States, how the United States, what's going on our college campuses, as well as in our K-12 system, recognizing Israel as a democratic nation, as well as the importance of respecting people, basic respect for humankind.
Yeah. What a good notion. We need to get that instilled again in our schools. Congresswoman, I know a lot of people who miss you on Capitol Hill. Your wake was large there, but it is sure great to have you on, and I know you're working hard on this peace plan. Great to have you join us tonight.
It's great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. There's a new documentary out about the real story behind America's COVID school closures. Oh, I want to watch this one. We're going to get to that right after these messages.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face! Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going to angel.com/Rav and joining the Angel Guild, a community of like-minded viewers who want to see superb quality content. So get back in the game, relive your dreams, and head on over to angel.com/Rav.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hill from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves.
This is the story of the families who fought to uncover the truth.
California Teachers Association,
the teachers union,
was doing opposition research on parents.
Really high level of coordination.
15 days.
I don't have a direct number to Director Walensky. Do you?
Yes, I have Director Walensky's direct.
What a great gift. We have to use it.
Basically, in the name of equity.
Keep everything shut down, especially the schools.
Is it the virus keeping the schools closed, or were there special interests?
This was the biggest smash and grab.
Stop the bleeding. More money.
We need $1 trillion. That's a sick society.
Well, folks, what you just saw is part of the trailer from the new documentary, 15 Days, a real story of America's pandemic school closures, which you can watch on X for free right now. Joining us is the director of that film, Natalia Merkafar. I said that right. Okay. Natalia, good to have you on the show.
Thanks. It's nice to be here.
It is a great honor to have you on. This is a fantastic moment, I think, in history to air this. For a long time, we weren't allowed to have this conversation, and when we weren't given any of the facts. Now we're getting the facts and the freedom to debate it. Tell us what gave you the inspiration to do this.
I was an open schools parent. I saw the kids suffering when the schools closed. I thought they'd open, next month, in a month, in 2 months, in 3 months, but they really didn't open. And when they did reopen, they were terribly restrictive, even for the youngest kids who had to mask and distance. My kids used to eat outside on the cold concrete in the middle of winter. And so I wanted to understand why, who did this, because the kids were not being kept safe, and we certainly weren't putting them first.
Yeah,
that's for sure.
Natalia, I know John would agree that one of the best ways to pick apart a conspiracy as a journalist is to ask the question, who benefits and why, why do they benefit? Who benefited from closing schools?
Well, there are many organizations that benefited. I think President Trump is really kind of cleaning the house, and all of the USAID defunding and the NGOs on the extreme left. I mean, I think indirectly many of them benefited, but directly the teachers unions. We ended up as a federal government paying $189.5 billion to reopen the schools. This was money that Randy Weingarten, Becky Pringle, the heads of the two largest teachers unions in the country were extorting from the federal government, first from President Trump in the first administration, and then afterwards they got a check from President Biden. What Randy Weingarten was originally asking for, and this is actually in our film, was she said they needed $1 trillion, and on top of that another $100 billion because of the costs of reopening schools.
Wow, talk about taking advantage of a situation. Natalia, I think somewhere in that trailer I heard this word, and I've heard it said many times, that some on the left took COVID to be a gift to really launch forward their sort of globalist big government picture. Did you find some of that in your research, that they viewed COVID, which we all viewed as a horror, as a gift for achieving maybe their political ends?
Well, I mean, they said it themselves. We just weren't listening. It was March 2020. We were sanitizing our groceries. I threatened my husband, who was just about to turn 50. I said, do not go outside because you're going to die. I was one of the first people who was wearing a mask. I was so cautious on the New York City streets. And in the meanwhile, while we weren't looking and while we were told to fear, be scared, the virus is dangerous to you, we had Jane Fonda as a ringleader with Randy Weingarten and the heads of all of these NGOs, the Greenpeace NGOs, all these environmental and social justice movements, saying this is an incredible opportunity. We can't squander it. We don't. Jane Fonda said we don't have the time or the resources to do these crises separately. We have to use them together. So yeah, it was happening.
Stunning.
I want to ask you about what age demographic suffered the most, because obviously in your formative years and when you're in elementary school, you're trying to pick up on social cues. You're just trying to learn the basics of communication. In middle school, you're going through the trauma of being a teenager and social media. In high school, we had multiple classes of high school seniors and college seniors who never got to walk in their graduation. When it comes to breaking down these different groups of children, who do you think suffered the most?
I think everybody suffered, and that was the goal of creating this film. I think I show in the film that there is no demographic amongst children who didn't suffer. I interviewed children from a lower socioeconomic demographic, younger children, older children, and also very wealthy families who all said their children were suffering. The film is dedicated to Noah Sylvester, who was a Brooklyn Tech high school student here in New York City. His mother was a plaintiff on my open schools case against Mayor de Blasio in New York City. Unfortunately, despite everything she did, and she had resources, she had education, she's a psychiatrist, Noah took his life at age 21 this past May. So, I mean, that's the ultimate price.
Only about 30 seconds left. I know we could use a lot more time to have this part, but this you blend in your own family's immigration from the Soviet Union to here. Tell how that kind of influenced how you saw what went on.
Well, I think my parents instilled in me like critical thinking and independence. And also I knew what a totalitarian regime was like. And when I could no longer freely speak or share news sources or really just discuss, our kids' well-being, even at the playground at school, I knew we were in trouble.
Yeah. Well, you've done a great job reminding us the trouble we got into and now are getting ourselves out of. Natalia, what a great honor. Everybody go check out this film on X. It's going to be a rock star. All right, folks, that's all we got for tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with more programming. Until then, you know what we're going to do? We're going to hand off the baton to my good friend, Grant Stinchfield. He'll take you through the next hour with all the big news. We'll be back tomorrow night.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. It's fall, and that means America's favorite sport, football, is back. And Angel Studios has brought a brilliant and inspiring movie about a 59-year-old man who still wants to play the game.
Knock me down, I don't feel pain.
Mike, you're right, you always will be, but you can hit.
After nearly 4 decades, almost 60-year-old Mike Flint returns to his alma mater because he never finished his senior year due to being thrown out for fighting. Actor Michael Chiklis, whom you'll remember from the TV series The Shield, stars in this true story about a man who has unfinished business.
You better get out of my face, little man.
Get out of my face. Nothing matters if I can't be out there with my team.
He has a chance to redo his senior year.
Flint believes that we aren't defined by our successes, but by our regrets. And he says he's had a lot of them, as a teammate, as a husband, and as a dad. The senior reminds us that it's never too late to get in the game and turn things around. You can watch The Senior by going
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. One thing that has become clear to me with all these mass shootings that we've seen over the last few months is that the devil takes advantage of people's kindness. And the devil went into this Church of Latter-day Saints church over the weekend in Michigan. And he walked in there and he took advantage of the parishioners' kindness. You know, when he crashed his truck into the church, people went up to him and started asking him for help. And instead, the shooter opened fire on them and then ultimately setting the entire church ablaze. Now, what would make someone do this? Obviously, everything goes back to politics in today's day and age. And I can't tell you that politics had anything to do with this shooting. What I can tell you is it certainly appears he had a deep hatred for Mormons. Why? I have no idea. But this is a city council candidate who was canvassing the neighborhood and just a week or so ago ended up speaking with the shooter, and it puts some light on what happened.
Wednesday or Thursday, I'm running for city council and I'm canvassing, and I had an address on my map that I went to, and I came across a gentleman. He was very friendly and he had interacted positively with me, and we got out of the vehicle. We started just to talk, and after a short while, the conversation went to the Church of Latter-day Saints, Mormonism, and he just made the position multiple times that Mormons are the Antichrist, and he, in not so many terms, said that several times.
Nobody on the right is pushing for the killing of anybody. Not Mormons, not Christians, not Jews, not Muslims, nobody. Okay, so again, everything becomes political. And because the shooter, who was a Marine veteran, crashed into the church with 2 American flags in his truck, he's got pictures all over wearing camo. Well, of course, the left pounced on all of this. But I think the end result of this comes down to the fact that this guy was a deranged lunatic. And there's very little coming out about him, which is odd to say the least. Here's that city council candidate again.
I think what I want to reinforce that this is not a blue or red issue. This is 100% personally held beliefs. And again, this gentleman kind of told me about his past and about the ups and the downs. And
did he go into his military background at all, or no?
Well, he said he was a Marine and that he was deployed overseas. I don't know if it was Iraq or Afghanistan, but he was of that age where it was in the probably early 2000s. And again, he spoke about just some experiences with drug use.
Again, he's been out of the Marines for almost 20 years. Those around him say he suffered from PTSD, but I hate bringing up PTSD in situations like this because I know plenty of veterans that have PTSD that are not violent individuals and don't go do something like this. That is not a symptom of PTSD. Now, what drugs he was hyped up on, one never knows. That could play a role in all of this. And let me reiterate again, it is not our side that is calling on people to go out there and attack ICE agents and create violent situations. That's not where we are, our side. Now, there are some interesting things that have surfaced. His mother appears to be a Trump supporter, but you can't connect somebody's mother to them. My mother's a liberal. If you read her Facebook post, you'd think I was crazy. So this is a Facebook post from the shooter's mother. Okay, quote, people lack accountability, then say, you could have talked to me. No, I couldn't. You don't listen. You deflect. You twist everything into an attack, and then you play the victim. Conversations with you aren't healing. They're exhausting, draining, and emotionally suffocating. Now, it's not clear who that message was to. Was that to her son? Did that set her son off in some way? Could it have been a catalyst? We don't know. But the investigation continues, which is the most important part of all of this. Here's Caroline Levitt.
From what I understand, based on my conversations with the FBI director, all they know right now is this was an individual who hated people of the Mormon faith. And they are trying to understand more about this, how premeditated it was, how much planning went into it, whether he left a note. All of those questions have yet to be answered, but certainly will be answered.
All right, so police were there fairly quickly. I believe police saved lives that day, certainly engaging him and ultimately taking him out. So I'm about solutions to this problem. Taking away guns is not the solution to this problem. You will never take away all the guns. The bad people will always have the upper hand. But putting more good guys around the innocent, the people we need to protect, will save lives. The more good guys you have, the quicker you take out a bad actor. That, to me, is common sense that the left doesn't see. Case in point, this is a Michigan Democrat candidate for the United States Senate.
That enough is enough. We need to have a conversation about gun violence, right? The Second Amendment doesn't mean any gun for anyone, anywhere, anytime. It means that we understand that there was a space for this, but not this. Not that people walk into their church on a Sunday and get gunned down. And so we need to have that conversation. We need to have it urgently.
No, we don't. And you've been trying to have that conversation for a long time, Democrats, and you've lost over and over again. We need to see churches, places of worship, our schools have volunteer programs where people train for this. I know many churches here in Texas that do just that, and I know examples where that has saved lives because you had a volunteer parishioner, an armed guard, acting as an armed guard, save lives right here in Texas. I want to bring in now to discuss this former Secret Service agent, my good friend CJ Joroff is back with us. CJ, welcome to the program.
Good evening, Grant. How you doing tonight?
I'm good, CJ. So you live just down the road from me. I'm in Dallas. You're in Rockwall, Texas. I know you're a good Christian. You go to church. You are working with your local church on how do we best protect the parishioners. Can you lay on me exactly how you see it as a Secret Service agent, the best way for any place of worship to protect themselves?
So utilizing the skills that I acquired in the Secret Service, can call it a protective advance. I know how to safeguard houses of worship. So the same way that I would safeguard a venue that the President of the United States was coming to or anyone else, we look at the whole picture from the inside out, from the outside in. The big thing about that is, and you hit the hammer on the nail, hammer on the nail, is it comes down to training. You can't sit down and wait for somebody else to do something for you. A lot of churches have come and said, hey, help us safeguard our parishioners. What do we need to do? Who do we need to train? How do we need to train them to put them in places where, God forbid, if something bad does happen, they can take the necessary actions? You talked about the law enforcement, the response. That's the bottom line. It's so hard to get people into law enforcement nowadays, but the training that we're providing or is being provided that I've also taken, the alert training, advanced law enforcement rapid response. That's what saved lives on Sunday morning. That's what made the difference.
Do you think a program where you have parishioners that are basically stationed as sentinels around the church would help?
It's the physical deterrence. If someone sees someone watching them or looking around constantly, being aware of everything that's going on, it makes them more leery to do something. Unfortunately, I don't know the rest of the story, whether this individual had conducted an advance beforehand to know the soft areas within the Latter-day Saints Church. But in doing so, you put people to greet, you put people in certain places around the actual sanctuary so that they're watching. They're not just engaged, they're watching. It's a tough task to do, but it's very easily accomplished. It's something I do every Sunday.
I had heard rumblings that the Church of Latter-day Saints does not want guns in their church. Now, I've got to get that confirmed. That would make this a gun-free zone. We know people that are evil exploit gun-free zones. You can talk about this in a way that when you protect the president, the NRA used to get criticized all the time because they claimed it was a gun-free zone at an NRA annual meeting when President Trump or another president would come in and speak. In reality, it wasn't a gun-free zone. There were hundreds of guns in that room. They were in the hands of law enforcement, plenty of guns there. We just knew that those unknown could not carry a firearm. We don't have the luxury of doing that at a church. And I don't think you're going to be able to put metal detectors up at a church all over the place. But if you train parishioners, how hard is it to put a program like that in place, CJ?
It's very, very simple. In my personal business, I have churches that come to me. They train at the range. I help them with their skills and their fundamentals. And I've even gone out and done advances at the church, starting with each one of the security team And working with the security team, we put them through a rigorous firearms training program. Unfortunately, some weren't too happy with me because their gun handling skills weren't that good. So I made them the necessary advisement of, look, I wouldn't have that person inside an area where you had to take a shot. Put them outside, put them in another area where their presence would be seen, and they could help. But you need people that can put, I call it point of aim, point of impact, rounds on target without hurting anyone.
All right, last question for you. I'm sure you've had to question people that have made threats against the president. When you look at what little information we have of this Marine veteran and why he may have gone in there, do you make any assessments? Have you been able to break it down on what you think was behind this guy's motives?
Unfortunately, Grant, we have a lot of unstable individuals in our society. For one reason or another, they have a bone to pick with someone, a governmental organization, a individual party, and they use that as, okay, well, this is what I did, why I did. It boils down to the motivation of the person. You can cast and say, hey, it's any one thing, but in many cases, you'll never know. You'll never know. Yeah. Because what it boils down to is if they have the desire to want to hurt or harm someone, they can. But in the case where you have armed individuals like we have here in Texas, and you know it very well, a lot of these churches have plainclothes security officers doing exactly that. They are the watchdogs that are looking out for the sheep. And we need more watchdogs out there properly trained.
We sure do. And that is a great deterrent. CJ Jourif, I so appreciate your insight on all of these things. Thank you so much for coming on tonight.
Appreciate you, Grant. Look forward to seeing you again soon.
Absolutely, my friend. It's always a pleasure to hang out with the great CJ Jourif. Okay, folks, I want to turn now to the goal. Whether it's at a church or whether it's on a city street, the goal should be to stop violence. The goal should be to stop chaos and destruction. That is what President Trump is trying to do in cities across America, including Portland now. So, folks, that's the scene in Portland, Oregon. President Trump is going to send about 200 National Guard members to start to protect that ICE facility. You know, I have a confession to make. I was not focused enough on Portland. This has been going on for months there. They surround this place. They're well funded. They're well organized. And quite frankly, they are a danger to the complete city, the citizens of Portland, and it's gotten real bad. Yet, the mayor doesn't want any help.
Let me repeat that. This is an American city. We do not need any intervention. This is not a military target. The president will not find lawlessness or violence here. I've been so deeply disappointed to see the footage from a half decade ago, recycled and then recycled again.
I'm sure some outlets use it as an example. But I can tell you this, Mr. Mayor, you do need the help. Your city is dangerous, and this video isn't from a half a decade ago. That, folks, is a violent goon pretending to shoot ICE agents. First off, who in the world is that person's mom or dad? Shooting at ICE agents with your fingers. That's not from 2020. This isn't from 2020 either. This is a post-millennial reporter trying to escape the mob. These people are awful, folks. They're dangerous, and they are motivated to create chaos in these cities because they get publicity over it. And in the end, they have the room to riot. That's supposed to be a someplace called a protest zone. What in the world is a protest zone? To me, it's a no-go zone, and it's anarchy because the police have lost control. Well, I want to bring in now host of the Undivided podcast, Brandy Cruz is with us. She is out in Portland, and it is a great pleasure to have her on the program. Brandy, welcome.
Yeah, I'm just shaking my head as you were doing that introduction. You know, I was a TV reporter in Seattle half a decade ago when Antifa took over 6 blocks of the city and, you know, downtown was burning and the same stuff was happening in Portland. And they didn't say anything about it then either. So they're acting as if it were that bad today, they would say something about it. But when it was that bad half a decade ago, they didn't say anything about it at all.
All right, Brandy, what is your assessment on the street there? The mayor wants to tell us everything's fine here. Portland's a nice, safe city. We don't need the National Guard. Your assessment?
Well, look, you know, I've covered Antifa for 15 years, and I've seen Antifa at its worst. I don't think that we're seeing anything here that nears 2020. But I think what's severe about what's happening in Portland is the longevity of it. This has been happening for more than 100 days. I was here last night. At this time yesterday, there were about 300 people blocking the streets. So if you look right behind me, this is the ICE facility, and this is the Sally Port where all of the conflicts happen between Antifa, other demonstrators, and federal agents. And things got tense last night repeatedly. I mean, federal agents would have to come out. They'd be met with anger and rage and pushing and shoving. They'd have to deploy less than lethal tactics. So the reality is the city of Portland has shown that they've abdicated their responsibility to keep this area of the city safe. It should be their job to make sure that ICE agents aren't harassed as they're coming and going. They're not going to do that. So what's the alternative? Nothing? They just do nothing? Trump shouldn't do anything? The Trump administration has a right, as you know, to protect federal assets and federal agents. So if the city of Portland isn't going to do that, and they've made that pretty clear over the last 100 days, then there has to be some sort of effort from the federal government to do it. I almost think, and my assessment is, you know, based on the very small Portland police presence we saw yesterday and that we've seen over the last 100 days, my assessment is Portland wants the responsibility to fall on federal agents and the Trump administration to clear this, because they want a conflict. They want there to be violence, and they want to use that to distract from the many crises that they're failing to address right here in their own cities.
You know, it is amazing because I think that's exactly what Antifa wants. They want the conflict and the crisis. And I think leadership, I think you're onto something. Leadership in Portland and Oregon want this chaos to take away from their failures, certainly as a state. I'll ask you. The left wants to pretend that Antifa doesn't exist, that it's an ideology, that there's no such thing as a group of Antifa, even though President Trump has dubbed this now a terror organization. Is it highly organized? Is it a group that we could put our hands around, maybe put handcuffs on? Your assessment of Antifa as a group?
Yeah, my honest answer is it's difficult, right? There are some, I mean, this idea that it's a figment of our imagination. I've been assaulted by Antifa more times than I can count. Most recently in Seattle outside an ICE facility. These are people who claim Antifa. They call themselves Antifa. I mean, they're chanting, this is Antifa land. There are no police here. So there's a segment that really does have organization. They absolutely plan, plot, and terrorize. That is what they're all about. And, you know, identifying them, being able to prove that in any sort of way where you can, I don't know, form some sort of racketeering case, or use a domestic terror label against them, I do think is a challenge for the federal government. You know, they're not like the motorcycle gangs where they're riding around with their patches on them, although some do wear, you know, an Antifa insignia. You know, and then there are people, I can't characterize a whole swath of people mad at Donald Trump as Antifa. You know, there are a lot of more elderly people, if I'm going to put it delicately, who have come out to this facility who aren't Antifa, obviously, but might be engaged in some of this same behavior. So what do you do about them? You know, if you've got an elderly sort of Portland resident who's out here coming face to face with ICE and blocking them, and then you've got somebody all dressed in black who's coming face to face with ICE and blocking them, do you charge them differently? I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, it's a good question. Here's what I do know. You charge them both and you come up with something. Whether one gets charged with domestic terror and another one gets charged with obstruction of justice, I don't care what it is, but they all need to be arrested if they're blocking ICE agents from doing their job. Brandy Cruz, I know I don't need to tell you this, but you're a very brave woman to be out there amongst these animals. And really, that's what they are. When the sun goes down, it gets even worse. God bless you, and thank you for coming on tonight. Please stay safe, Brandy.
Yeah, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, and your insight is fascinating from someone who's been in and around these people for a very, very long time. All right, on to President Trump quickly. It looks like Israel and Hamas, could we have a peace deal in place? President Trump says that the talks are both inspired and proactive, and that he believes a peace deal is close to happening. How would it look? Release all the hostages within 72 hours. There would be the demilitarization of Hamas. All military action on both sides would be suspended. That will happen within the next 48 hours if Hamas agrees to this. Israel has agreed to it. Israel would, in stages, pull out of Gaza. That is a first in history, folks. They're willing to do this in the name of peace. The Arab nations would play a role in demilitarizing Hamas and getting them under control. But if all fails, guess what? President Trump says, you know what? We will back Israel 100%, cut 28.
If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job of destroying the threat of Hamas. But I hope that we're going to have a deal for peace.
Me too, Mr. President. I am not hopeful because I don't place any trust in Hamas or these Arab nations that are going to try to work a deal. I really don't. I don't think Hamas is going to uphold their end of the bargain. All right, folks, when inflation jumps and you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, you ever think maybe now would be a great time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation or peace of mind during global instability or just diversification? Well, we've got an answer for you. Birch Gold can help you. All you have to do is text America to the number 989898. And from now until September 30th, Birch Gold will give you a rebate up to $10,000 in precious metals. Just text America to the number 989898. They could roll your 401k into a gold IRA or 401k. Again, it's America to the number 989898. All right, up next, James Comey has already gotten his indictment. Who is next? We will discuss next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the guild today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated.
Voice Real Minute, your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/RAV, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'll tell you what, we are, as I've called it, the season of retribution. And I want more people than just James Comey charged. Top of that list would be Clapper, the intelligence crew, John Brennan. John Brennan was asked about this. You want to hear his response? This is rich, folks.
I don't see any case against me. I have looked back on all of my actions and decisions, and with John Durham, the special counsel, and others that have looked at what we did, it was certainly consistent with our legal authorities and with the law. So I don't know what they're referring to there. Individuals who used to work in the government, even if their security clearances were revoked, they could be subpoenaed. They could be called to provide testimony in support of whatever allegations they have.
All right, look, that's the guy, by the way, who testified that they didn't spy on Senate staffers during a torture investigation and later admitted they did. He's behind the whole Russia collusion scam, the laptop from hell letter from 52 Intel. The list goes on and on and on with him. And then there's Christopher Wray, the former director of the FBI, the last director of the FBI. This is him lying to Congress now that we know there were 274 undercover FBI agents on scene January 6th. Totally out of the norm for the FBI. And he's going to claim he didn't know about it back then? This is lying to Congress.
Those who were there in an undercover capacity on January 6th, how many were there?
Again, I'm not sure that I can give you that number as I sit here. I'm not sure there were undercover agents on scene.
274 undercover agents now, according to Kash Patel, the director of the FBI. That would have been one of the largest FBI operations in FBI history. And you're going to tell me him, as a high-ranking member of the FBI, didn't know about it? Bogus. I want to bring in now January 6th defendant, founder of J6Rebuild.org, You remember him. They threw him in the hole. They treated him like garbage for, heck, maybe 4+ years. He's a candidate now for Senate in Florida. I'm talking about Jake Lang. His attorney is with us as well. They are suing the federal government after this latest revelation of these undercover FBI agents on scene. Stephen Metcalf is the attorney. Jake Lang, welcome to the program. Jake, I'll start with you. Your response to learning all these undercover agents were on scene, and honestly, not one of them stood up and said, you know what, Jake Lang's okay. All the rest of them are okay. Nobody said anything.
Grant, thanks for having me on. It's good to see you again. They stole thousands of years of our lives collectively. I spent over 4 years and 6 days in the D.C. jail gulag. 900 of those days were in solitary confinement. And now, after hiding and obfuscating the truth, all of the federal prosecutors, the judges, the FBI, they're all complicit in one of the biggest cover-ups in the DOJ's history, stealing the lifeblood, the life force out of all these great American patriots. And President Trump, just 2 days ago, took to Truth Social and completely laid into these people, saying, just for the love of our country, we suffered years of political torture. And I think it's absolutely ridiculous. And if the January 6ers are not compensated for this egregious constitutional violation and human rights violation, we have no justice.
Yeah. Stephen, can I ask you, what does this lawsuit look like? Because, you know, when I see the vast majority of J6 videos that is never shown by the mainstream media, you have people walking between the ropes, talking with law enforcement. We thought there were undercover FBI agents there. Now we're told they were. They didn't stand up for the people that were illegally persecuted. What does this lawsuit look like now? And what does it aim to get to?
For years, not only myself, but Jake has been yelling from the rooftops about the true story that happened that day. And Jake just mentioned Donald Trump's social media post. And there was one critic that actually stood out to me because he said that Donald Trump is now trying to rewrite history. What this looks like is history actually being written correctly as it should have been at least 4 years ago. This means that the real story, all the way from what was called the first breach, had undercover, plainclothes FBI agents involved in that throughout the entire time. Both sides, and especially on the west side of the Capitol, each one of the steps and the layers and the hours that went on there was FBI agents who were either standing right there, involved in it. And this is us telling the correct story that should have been told 4 years ago for the American people and for people like Jake Lang, who shouldn't have suffered at the hands of what was a complete fabrication of what happened that day.
Jake, I can't help but think you tried to save lives that day, that if one of these undercover FBI agents would have stood up and say, no, I witnessed what went down, and certainly one of them would have, that you could have been spared from all of this, but nobody stood up and said anything.
They held us 4 years, over 4 years in pretrial detention, and these FBI agents, you know, were brought in actually to testify against all of my fellow J6 brothers. They lied on the stands. That's why President Trump said we need all 274 of them named. And this $25 million lawsuit that we are planning to bring forth, we have already notified the DOJ, letting them know you can't just place and entrap American citizens. You can't place them in prison after entrapping them and then not try to give some level of compensation. We missed birthdays. We had family members die. Children grew up without their fathers. We have Jan 6ers who left their pregnant wives at home and came home to 3- and 4-year-old children that did not know their fathers. This is such an egregious political persecution. And now we're learning that the Fed surrection narrative that they claimed was bogus has been correct the entire time. The FBI is going to be hearing from Stephen Metcalf and myself very soon, and we will see you in court.
Let me tell you one thing to add to that I remember specifically, and I'm going back to December of 2022, January 23. When I left my family, I took my own savings. I went to D.C. and actually stood trial on the Proud Boys leadership trial. And during the time we were picking that jury, blasted on the front of every single newspaper. Every day I would pick them up before I went to court and read it into the record, was the January 6th committee's findings about Donald Trump. As we're picking this jury in front of the Proud Boys, talk about rewriting history. The correct story has to be told here, because from the second we started picking those jurors, this plan of attack was already set on us. And this is years after January 6th. And it just kept going. Now is finally a day that I could sit back and say, all that work was done for a reason. And that goes to the significance of this finding.
Stephen, real quick, will you bring in other J6ers into this lawsuit? And obviously, with the DOJ now run by Pam Bondi and Kash Patel at the FBI and Trump in the White House, he pardoned all of the or reduced sentence, whatever it was, for all these J6ers. They may just settle with you because obviously they're on your side.
I can't speak about specifics with regards to other clients. I am still in contact with the whole January 6th community. I stay in contact with all my clients throughout these years on a daily basis, and I have great respect for what they've overcome. And so I will be speaking with them and making sure that anything I could do, and I know that's what Jake stands for. I know that we will be there as well. So
the both of you, I've watched you fight for J6ers. Jake, you inside a prison, being moved around all over the place, at times not even being able to get access to sunlight. But thank you to both of you for what you do on behalf of the J6 community. And we'll be following this lawsuit. Please, gentlemen, keep us posted. And Jake Lang, Stephen Metcalf, thank you so much for joining me. All right, folks, as we move on now tonight, I want to talk about the NFL. It has yet again slapped their fan base straight in the face. Wait till you hear the Super Bowl halftime show is. It's next.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
I'm a a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated.
Folks, you know who Bad Bunny is? He's a Puerto Rican singer. I don't really listen to this music. I'm sure my son probably does. Again, it's borderline demonic. You watch his concerts. They're all like devil colors. His logo's creepy, like from a horror show. He was quoted as saying once, "I'm never going to perform in the United States again because ICE agents are going to raid my concert." And who does the NFL pick to do the halftime show at the Super Bowl this year? Bad Bunny. Here's the announcement.
Se acostó temprano, mañana hay que estudiar. Pero llamó a la amiga diciendo pa' janguear.
We live in America. Speak English. And you're from Puerto Rico, not from south of the border. Speak English, okay? This is the worst of the worst pick because the NFL, again, turns its back on the base, which is Americans who just want to enjoy football and be entertained, not given a political speech. But the NFL, I don't know what it is. Can they not help themselves? I want to bring in now Real America's Voice, Washington, D.C. correspondent. But that's not really just who she is, Britt McHenry. You have a sports background, which is why I said, let's get our sports chick on, the Washington, D.C. correspondent.
No, when I was hit up about this, I said, I'm actually writing an article as we speak or as we text about this. So yes, bring me on the show. And I love this show. You're a blast.
All right. So what is the problem with Roger Goodell and the NFL? Do they really not care?
You know, I think this traces back to 2019, if we want to get specific. And that is when the NFL partnered with Jay-Z. That's when he signed on to produce the halftime shows. Each and every year, there has been some sort of messaging, like you mentioned, some political statement, whether it was Jennifer Lopez, who was the weaker of the duo between she and Shakira in Miami, putting kids in cages. She said in a documentary, actually, that the NFL and Commissioner Roger Goodell did not want her to do that, but she sort of bent the rules, had a big Puerto Rican flag. And then this last Super Bowl with Kendrick Lamar, a rapper that, yes, he's most famous for a diss track towards Drake, a much more prolific rapper, if you're in that genre, than Kendrick Lamar. But everyone afterwards, all of, let's say, a younger age group was saying it was so for the culture. It was so important. And I kept asking these people, have you not taken a history class? Did you not know what 40 acres and a mule was? Yes, a bit of an abomination that African Americans were not given the property they were promised, you know, back when, 100 years ago. But this is us currently in 2025. I can go to the library. I already knew that. I want to hear a blend of music. What happened to 2001? We had Aerosmith, we had Nelly, we had Britney Spears, we had NSYNC, we had a medley of every kind of genre and every kind of age group, because that is what is important, right? If you are having a halftime show for a game that is getting a record-breaking 127 million viewers back in February, that's according to the NFL, why wouldn't you want to diversify that and at least have someone whose songs are in English?
Britt, so you have an NFL with a history. They were kneeling for the national anthem. They started that craziness. Then they had the end racism and all the stupid messages in the end zones and on helmets. Some of the teams were putting up transgender and LGBTQ flags. There you got the NFL logo in it. I mean, I just want to get back to playing football. So what do you recommend? Because I got a lot of viewers here who say boycott the NFL. But I love my Dallas Cowboys, even though they stunk it up last night, a 40-40 tie, which is not cool. But I don't want to stop watching the Dallas Cowboys. But, boy, I really hold my nose every time I try to buy my son. He's a Cleveland Browns fan, a Browns hat or something. I mean,
that's a rough life.
I don't want to be spending money with them. What do you recommend people do?
That's tough for me because, like you said, I'm a sports girl. Any sports story you can have me on. I covered the NFL for a decade, and still, as we're discussing it, I feel your pain. I watched the Commanders game, and they had sticks and pebbles in offense without their starting quarterback and top two of the three wide receivers, so they lost to one of the worst teams in the league currently. I'm going to still watch the games. I'm going to still support it. But I do think you can become more vocal. If they're going to put those types of mantras and sayings in the end zone, then wear your own on your shirt. Go out and voice your opinion on social media, as I know a lot of the viewers to your program do, and try to just soften the blow, maybe with some beverages, if you will, if the game doesn't go your way. But I think the more that there's a pushback and the more that we speak about this, the more that they might listen. And I say might because it's very one-sided. It's, Colin Kaepernick can kneel. I covered him when he wasn't talking to the media at all, when he was the hot flash in the pan quarterback. So to see him become in what some others on the left consider this martyr for football and say, oh, he's training to come back this year. No, he's never going to play in the NFL again. He settled with them. That won't happen. So I say be vocal yourself. There are some good programs still. There's Go Pink for Breast Cancer Awareness Month starting soon in October, and get aligned with things you believe in. But Bad Bunny, I'm just picturing my family, my grandparents, my mom and my dad. How are they going to sing along to these songs? I mean, he is a 3-time Grammy winner, but this choice, I mean, what am I supposed to do? Get my Cancun trip booked? I don't know.
You don't need to picture them. You can picture me. I don't know how to sing to any of this either.
We'll text. We'll text during the halftime show about this.
There you go. Britt McHenry, we're so happy to have you aboard at Real America's Voice. Thank you for
Thank you.
You're wearing many hats now at this network, and we're appreciative of that. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Bad Bunny? Really? Even my son called me. He's like, Dad, you're not going to believe this. And he's like, you're not going to be happy. No, I'm not. All right. We get into a solution beyond fad diets. That's next.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA Country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
Welcome back, everyone. Anyone who has tried to lose weight knows that fad diets just don't work. They may work for a minute, but you always gain the weight back. Watch this.
Before I started the program, I lost 20 pounds doing like Atkins or the carnivore diet, but I was crippled. And I feel amazing now. I'm running around like I'm 30 again. My blood pressure went from 159 over 95 to 129 over 82. And I feel great.
And Marty, what was the shift that made you decide to go from doing that carnivore Atkins diet to doing this?
Because I was losing weight, but I still felt like crap. It was getting to the point where I couldn't get in and out of my truck, even as I'm losing weight. Everything hurt. My knees hurt, my shoulders hurt, everything hurt. It's been amazing.
You know what? Just like him, I did the same thing. I did the keto diet. Salami and cheese every day, salami and cheese. It worked, but then as soon as I stopped eating salami and cheese and all the other stuff, I gained all the weight back. Then I found the Energized Health Protocol, and I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks, and I continued the program, and I've kept it off and have never felt more healthy in my life. And quite frankly, it was pretty damn easy. I want to bring in now the founder of Energized Health, John Jubilee, is with us. John, welcome back to the show.
Hey, Grant, great to be here.
All right, so fad diets, what do you tell people?
Well, I tell them, hey, look, they already know. They already know. I just ask them a question. How's that working for you? Because we've all had the same experience, Grant. We've all had the same experience that you did. We go on a diet. Every diet works. They all work for the minute, right? They all work for the minute that we're on that diet. But as soon as we go off of it, we all gain back all the weight we lost and then some. And it's so frustrating, to just be like on that hamster wheel where it's so frustrating. But guys, I got good news. Just like Grant, what your experience is, Grant, that was my experience. I had 10 years of failure, tried every diet in the world. Every single one of them worked for the minute I was on it. As soon as I went off, I had the same thing as you. But the great news is, I did this in 1997. That's 28 years ago, if you're doing the math, guys, 28 years ago. And I've been the same size now for 28 years. I eat all foods in moderation. I tell people my favorite vegetable is carrot cake, because guess what? You can eat carrot cake in moderation. So I don't eat the whole cake, but I eat a piece of cake. I eat a bowl of ice cream. I don't eat the whole gallon of ice cream. Everything in the world you can eat in moderation. When you get healthy at the cellular level, you reset your metabolism. And that's unlike what any diet does. Every diet's just calorie restriction. Our metabolism drops when we're on these crazy diets, Grant. And by the way, I think I shared this originally on your show, and this has come to pass just since we've been friends, is I said as soon as the GLP-1s came out, there will be a class action lawsuit coming. I said it on TV. I was probably the first one that ever said it. There will be a class action lawsuit on the GLP-1s. The first one is here. It's a multi-billion-dollar class action lawsuit because people have paralyzed their metabolism. They've paralyzed their digestive system. They've lost all their muscle, and they're going blind. On these GLP-1s. So will you lose weight on a GLP-1? Yes, but you're losing weight you don't want to lose. You're losing your healthy, lean muscle. You're destroying the health of your body. You will pay a price for the rest of your life. It may work for 3 months or 6 months or a year, but eventually, guys, just like you see what's happened to this first group of people, they are suing for billions of dollars because they went blind. Their digestive system is destroyed, and it will never be the same again. Their metabolism is destroyed. There's a right way to do it, Grant.
I remember, I think it was about a year ago that you called it, and it was on this program, and here we go. It's coming to fruition. John Jubilee, let me tell people how they can find you and everybody at Energized Health who's so helpful to me and my health journey. I mean it, folks, when I tell you, pay these guys a visit. You will feel better. Your life will literally change. You'll have more energy. You'll lose that fat. You'll gain muscle mass. Your testosterone goes up. That's what happened to me. No joke. I can measure it and prove it. And blood pressure down. Everything fabulous. All right, energizedhealth.com. Energizedhealth.com. There's a masterclass there at the website. You can learn about cellular hydration, and how this helps you tighten it all up, okay? Reset your metabolism for good. EnergizedHealth.com. You tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, even Rosie O'Donnell's therapist questions her Trump derangement syndrome.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.